I hope I'm in frame. Okay, I am. Yay! I totally forgot to grab a drink before I started to go live, so I had to go grab one right after I started. So we are jumping back into Love or Pretend. I got a natural bad ending yesterday, which really surprised me. I wasn't trying for it. I thought I was on the right track, but apparently I had split my interests too far apart, so it didn't trigger a story progression, so it ended where it did. I also just edited my camera. It was getting really zoomed in on my face, but now I don't know if it's too far away. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm going to probably start back. Let's see. Here. And see if I can zoom through some of this stuff, because I was trying to get a good, get into a story with Makino. This one was an okay answer, I think. I think this one went okay. Also need to... Might have hit the wrong button just now. All right. Don't save. Let's see. Mission. Explain your relationship to Harumi's schoolmates. All right. So I should answer. So I know his father. We're co-workers. He and I are co-workers, I suppose. You have a job? Yes, I do. While a higher-up son is shopping. Actually, if he learned to take care of his own errands, this would never happen. He's always like this, even mixing up shampoo and toothpaste in the morning. Makino? Sorry, I was thinking out loud. That job sounds pretty tough. Harumi must be working really hard. Yeah, they feel sorry for Mal, though. They sound a little put off, too. Do you have anything special going on then? Of course not. We barely know each other. People can fall in love at first sight. We already had this conversation. What do you think of nothing, really? I can trust him. Ooh, I don't know if that was the right one. I can't remember. I don't know him very well, but I think I can trust him as a colleague. He helps me carry things, and he seems like a kind person. That sounds like a forced answer, like you only see him as a coworker. Exactly. Besides, I still don't know anything about him. How do you expect me to judge him solely based on his looks? I think I'd like to get to know him through work. The girls seem taken aback by my firm answer. Okay, one more push. We're doing it! We're doing it. I guess it's obvious nothing funny is going on. Really? Good. Then if you don't mind, you might go after them in the future. They just don't give up. I can't remember if this is the right one or not. I think what we have going on now is fine. Although I do want to be closer to him in order to learn more about his father. We did it. Okay. Well, mystery solved. The way I see it, you and Harumi just met and you're not close whatsoever.
最初からそう言ったのに。
It's what we've been saying all along. Now, I'm glad we cleared things up. I didn't want to get into any fight over you.
ほんとほんと。もしはるみくんに彼女なんてできたら、うちの女子全員敵になるところだったし。
If you were his actual girlfriend, you'd have tons of enemies. Say, what? Glad I'm not then. With a lukewarm smile, I watched the girls wave and leave.
その
Thank you so
僕の
much.
言葉だと勝手に解釈されて誰も聞いてくれなくて。
They kept twisting everything I said and wouldn't listen to me. I didn't know what to do.
すみません。
I'm so sorry about that. Please, there's no need to apologize. Anyone would do the same. I mean, Mr. Hanai called us comrades, didn't he? Comrades? Seeing the surprised look on his face, I hurriedly backpedaled. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. We just met today, so he must not like me, implying we're closer than that. What am I saying?
大丈夫です。
He doesn't mind.
それより急いで戻りましょう。遅いと花井さんが騒ぎそうですし。
And I will make a fuss if we're late. Okay. All right, got that one 100%. Then I had meant to, before I started playing,
失礼します。ただいま戻りました。
double check the controls. That's what I was gonna say. Excuse me, we're back. Woo, we finally made it. I'm exhausted.
どうだ初めての今日。そんなことより。
Jump to the next unread text or selection. Yes. I don't know. But we're gonna go with Harumi again. So that's who we're trying to get closer to. So we're gonna pick him. All right, my response to Kazumi's smug boasting was not really. We're gonna go with the opposite. He liked to look really cool too much. I can't say it. There's no way I can tell him that in spite of his everything, he actually looked cool for a moment. Not really. You're still Kazuma after all. Forget that. Don't do my makeup in the middle of a hallway. It's super embarrassing. Oh my gosh, stop hitting me. I'm the abusive one in this story. I can't believe this guy. Kazumi returned the blush to his case, then turned to me. So I was saying, I think I'm going to be working on the set from now on. Guess you'll be showing me the ropes. Alright, sounds like a story we've already had. Alright. We're gonna go back to Please Stop. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if did he like that? Yeah, he did. It is what it is, I guess. Alright. No, we're not gonna save because this is a Riku story. I don't know if I can remember the answers for this one. All right. All right, but I have to. I think I have to. This is just too much. We're family. Aren't we supposed to bond by blood? Be bound by blood? If you leave without saying anything at all, you're going to regret it. I was no actor. I barely qualified as an extra. Yet I found myself raising my voice as if this part of me meant every word. If you're too ashamed to see her, then fine, but I should let her know you. I reached for my phone as if I was about to call somebody. Stop. No. Ooh. All right, fine. I get it. Then let me make something clear to you. That woman you call mother, I hate her. The actor wrenched my wrist away and fixed me with a cold glare. But
い
why?
いよな、お前は。好きにさせてもらって、やりたいことをやって、好きに友達を作って、
Must
普通
be
に遊べる。
must be nice to be you, saying what you want, doing what you want, making friends you actually
僕は
like.
家を継ぐ長男ってだけで、好きでもない進学校に通わされて、友達すら自分の意思では作れずに。
Meanwhile, I was primed to take over the household, forced to go to school I hated, schools I hated, and only allowed to have friends moms
飽きるほ
approved.
ど勉強漬けの毎日だった。
All I did was study and study until I was sick of it.
それでも必死に答えてみせたさ。それが当然だと思ってきたから。
I tried my best as the eldest son to live up to her expectations. I thought it was normal.
僕が自分の意思で始めた、たった一つの趣味。
And yet, as soon as I took up a hobby of my own that I
絵を
had
描
real
くことを
passion
踏
for,
みにじられたとき、僕ははっきり分かったんだ。
she trampled on my love for drawing. That's
僕
when
が
I
自
knew.
分を変えなくちゃ、この現状は変わらないってね。
I knew that the situation would never change unless I changed myself. I was overwhelmed. I knew it was all an act, but still, his eyes bore into me with hatred so deep I could only squeak in response.
よーし、そこまで。
Scene!
お
Did
疲れ
it.
様、上田さん。
Good work. Huh? Oh, thanks. All right. On Mr. Hanai's signal, Nishijima let go of my wrist. His expression relaxed into his clear, calm, and he peered at me with
ごめんな
concern.
さい。役に入り込んでいたせいか、つい強く掴んでしまって。
I'm so sorry about that. I might have gotten too into the role and grabbed you harder than I meant to. It's okay.
それならよかった。おかげで、いい演
Thanks.
技ができました。
You helped me put on a good performance. How much of that was actually acting? The last part had gotten so intense that my heart was still pounding. It was enough to make me believe he was my real brother and there was some genuine family discord in our life. All right. 10 time. Done. All right. Next choice. Which I think is going to be...
ありがとうございました。
Thank you for your time. All right. Yes. No, we don't need a save. We're jumping. All right. Yukito. All right.
そこにいるのって。
Wait, is that?
あ、やっ。
We chatted on the street. Heck no. I could have sworn that was the right answer here. It's fine. This one doesn't need to be perfect. My bad.
ってことで、おしまい。
All right, we did it. We're going to skip to the next unread part. Right now, my goal is just to try and get... No, we're going to let him sleep. We're not going to bug this guy. I remember. He wakes up, he walks away. He doesn't even see me, which is good because I shouldn't want to see him anyways. All right, next scene. Call for Harumi. All right, I'm not gonna. All right, let's see if I just ask him, are you buying that too? All right. Are you buying that too? What? Makino whipped around in a panic and hid his hand behind his back.
何ですか突然後ろに
Why'd you sneak up on me like that? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Are you gonna put keys on that keychain too? Huh? Was I wrong?
そうなんです。ぴったりだなと思って。
No, you're right. I thought it looked perfect. I agree, let's play it then. This animal's pretty cute. I bet Kazuma would like that one, so maybe we can put it on his.
ダメです。
Absolutely not. Whoa.
それは僕のロッジの鍵につけることにしま
This
し
is
ょ
for my key. Only mine. Okay
う。で
then.
はレジへ行きましょう。あ、予備も買うべきですね。
Let's go to the cash right now. I should get a few extras. Extra what kind? He's already gone. He must be really into that keychain. Somewhat confused, I followed after Makino's basket in hand. Yeah, it's on what's his name's time. After we finished shopping, Makino offered me a polite bow.
お付き合いいただきありがとうございます。
Thanks for keeping me company. I think this is gonna go back to normal. All right, cool. We got a cute different reaction. He actually got the keychain he wanted, which makes me feel a lot better. Okay, so the meeting room. Oh gosh. Meeting room. Okay, we're gonna actually save here because the meeting room was not who I thought it was going to be, so it turned into a scene I wasn't expecting. So we're gonna start a new one on this page. So we're on page 3 now. All right, so I'm probably gonna load if I don't get the right one. I'm going to go on a hunch. Granted Lodge. We're gonna go to Lodge. I could clean some place of my own or maybe help with dinner. Well, I was thinking I caught a glint out of the corner of my eye. What's that? Ooh. I moved closer to pick it up and saw that it was a lodge room key and keychain. This looks vaguely familiar.
それは僕のロッジの鍵に
Yes!
つけることに
Did I
しま
do
しょう。
it? That's my key, only mine. It belongs to Makino, right? It was. If it really was his, he was probably worried. Keychain in hand, I headed to the lodge. My blanket I had on my leg just fell off. Now I feel the cold. Did he go this way? Grab my blanket off the floor. I look around. There he was, pale-faced and desperately rooting through his pockets.
どうしていつ
No, how? When? Hey, Makino, are you looking for this?
あ、びっくりした。で、その鍵
You scared me. Where'd you get that key? I found it on the floor after you walked by, so I thought it might be yours.
そうだったんですか。
Sorry you had to bring it all this way. It's fine. It just I just happened to spot it. Actually, I owe you an apology. I've been messing up all day, so I'm sorry for the headaches. I bowed to Makino and he gave me a stern look. I made some pretty awful mistakes today. Again, I'm really sorry. Anyways, I'll see you later.
Ma-
Wait, huh? I stopped and turned around. Oddly enough, Makino had stopped too. What is it?
いや、その、
No, just hmm?
その、
The weather sure is nice today. It's cloudy though. Ah, is that all he got? Makino opened and closed his mouth a few times before he finally spoke up.
僕が言いたいのはそういうことじゃないんです。
That's not what I meant to say.
口下手なので、どこから話せばいいか。
I'm not good with words, so I'm not sure how to put this. Okay, looks like this could take a while. Man, Chiyuki's not. Do something, say something nice. While Makino chewed on his words, I decided to carefully proceed with the topic. Save? Absolutely, we're gonna save. All right. We're gonna restart this game if we don't get this 100% too, because I'm not risking this again. Okay. Mission: get Harumi to admit what he's up to.
今日あった出来事
Oh,
を
whoops.
いろいろと考え直してみたんです。
I've been thinking back on what happened today. Have you?
はい。その、一日を振り返ってよく考えるのも大切というか。
Yes, it's important to, reflect on the things that happen each day. Makino then looked me straight in the eye as if he wanted to get something off his
目の
chest.
前に壁が立ちはだかった時、自らを見つめ直すことが全てを導く。
When you hit a wall, you'll always find the right path if you step back and calmly examine
これ
yourself.
は僕の尊敬する人物が言っていた言葉です。
Someone I looked up to once said that. Okay.
この言葉について上田さんはどう思いますか？
What do you think, Miss Ueda? Well, it sounds like a wonderful adage. I
で
don't.
すよね。なので瞑想とかいいと思うんです。自分を見つめ直すには。
So I was thinking that meditation could be a good way to do some self-reflecting. He wants me to meditate. His proposal took me by surprise, but he seemed to be 100% serious about it. I'd never meditated before, though. I should say something. It must clear your mind. Is that what you do? Do you always meditate when you find yourself feeling stuck? Huh? I mean, is it like a daily ritual that helps you focus?
いえ、まあ、
Oh no, I see. Maybe I'll try it too.
そう。
Okay. Makino went quiet, looking perplexed. Wait, what? I thought I was helping move the conversation along. Oh no. Anyway, I think they said something very wise. It sounds so impressive looking inside yourself. Makino's eyes sparkled.
分かってもらえますか？
You feel that way too? I do. If you can't help feelings in... Ooh, if you can't keep your feelings in check, you'll end up like I did earlier. I chuckled bitterly as I recalled my mishap. Makino looked down at the ground, brows furrowed. Then he met my eyes, resolve written on his
実は
face.
その名言の他にもう一つ彼が残した言葉があるんです。
He left me with another good quote.
はい。
Another one?
それは睡眠は心の刃を研ぐ時間だ。
Yes, it's sleep is the time to sharpen the mind's blade. The mind's
上
blade?
田さんはどう思いますか？この言葉の意味について。
What does that one mean to you? I have a feeling Makino is trying to cheer me up on his own way. It's like he's speaking in riddles, though. What can I say to get on his wavelength? I contemplate the mysterious quote, noting the seriousness of his gaze. You should get enough sleep. I think I know what it means. Sleep is crucial to our health. If you try to skate by for days without enough sleep, you won't be able to keep your mind sharp and focus on work,
は
right?
い。そういうことです。
Exactly. That hit home. Actually, I've been a little short on sleep myself. It's starting to affect my concentration
いい
here.
ですか？
I
昨
knew
日
it.
の夜、目覚めて外に出た時、あなたの部屋の窓から明かりが漏れていたので、
I woke up
も
in
し
the
や
middle of
と
the
思ったん
night
ですが、
and went for a walk. The lights were still on in your room, so I was wondering about that. I'll try to go to bed earlier from now on.
ですが、あなたが何の理由もなく夜更かししていたとは思いません。
I don't imagine you'd stay up so late without a good reason. He's quick.
もちろん夜更かしを推奨しているわけじゃありませんけど、
But I'm not recommending that you
何か
continue to
作
do
業があ
it.
ったりするときは、僕にも声をかけてください。
But if you're saddled with too much work, please let
無
me
理さ
know.
れると逆に大変ですから、いいですね。
I know what it feels like when they push you beyond your limits. You hear me? Okay. Makino turned away bashfully, though he seemed relieved. Could he be worried about me? Okay, that was a layer down. Makino's gaze wandered around a bit. Then he looked at me once
それか
more.
ら、これは別の尊敬するある人が言っていたんですが、
Also, someone else looked up to you once said, your neck must be stiff from looking up at all those
自ら
people.
笑えぬときこそ他人と笑え。
If you can't laugh at on your own, laugh with someone else. Does this one have a deeper
あ、い
meaning
え
too?
難しく考えないでください。
You don't have to think about it too hard.
息が詰まったときこそ他人と交流をすれば元気が出る。
I think it just means that interacting with other people can make you feel better than when you're in a rut. Is that so? He says I should talk to other people for a change of pace, I think. Makino fidgeted a little while. I mulled over his words. If you can't laugh on your own, laugh with someone else. That makes me feel better. Come to think, I do feel better than I did earlier. Once I realized that, a smile naturally bloomed on my face. Well, I feel better after talking with you. Whoever this person is, they might be right.
いい言葉だと思います。
I think it's good advice. I smiled shyly and I returned it with a nod. Hold on, this whole time he's been encouraging me to do all these things. He suggested that I meditate, sleep more, or talk to other people. His methods are a little roundabout, but Makino, are you worried about me?
違いますよ。僕はただ同じ助手として倒れられたら困るという意味で、ただそれだけです。
Certainly not. I was just thinking it would be a huge pain if my fellow assistant collapsed from stress, that's all. I see. Sorry for causing you so much concern.
僕は別に。
I'm not that worried, okay? I found myself smiling at his desperate excuses. Success, but we're gonna do it again because I got the first one wrong. Alright, so now we're going to load. Yes. Dun 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 dun. It must clear your mind. I suppose it could work. If you organize your mind first, then you can better organize your thoughts.
あなたもそう思いますか？
You think so too? Yep. It might be a good exercise when you really need to concentrate
僕
on
もそう
something.
思います。やっぱり事故と向き合うというのは覚醒イベント的な感じですし、
I completely agree. Besides, self-reflection really sets the stage for awakening your true power. Is he motivated speaker now? I have no clue what he means. Maybe he's trying to give me some advice after how weirdly I was. For now, my answers seemed to satisfy him, so I left it at that. Great, we did it. Okay. Get enough sleep. Did it. That makes me feel better. Okay. I was wondering where all this came from. It seems he was just worried. My smile grew a little at him. I'm sorry I made you worry, thanks.
僕はただ無理は禁物とそう言いたかっただけなので。
It's not that I was worried about you.
そういうことですから。
I just wanted to say that you shouldn't push yourself when you're under pressure, that's all. I know, I'll take better care of
分かって
myself.
くれればそれでいいです。
As long as you understand, then good. Oh, also, do you mind if I come talk to you if I ever am having a hard time?
まあ、僕なんかでよければ。
Well, if you're fine with it being me, then sure. His show of bashfulness made me a little giddy inside. Oh my gosh. He blushed. Okay. Success. Can I see my chart here? We're at 26%. We're definitely way better than we were before. So even Makino is fretting about me. He's a little awkward, but he's a good person. Thank you
これ
again.
は別にいいです。
I don't need your thanks.
それより、今日のあのミスは結局何が原因だったんですか？
Why did you make so many mistakes today? I can't tell him outright. I swallowed hard and forced a smile, giving the first excuse I could come up with. My inferiority complex. When I watch the pros work up close, I worry whether I'll even be so competent. But I know that you and Kazuma are both doing your best, so I should strive to do the same. I'll work hard to make this a great film. It'll be great if you could cheer me on. Was it something I said?
何でもありません。
No, it's
それよ
nothing.
り、レッスン室へ戻らないと何か準備するものがあるかもしれませんし。
better get back to the lesson room. There might be something else we can prep for. Of course, I need to apologize to Professor too. Thanks to Makino, I felt a little better. The two of us walked side by side back to the lesson room. Side by side? It's basically holding hands. All right, it's been nearly a week. All right, let's see. Loading into a game? No, okay. All right, we're gonna save because I'm pretty sure this is the second part where I messed up because I went with what the logical choice would be. And that led me to actors. Ask someone for advice. Blessing about it won't get me anywhere, so I should ask someone for advice. The short film endeavor was a guarded secret, so there were only a few people I could consult. We're gonna go with Makino. Directing and screenwriting are two sides of the same coin that they depend on each other. I should approach Makino first about what kind of script to write. With that in mind, I headed to his personal room at the lodge. I knocked on the door and waited for an answer. Hello, Makino? Ah, I found him slumped over his desk. There's something I'd like to ask you about. Are you asleep? Oh, are you sick? Let me take you to the infirmary. Oh, wait, should I call someone first? Nothing's wrong, stop it. Thank goodness. Anyways, I wanted to talk to you about... Okay, so I should call someone then. How are you so calm right now? Huh? All this pressure is killing my stomach. I mean, I felt the same way right after the meeting. It's like the way you feel calmer at a haunted house if the person beside you is scared silly. I'm jealous at how brash you can be. Rude? I don't have time to beat around the bush. Listen, Makino. I took a deep breath, holding his gaze. If the director is out of commission, we won't have a film to make in the first place. I need him to snap out of it, even if it means dishing out some tough love. Oh, we're doing a game? Okay, we're doing a game. Yep, we're going to save. All right. Pretend time. Mission. Give Harumi the courage to overcome the pressure. I know what it's like to be anxious, but we don't have much time. I think Mr. Hanai's team is already getting a move on. We should at least start working on the script. I am painfully aware of how little time we have. Then But aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why? You need just the right conditions to bring out an actor's skills, especially the directing and the script. Thanks, Harumi. Let me put it this way. No matter how famous the actor is, they won't be able to shine if the script is bad. The success or failure is riding on how well you write this short film. It's going to affect people's lives. Wow, what if someone fails because your script didn't give them a chance to prove themselves? They'll bear a grudge against you, of course, and you'll regret it. How can you not be afraid in this situation? Man, he's making me feel nervous. Frankly, I am scared. Of course I'm scared. I'd feel terrible if an otherwise great actor didn't make the cut because of my script. It could also have an effect on the quality of the movie.
だったら
But I interject before you could continue to spiral. Just as there's a chance things could go wrong, things could go well. Right now, I think I should be doing whatever I can to make sure it turns out great. Ugh. Then Makino looked at me in an almost avoidant way, as if I were blindly
だ
bright.
って意外と前向きですよね。嫌味なぐらいポジティブです。
This also reads like an insult. You're more forward thinking than I expected. In fact, you're so positive it's annoying me. Positively annoying, you mean?
すみません。褒めたつもりなんですが。
Sorry, I meant it as a compliment. Unfortunately, neither of those sounded very complimentarily.
最近元気ないようだったのに、気がついたらもうこんなに元気になってる。
You seemed so out of it lately, but now you have an abundance of energy. Were you worried about me?
別に僕なんかが心配しても何の役にも立たないと思います。
Not really. Even if I was, it's not like I could have done anything to help you. Hey, that's not true. Is it just me, or is he relaxed a little? He's smiling. Initially, I was worried about his negativity, but he seems to smile a little the more we talk. Anyways, let's just take it one step at a time.
そうですね。
Okay.
どうせ逃げ出せないんだったらやるしかないわけですし。
If we can't escape, then we have to face this somehow. Correct. I'll give you the best script I can, so I hope you'll back me up.
できるでしょうか。僕
Can
た
we
ち
really do this? I'm sure it'll be fine. After all, we're not alone. More people work on a movie than just the director and the screenwriter, you
それ
know?
は確かに。
That's true. Director, screenwriter, camera crew, sound design, and so on. Films are the fruit of everyone's labor. While the director does have the most responsibilities, you don't have to take it all upon yourself.
すごいですね。
Oops, I had a button. Ha, I'm impressed.
さっきは嫌味なぐらいポジティブだと言いましたが、改めて
うー
訂正しておきます。
Earlier I said you were annoyingly positive, but let me correct
悩みが
myself.
バカバカしくなるくらい、底抜けにポジティブです。あなたは
The worries you have are so silly you're positive to a fault. That sounds even worse.
さっきも今も本気で褒めてますよ。
It's a sincere praise. Is it
お
really?
かげで少し楽になりました。
I feel a little better thanks to
僕
you.
たちが未熟なのは確かですが、
え
その分、候補者
I
の
keep
方々は
failing this
経
poor
験
blanket.
豊かなわけですし、
All right. I was lacking in experience, and the actors are meant to make up for that. All right.
まだ何もしてないうちから、うつむく
I
のが
dropped my
早まる
pillow now. I'm falling apart. All right. It may be a bit early to despair before anything has even started. Exactly. We're doing it. We're breaking his walls. Makino heaved a
望むと
sigh.
望まざるとは関わらず、結局やるしかないんですよね。
Do you want to switch? Do you want to write the script and I'll direct? We can change roles, man. I'm willing to try something new. I guess I have to do this. It doesn't matter what I want. Mm-hmm. Do you think you can, though?
やるしかないでしょう。
I don't have a
僕も
choice.
一応望まなくとも何度か監督の仕事を間近で見たことはありますし、
Whether I like it or not, I've watched the director work
う
up
まく映
close.
像のようにできるとは花から思っていませんが、
Obviously, I don't expect to come close to emulating the great Uzo Makino.
それでもできる限りのことはします。選考に挑む候補者の皆さんのためにも。
Even so, I'll do what I can. I owe it to the people who are working hard to be in this movie. I'm glad to hear that. If Makino feels motivated, then I can focus on the script. There's just one thing bothering me. Pardon me, Makino?
はい、まだ何か
What is it now? I'm sorry if I got the wrong idea, but I had a hunch about something based on our conversation. But I felt I had to ask, does Makino... He dislikes working in film. Are you not a fan of this industry, or, well, do you dislike working in film? Perhaps you actually hate it?
もうすっかり慣れましたが、相変わらずズバッと聞きますね。
I'm still getting used to those upfront questions of yours. Sorry about that. I've been wondering about it for a while, actually. It was really nagging at me.
映画そのものが嫌いかというと、決してそんなことはありません。
I can say for certain that I don't hate movies
世界中の
themselves.
人に感動を与える素晴らしい作品がいっぱいありますから。
Film is a wonderful medium that can stir up emotions in people all over the world. Is that so? I'm glad to hear.
じゃあそんな映画を作るこの仕事も好きなのかと言われたら、そうではないです。
However, if you asked me whether I like making films, I'd have to say no. Oh, Makino laughed bitterly and stared off into the
ここまで見せ
distance.
ると、この業界の人は頭が固い人が多い。
Personally, I'd say this industry is full of stubborn, narrow-minded people.
実写映画は確かに素晴らしいエンターテインメントだと思っています。
Movies, live-action movies, that is, are a great form of entertainment, sure.
それ以外にも人々に感動を与えるものはたくさんあるのに。
But there's plenty of other media out there that can really move
映画
people.
だけが理想とする人たちがあまりに多すぎるという話です。
Too many people see film as the pinnacle of entertainment. The director is one of them. Oh. I've learned something today. Makino has complex feelings about filmmaking as well as his father, the director. It's nothing so simple as hatred. Maybe he has qualms about the director's fixation on his movies. I might have gotten him a little mixed up with all my prying. Now I have to help him collect himself. Based on what you've told me, you're not feeling fulfilled working on movies. Could it be that you don't want to become a film director?
むしろ僕がいつ映画監督になりたいと言いましたか。
That's right. Actually, I don't recall ever saying I did. But when we first met, you introduced yourself as the director's assistant. Is it weird that I got the idea you were aiming to become a director, especially since your father sits at the top of the
そも
industry?
そもその映画監督が映像業界のトップという考え方が間違ってると。
Your notion that he's at the top of the industry to begin with is wrong. Makino sighed before continuing, his voice
牧
steady.
野監督も含めてですが、この業界には無意識に多ジャンルを下に見る人がいるんです。
There are people in the film industry, my father included, who make light of all other forms of media. I've heard people do that. Some people say regular books are only good for adapting to screenplays. There's also the claim that theater is a restrictive, inferior medium. Lots of people also say that anime is unrealistic trivial for children, so they refuse to acknowledge it's worthy of.
そう、まさにそれだ。
That's
アニ
exactly
メ
it.
はすでにワールドワイドに広がって独自の地位を得ているのに、
Anime has achieved worldwide popularity and it carved out a cultural space for it of
畑
its
違いの
own.
映画と比較するだなんて見当違いも甚だしい。
Those movie buffs have no idea what they're talking about.
無限の
Whoa.
創造性が売りのアニメにリアリティなんて言葉を使ってわざわざ枷をはめて、
How dare they apply such reductive logic to anime and its infinite creative potential with pity concepts like realism?
わざわざ表現を狭めることに何の意味があるのかわからない。
I just don't know how anybody could be so close-minded.
無理やり某国で実写化したあれとか、素人アイドルで実写化したそれとか、僕は絶対に許せん。
That foreign live-action remake was bound to flop. Don't get me started on that no-name rookies they put in those things. I can't for... Calm down, Makino. Take a deep breath.
その、どこかの誰かが言って
I've
ました。
heard someone say all that before, you see. You're asking a lot if you expect me to believe you. He awkwardly avoided my eyes and I suddenly remembered something.
都内ではもうどこにもないのに、こんなところで山積みなんて。
Ugh, I can't find these anywhere in the city. There's a whole pile, and with no cap on how many you can buy, too.
じゃあ全部
Should I buy them all? Oh, right. It's all coming together, and that must have been a character from some anime. Hey, Makino?
はい
Instead of working with live action film, would you rather direct anime?
その話は今すぐ忘れてください
Forget you ever heard me say anything, please. But
誰がどこで聞いてるか分かりません静かに
I don't know where or who you heard that from. Be quiet. Okay.
絶対にみんなには伏せてください僕にもいろいろと事情があるんです
You better not say a word to anyone else. I have my own reasons, okay? Uh-huh. I don't think it's something he really needs to hide. Maybe there's more to it though. Alright, so about the short film.
僕はこれから撮影のためにスケジュールを組みますので上田さんは脚本を進めてください
I'll come up with a filming schedule, so please keep working on the script. Great, got it. As for the story,
後
what
ほ
do
ど
you...
ストーリーがまとまったら聞かせてくださいでは
Come talk to me when you come up with a story. Goodbye. Hey! The heck? He shooed me out. Makino pushed me back into the hallway and slammed the door shut in my face. Glad he's lively again, I guess. You know, I think I saw a side of Makino I shouldn't have. Is he really worth it for him to keep that buried inside? There are loads of animated movies these days. Even if the production methods differ, I am sure their creative spirit is the same as with live action films. I'm curious about it, but now's not the time. His attitude towards film and his father are much more important here. What happened between father and son? I spoke to candidates and crew members in order to learn more than what I'd gathered so far. Eventually, I acquired enough puzzle pieces to begin writing my story. I sketched out a plot while the ideas were still kicking in my head, then checked in with Makino, who gave me the go-ahead. That night, I inhaled my dinner, returned to my room, and plopped down in front of my laptop. I think I finally understand. Alright. Starting to sound familiar, so let's skip. Skip! I saw the crew cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow, so I assumed today's filming must have ended.
上田さん
Lee? No.
ダメって何ですか
What do you mean, no? Makino appeared in the kitchen, so I rejected him before he could
も
ask.
ともと今日の料理番はあなたと僕だったわけですしせめて手伝いするぐらいは
We were both supposed to be on dinner duty today. At least let me help. No means no. You haven't rested at all these past few days, have you?
それを言い出したら上田さんも似たようなものじゃ
Sure, but isn't that true of you too? I already got over that mountain when I finished writing the script. Besides, most of the cooking's already done. You're the director, so you still have a ton of work ahead of you. For now, just sit down and relax. Ha! I won! He was probably tired. As I watched him plop himself down on the table, I suppressed a victorious fist pump. Actually, Makino's been working himself ragged. Since he was assigned to be the director, he's been coming up with schedules and consulting with me about the script. I doubt he's slept much since the filming began. He's working hard, but maybe too hard.
こんな状況であなたは怖い
How
と
can
感
you
じ
not be afraid in this situation?
あの何か
What is it? I was just thinking about how hard you've
そ
been
うです
working.
ね僕の想像以上にみんな頑張ってくれてます
Yes, but everyone else has been working
監督
harder.
未経験者の僕の下なんて絶対にやりづらいはずなのに
I'm sure it's tough working under a total novice director
ど
like
のスタッ
me.
フもベストを尽くして取り組んでくれていますから
Despite that, the whole crew's doing their best to make it work. Ah, right. I mean, maybe they are. I was talking about you, though.
僕がですか
Me? Remember when we talked about your attitude towards the
Oh.
industry?
言いましたね
I recall. I've been worried about you, wondering if you hate the idea of doing this
な
short
るほ
film.
どつまりは僕が手を抜かないか心配だったと
I see. You're wondering if I really am going all in on this project. I never said that. Look at those eyes. They're like planets. Makino looked up from his feet. If he smiled faintly and held my gaze.
もしも頑張ってるように見えるなら、それはある人の影響かと思います。
If it seems like I've been wearing myself down, it's because someone made a big impact on me. How much do you like me right now? 35%? I don't know how the percentages work. Usually it's 50% for them to I don't know, have a catalyst into a story. I have no clue though. Who's that?
最近知り合った人です。
Someone who I've gotten to know recently.
でも、時々暗くて、厳しい正論をぶつけてきたと思ったら、すごい優しくて。
She's cheerful, but sometimes gloomy. Just when I think she's going to hit me with some tough love, she's incredibly kind instead.
全然喋らない相手に気遣って、会話を膨らませようと頑張って喋るけど。
That seems like a personal slander right here. When I'm not super talkative, she tries to humor me by carrying the conversation, but she tends to screw it up.
そもそも女子大生なんて、一番苦手な部類の人なんですが。
Honestly, college girls are the hardest for me to deal with.
に前向きで、たまに能天気なことも言うその人を見ていると。
She's stubbornly positive and sometimes says really clueless things. Just by watching her, I feel like I'm becoming a dummy myself.
暇があったらとにかく動け。そしたら何かが見えるってね。
She told me to just get to work if I have time to stew about it, but that maybe I'd learn something. Hold on a sec. Oh dear, I don't know. Says we're in episode 3. Were we in episode 3? Yeah, we've been in episode 3. Dang. Dude, I don't know, man. Either one could go bad. She sounds incredible, could lead to him being like, oh, she doesn't get it's me. Or wait, do you mean can make him go like, oh, no, I was never talking about you. Me? It worked, okay. So you did realize. I wouldn't even know what to do with you if you didn't even get it after all that, see? He said a bunch of mean things though, like I'm clueless and hard to handle. Sorry, this keeps touching my neck. Makino looked away and spoke softer this time. Again, this is all you're doing. You ran around to all the cast members, gathered a bunch of info to write that script, and gave me a push. I have to work this hard because of you. Good grief, you're such a nuisance. Oh my gosh, that's so mean. With that, Makino stretched and stood up. I'll take your advice and head back to my room for today. Okay, but don't keep working. Make sure you actually rest. I'm sorry, but thanks for taking care of dinner. I watched him walk away, then went back to cooking. We're gonna have curry. Night had completely fallen by the time dinner was ready. The cast and crew finished preparing for tomorrow's filming and gathered in the clearing pavilion with empty bellies. All right, I think that's right. It'll stop if there's text I haven't heard yet. So that's the fun thing about skipping. It tells me. Unfortunately, it's taken a moment to load. All right. Huh. It's not like I'll be able to see Riku or Sina again after this. Then again, it would be weird to suddenly ask one of them to go to the festival. What should I do? Ah. Hi there. Can you come see me later if you're free? Ooh. I wonder what Makino wants. For a second, I wasn't sure how to react, but I'd been too chicken to reach out to one of the other guys. Okay, I'll be right there. I sent a quick reply and headed over to Makino's room. Hello, Makino. It's me.
空いてます。どうぞ。
It's open. Come in.
すみません。急に呼び出したりして。
Just realized. What's our 39%? I don't know, man. If we got another bad ending, what am I gonna do? Sorry to call you out here out of the blue. It's okay. What's up?
その、大した話ではないです。
Are you gonna give me the keychain?
これを渡そうと思って。
It's no big deal. I just wanted to give you this. It's this short film script I wrote. It's just a photocopy, but I thought we were supposed to dispose of all of them.
花井さんに
Besides,
お願いして、一部だけ確保しておいたんです。
Hanai gave me permission to keep a
表にも出
copy.
ない15分のミニドラマとはいえ、あなたにとっては処女作ですし、撮っておいたらどうかと思いまして。
Even if it's just a 15-minute short film that will never see the light of day, it's your work. I thought you'd want to keep it. Thank you so much. But this is your copy, isn't it?
はい。いろいろ書き込んじゃってるし、ところどころぐちゃぐちゃになってて恥ずかしいんですけど。
It is. It's got my notes scribbled all over it. It's a huge mess. Embarrassing, I know.
僕が記念に撮っておきたいのかと思ってくれたので、問題なくもらえたんです。
Hanai thought I should hang on to it to commemorate the occasion.
その、考えたら上田さんはデータで持ってるからいらないんじゃないかとも思ったんですけど、なんというか。
And well, I know you've got a copy saved on your
実際
computer,
に撮
but
影に使ったものってちょっと気持ち的に違うかなって。
I was thinking it isn't the same as having the script we used on set in your hands. Wouldn't it be better if you kept it then?
いえ、その、あなたはもう分かってると思いますけど、僕は別にこの仕事をしたいわけではないですし、
I'm sure you know this already, but I never really wanted to be a movie director.
あなたには持っていてほしいなって。
So I want you to have
僕の
this.
思い出付きで、ちょっと重いかなとも思ったんですが。
It must be kind of a heavy gift since all my baggage comes with it. Not at all. I prefer this actually. It just goes to show how hard we worked. When I looked back on it, I remember what it was like to make this short film. I'm really happy to know that you took my script seriously.
そこまで感動しなくても、ちょっとした気まぐれですし。
It isn't that big of a deal. I just felt like doing it.
話は以上です。僕は荷物整理があるので。
Anyways, that's all I had to say. I haven't packed stuff yet, so... Oh, wait. I shouted in protest, seeing that Haruma was about to shoo me out. The timing worked in my favor, so I have to take some initiative. Wanna go celebrate?
打ち上げ？
Celebrate? Yep. I don't mean to brag, but we did work our butts off. We probably shouldn't get drunk and stir up trouble, but we could at least get something good to eat.
まあ確かに。頑張ったのは事実ですしね。
Well, that's true. We did work pretty
監督
hard.
と脚本でささやかに祝うぐらい許されるような気もしなくも。
I guess it could be okay if the director and screenwriter had a low-key celebration. All right.
それでどうしますか？カフェならまだ空いていると思いますけど。
Where should we go? I think the cafe's still open. Not there. I got a place in mind. Leave it to me. Wink, 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 wink. Look, Makino, there's so many people. He's not a people person. I dragged him to visit the shrine I'd heard about.
確かに場所は任せると言ったのは僕ですが。
I did say I'd let you choose the spot,
祭
but
りなんですか？
why are we at a festival? Mr. Hanai told me about it. He said I should invite anyone who's free.
余計なことを。
I didn't ask for this. There should be a ton of good food here, though. Let's go out of this camp with a bang.
わかりましたから引っ張らないでください。
Fine, just stop pulling my arm. The shrine came into view in the darkness, seeming utterly phantasmal next to the festival atmosphere. I slowly walked towards it, tugging my anxious friend along. Friend, you say? If we're going to try anything from the stalls, it's gotta be yakisoba, takoyaki, and shaved ice.
まさかそれを 全部食べるんですか？
Are you gonna eat all that? Dude, that's barely anything at a festival. I'd like to, but festival food is pretty expensive. Oh, a goldfish scooping game. You used to live abroad, didn't you? What would you call this in English?
ゴールドフィッシュスクーピング。
Literally just goldfish scooping, I think. Why? You wouldn't call it something cool like goldfish
そ
rescue?
れだと金魚すくいじゃなくて金魚すくいです。
You're not rescuing anything, you're just scooping them out of water. We took a leisurely lap around the stalls. Are you okay, Makino? I brought us some water.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks, I think I'll be fine. You seem overwhelmed by the crowd, so we withdrew to the side path. He seemed, not you.
すみません。人の多いところにいるとたまに気分が
Same. I too am an introvert. I feel this personally. Sometimes I don't feel so hot when I'm in a crowded place for too long. I should be the one apologizing for dragging you out here. It's been fun walking around with him. Maybe I got carried away.
そんな顔しないでください。
Don't make that face,
確かに
please.
人混みは苦手ですけど、あなたと二人なら、その
I may not be good with crowds, but if I'm with you, it isn't so bad.
思いのほか楽しかったですし、
It was more fun than I expected. I'm glad to hear that. We've been here for a pretty long time, though. Should we head
そう
back?
してもらえると助かります。
I
今から
appreciate
も
that.
全部回っ
We've seen all the stall. Makino's eyes suddenly went wide in shock. Without another word, he dashed over to a stall at the edge of the festival grounds. Wait up! He was staring intensely at the stall that sold masks.
このお面は
It's here, this mask.
キュービー陽子団の3尾の面、それに4尾の面まで。
Is this seriously the third tail mask for Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Chronicles, and you have the fourth tail too?
少し形が違うか。あ、でもこのままコスプレに使えそうなかなりのクオリテ
Its
ィ。
shape's a little different, but the quality is good enough to cosplay with. Nine-Tail what now?
あ、すみません。そういう作品がありまして。
Sorry, it's a show I like.
深夜アニメなんですが。
It's a late-night anime. Evidently snapping back to his senses, Makino explained almost apologetically he won't take his eyes off that fox mask. Are you saying that mask looks like something from the anime?
その通りです。
Exactly. What kind of anime
いい
is
で
it?
すか？
You really want to know? What is this face?
現代あやかし語り、キュービー陽子団。
Modern day tales of the occult Nine-Tailed Demon Fox
これは2
Chronicles.
年前に某スタジオが制作し、その超絶作画で爆発的人気を博した2クールのアニメで、
It was a one-season anime produced 2 years ago, a tapestry of masterful animated scenes that deserves its explosive popularity.
ストーリーの腰は太陽キュービの狐が斧1本ごとに9人に分かれて現代に転生する話です。
The gist of the story is that the mystical nine-tailed fox splits itself into 9 tails, which are reborn as people in the modern
主役の
era.
9人はそれぞれ狐面をかぶり、陽子の力を発揮するんだけど、
Oh, that sounds like a great anime. I'd watch it. Each of the 9 protagonists wear a fox mask and can draw out the powers of the
そ
demon
の
fox.
中でも3尾と4尾の2人は特に人気のあるキャラで、グッズも売り切れ続出なんだ。
But the third tail and the fourth tail were especially popular characters. Their merch always sells out instantly. Uh-huh. And that's why you're so excited about this
という
mask.
ことで、おじさん、このお面を一つずつ。
I'll take one, mister. With the fire in his eyes, Makino bought a mask.
上田さん、これを。
This is for you. For me? He pushed the mask into my hands and nodded firmly.
よし、やっぱり見立て通りだ。
It looks how I pictured.
上田さんには4尾の面が似合う。キャライメージにかなり近い。
The fourth tail mask will look great on you. You really resemble her. Oh, the fourth tail character is a
そ
woman?
う、その通り。それに面にもいろいろと設定があって。
There's actually a whole backstory about her mask. Wow, he really enjoys this. Makino sure does love anime. Hehe.
みません。また暴走してしまって。
My apologies, I started to ramble again. It's okay, I just thought it was kind of funny. You know, whenever you start talking about anime, you drop all the usual formalities and just gush about what you like.
それはつい熱が入ってしまって。
I'm just very passionate about it. You don't have to be so polite when we talk to me. You know you're older than me anyways. Besides, I feel like we're a little closer now.
わかりました。
Okay. Oh, he likes me because I look like the fourth tail anime fox. Dang.
すぐに敬語抜きは難しいけど、努力しますので。
I know it's a habit of mine, but I'll do my best to loosen up a
あ
little.
なたの方は楽な口調で話してくれて構いません。
I don't mind if you speak to me casually either, like you would a
一
friend.
つ年上といえど、学年は同じですし、現場では助手同士ですから。
I might be a year older than you, but we're in the same year at school and we're both assistants on set. Oh, certainly. Oops. I mean, yeah, okay, thanks. I nodded with a laugh and Makino continued in a quiet
あなたは
voice.
変だと思わないんですね。
You don't think I'm weird? Why would
ア
I?
ニメのことになると、人が変わることが。
I know I act completely different when it comes to anime. Honestly,
傍から見ていても引いてしまいそうなものですが。
most people would cringe if they were standing in your shoes. I think it's completely natural to be enthusiastic about something you're into. Thinking back to the camp, there were a few times when he let his geeky excitement slip out. I don't know all that much about anime, to be honest, but it's fun to watch you be passionate about your hobby. I may not know the anime, but I can tell it's an interesting
そう
one.
ですか。
Yeah, so tell me more. Why are those third tail and fourth tail characters so popular?
いや、別にあえて聞く必要はないですよ。
Are they dating? Are they a couple? Is that why? You don't need to know. He's acting different than he was a moment ago. Let's see. How much does he like me now? We're at 39%. Let's see. This sounds like it could take a while. He's acting strange too. Well, I hope you'll tell me some other time.
はい、また今度で。
All right. Let's go back. I'm gonna choose the other one. I think the other one would have got him to confess that they're definitely like a couple. Yeah, he's gonna need to fess up. Explain, please. I fixed him with a firm gaze and I pressed the issue slowly and hesitantly. Makino muttered his explanation.
3尾と4尾は
Did he just say zombie?
なんです。
The third and fourth tails are lovers.
2人は恋人同士だからカップリングで人気があって。
They're lovers. They're a popular ship. I see. Wait a second. So my masked character and your masked character are in a relationship?
いや、もちろん意識したわけじゃないです。
I didn't give you the mask with that in
それ
mind.
ほら、行きましょう。花火もあるそうですし。
Anyways, let's get going. I think the fireworks are about to start. Weren't we going back? Hey, Makino ran off once more, so I leapt up and chased after him. Done. Later, I returned to my room in the camping ground. I was relaxing, basking in the afterglow of the festival. Out of the blue, I was summoned by Professor Asaki. So I made my way to the meeting room. I wonder what he needs at this hour. Okay, I just saved not too long ago. I'm gonna skip to see if the story changes there. Okay. So I'm gonna get the gist that the story with Asagi was basically them confessing that neither one of them are her dad and they're not sure who her father is. Okay, so before leaving campground, I visited the person who helped me the most. Thank you for all your hard work over the past 2 weeks.
ああ、上田さんですか。
Oh, hi.
お疲れ様とは言いますが、なんだか終わりって気がしませんね。
You say that, but it still doesn't feel like it's
この後
over.
も数日休んだらすぐに一緒の仕事なわけですし。
After a few days off, we'll be working together again. That's true. Still, today marks the end of this chapter of our
あなたも
lives.
大概律儀ですね。そういうの嫌いじゃないですが。
You're so sincere, can't say I mind it. He really does act more comfortable around me now than when we first met. Makino smiled, a rare sight to behold, and dipped his head in thanks.
では、こちらも改めて。あなたには本当に助けられました。
Allow me to thank you for your valuable help as well. Oh, please. I was just doing my job to help the screenwriter.
もちろんそれもありますけど、僕が
Sure.
一番お礼を言いたかったのは、
Sure, but I'm talking about your work on the short film. Ah, yeah, we really cut it close.
驚きました。完成させて急いでレッスン室に駆けつけたら、
We did. You know, after I stayed up all night and ran into the lesson room, I was pretty shocked.
あなたが牧野監督に食ってかかっているとは。
To think you'd face off against the director himself. Hey, don't remind me, I was desperate.
忘れませんよ。
I won't forget what you
あの時の
did.
あなたの勇気は、きっと僕に必要なものだから。
I need the kind of courage you showed back then. Huh? Makino didn't elaborate. Instead, he faced me squarely and offered a deep,
こ
gracious
れから
bow.
もよろしくお願いします。
It's an
上田さん、
honor to be working with you, Miss Lee. It's an honor. I'm deeply touched. Episode 4. At last. At last. How much does he like me now? Everybody else is grayed out. Nobody else matters. I did it. I got somebody. All right. When I got back to my room, I was struck by how quiet it was. Back at audition camp. That sounds so weird. I could always hear people's voices. Between that and the summer festival, things were always abuzz with life. It always felt like as soon as you got used to the kind of atmosphere, it came to an end. It left me feeling a little lonely. The summer festival was really fun, but audition camp was tough. I wonder how Makino is doing. I noticed at camp that he and I had a lot in common. For example, it took us a while before we got comfortable with new people, and neither of us liked the group activities. Oh, my phone rang suddenly, startling me, and I quickly checked the screen. It read Haruko Makino. That was the first time he had ever called. Look at this phone case. Did I mess up? Are we not answering this? My bad. I didn't realize I was in control at that point. Hello, Makino. What's up?
いえ、その、夜分にすみません。お忙しくなければいいんですが。
I'm sorry for calling so late. I hope you're not busy. No worries. Is everything okay?
折り入って相談したいことがあるんです。
There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Is that okay?
聞いていただけませんか？
Sure. But even after I answered him, Makino stayed quiet. I could hear his labored breathing through the phone as if he were struggling to speak. Makino?
やっぱり電話ではちょっと。明日、直接話を聞いてもらえませんか？
Actually, I can't say this over the phone. Could we meet tomorrow to talk? Okay, sure.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Afterwards, we made quick plans to meet up, and Makino hung up right away. What was that all about? Maybe something happened. He sounded so anxious. Made me worry. Dun dun. The next day, I headed to the cafe Makino specified over Ring after our phone call. It was easy to spot him sitting alone in the corner. It looked like he arrived early. His water cup was already empty. So you wanted to talk about something? Makino kept fidgeting and looked anxious, so I decided to start the conversation.
はい。
Yes, well. He is clearly nervous. It makes me nervous too. But what came out of Makino's mouth was the last thing I
実は
expected.
僕のオタク活動に付き合ってほしいんです。
I'd like for you to accompany me in my fan activities. Fan activities?
そのやっぱり無理ですよね。ご迷惑をおかけするつもりじゃなかったので取り下げます。忘れてください。
Never mind. I don't want to bother you, so please disregard my request. We forget I said anything. I'm not bothered. I just thought it was something more serious. So I'm a little relieved. Though I'm not really sure what you mean by fan activities. I don't really know much about anime. Would it be more fun if you talked about it with people who have the same hobby?
いえ、オタクにもいろいろあって。
No, there's many types of
同じ
fans.
作品でも解釈が違えば敵対することもありますし、一概に同じ趣味であれば盛り上がれる。
Oh my goodness. Even if we like the same show, I won't necessarily get along if we have conflicting interpretations.
僕にはそもそもオタクの友達がいません。
Besides, I don't really have any friends in the first place, so I keep that part of me a secret. Oh, right, that makes sense. You must have been trying hard to keep it hidden during camp.
今のところ僕の趣味についてはあなたしか知りません。
Currently, the only one that knows about my hobby is
何
you.
度か聖地巡礼に行こうとしたんですが、やっぱり一人だと勇気が出なくて。
I've tried to go to fan pilgrimages several times, but I've never had the courage to go alone.
行かないという選択肢はないんです。行かなかったらきっと後悔するから。
I absolutely must go. If I don't, I'll definitely regret it. Makino spoke with unexpected determination, but I had no idea what he was talking about. Fan pilgrimages?
アニメや映画などで舞台となった場所を巡ることです。
It's when you visit the real life location used in anime and film. I see. This made sense. It was their own kind of pilgrimage. I think I saw something on TV about towns trying to revitalize by bringing in fans, tourism, and anime-related locations. Naturally, pilgrimages sites for Japan's anime would be in Japan. Makino spent a lot of time overseas. He's probably not comfortable traveling to faraway places. Kazuma is my only friend, so I kind of understand Makino's feelings. Going on a trip alone would make me nervous too. And made me happy that Makino felt that he could rely on me. I try so hard and then I still end up knocking this blanket off my leg. It's cold in my room right now. I don't really know anything about anime, but I'm sure it'll be good for my screenwriting. Helping out someone who put their trust in me and making friends with someone who knew a lot about a genre I was unfamiliar with, both would be valuable experiences for me. I'll be happy to go with you if you're sure. Makino, who had been watching me nervously, widened his eyes. Thank you. He looked delighted, like he was 80% sure I would turn him down. So which anime are we going to pilgrim for?
ところは実は山ほどあるんです。ですが、団長の思いで優先順位をつけました。
There are many places I want to go, however, as difficult as it was, I drew up a list of priorities.
アトミックサーガ、通称アトサガの聖地を巡りたいと考えています。
First, I think I'd like to go on a pilgrimage for Atomic Saga, better known as At Saga. Atomic Saga, I think I've heard that name before. Since even I heard of it, I knew it must be a popular series, but I didn't know what it was about. Oh my gosh, look at that. There she is. There he is. Oh, it's cute. See, that's what I've been waiting for that entire time. Okay. It's called Atomic Saga. I mean, that's robots. The one with robots? I tried my best to remember the commercial I saw once. That moment I said that, Makino brightened up considerably.
そうです。分かってくれてるなんて。もしかしてあなたも実は興味が？
You understand. Could it be that you are a fan of it too? Oh, sorry, I've only seen the commercial for it, that's all.
そうでしたか。すみません。僕の早とちりでしたね。
He wants a waifu so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh, is that so? I apologize. I jumped to conclusions.
簡単に説明しますね。アトミックサーガというのは、
To explain it briefly in Atomic
平凡な
Saga,
男子学生が突如襲ってきた謎の敵、インペリアルマスターズに対抗すべく、首都の地下で秘密裏に作られていた戦闘ロボット、
a normal guy ends up piloting a battle robot called Atomic Dragoon in order to fight the mysterious Imperial
アトミックドラ
Masters.
グーンに乗り込み、大切な人を守るべく戦う物語で、作り込まれたキャラクター設定と美しいビジュアル、さらに重厚な音楽が、
It is a story about fighting to protect the ones you love with well developed characters, beautiful visuals, and a rich
放送
soundtrack.
前から評判を呼んだアニメなのです。もちろんそれだけではなく、メインとなるストーリーは切ないながらも希望にあふれ、
The anime was a hit before it even aired, but it's not just that it was popular. The story is beautifully sad yet filled with hope. Makino's sermon was getting practically feverish, gathering eyes from around the cafe. Makino, you're being a little loud.
あ、失礼しました。つい熱が入ってしまって。
You're so mean. Don't crush his dreams. He's just excited. I apologize. I got a little too excited. I'm okay. It's okay. He must really like it. It's to be able to talk about it with such
サ
passion.
ガのことを聞いてくれる人がいると思ったら嬉しくて、つい荒ぶってしまいました。
I was just so happy someone finally listened to me about Alt Saga. I couldn't help but get excited. Alt Saga, short for Atomic Saga, an anime where an ordinary boy pilots the battle robot Atomic Dragoon to fight the enemy organization called the Imperial Masters. From the way Makino flushed and looked down, I could tell how much the series meant to him. Well, if we're going to go on a fan pilgrimage, I better watch it too. I got the gist of it, but if I tag along on this pilgrimage without knowing more about it, it won't be as fun for
それな
Makino.
らご心配なく、DVD ボックスを持ってきました。
I keep yawning. I'm so sorry. No worries, though. I brought the DVD box set. Oh, that's why you have such a large bag.
はい。それからこっちが資料です。厳選したのでそれほど多くはありませんが。
Yes, and these are supplementary materials. I narrowed it down to the most important ones. I thought they'd help you understand. Oh, nope. I hit the wrong button. How much did you bring? It was a selection out with detailed labels. It was sectioned out with detailed labels.
聖地の資料はこちらです。これは僕の手作りなのですが。
Also, this is the materials of the locations. I wrote these up myself. He deposited a stack of printed papers on the table. They seem to cover all of the pilgrimages locations across the country. I don't have to count to know there were a ton of them. Makino, are you going to all of them?
でもそれはいずれコンプリートできればと思っているだけで。
Yes. Oh well, it's more that I'd like to eventually go to all of them.
近場の丸をつけたところに行ってみたいと思ってます。
First, I'd like to go to nearby locations, which I've circled. Okay, in that case, there were red circles on the map in front of me. They all looked like places that could be visited with a day trip.
もし了承してもらえたらこれをお渡ししようと思って。それで今日は来ていただいたんです。
I planned to give you all this if you accepted my request. That's why I asked you to come today. I'm glad. I was a little worried. Worried? Well, you sounded really tense over the phone. From your tone, I thought you had something really serious to talk about.
あれは断られるかもしれないと緊張していただけ。
I was just nervous that you'd turn me down. Let's see how much he likes me. Oh, oops. Let's see, 46%. Okay. It was just, I'm glad I could help. I'm gonna go with it was misleading because I'm curious. It was pretty misleading. Fjordus Brown hung his head.
すみません。
I'm sorry. He looked like a scolded puppy. It's fine. It's just, I'm just glad it was something I could help with.
実は電話するまでにものすごく悩んだんです。
To tell you the truth, I was really worried
通話
about
ボタン
calling you.
を押しかけてはやめてというのを30分くらい繰り返してしまったんです。
I was trying to press the call button, but I just couldn't go through with it. I did that over and over again for about 30 minutes. 30 minutes? From his words, I could tell that Makino had been seriously worried about
そ
it.
のせいで遅い時間に電話することになってしまってすみません。
That's why I called you at such a late hour. I'm sorry about that,
あな
but
たに電話してよかったです。
I'm glad I called you. I took a moment to admire. Wrong one. I took a moment to admire Makino's gentle smile. He was aloof when we first met. This is a totally different side of him. Alright, well, let's try loading that one back up. We want only right answers this
これ
time.
は断られるかもしれないと
I'm glad I could help. I see. Well, I'm glad I could help. I'd imagined one bad scenario after another, so it was a relief that my worries were unfounded. Makino?
上田さん。僕は今猛烈に感動しています。
I feel very moved right now. Makino clenched his fist. You're overreacting. I was glad to see him so happy, though.
実は電話するまでにものすごく悩んだんです。
To tell you the truth, I was really worried about
通話
calling
ボタ
you.
ンを押しかけてはやめてと
Tried to press the call button for 30 minutes. From his words, I could tell he had been seriously
そのせ
worried
い
about
で
it.
遅い時間に電話することになってしまってすみません。
That's why I called you at such a late hour. I'm sorry about
あ
that,
なた
but
に電話してよかったです。
I'm glad I called you. I took a moment to admire Makino's gentle smile. He was really aloof when we first met. This is a totally different side of him. It was like a new discovery.
ここまで来ていただいたお礼に何かご馳走します。気になるもの何でも言ってください。
As a thank you for coming all the way here, I'll treat you to something. Please order anything you're interested in. Oh no, it's fine. You don't have to do that.
ダメです。付き合っていただくんですから、このくらいは当然です。
I insist you're doing me a favor, so I have to thank you
むしろ
somehow.
お礼をしないと僕の気持ちが収まらないので、何か頼んでくれませんか？
In fact, if I can't show my gratitude, I won't feel comfortable. I won't feel comfortable. So would you please order something? The waiter happens to pass by then and ask for our order. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't ordered anything since I came to the cafe. I hastily opened the menu and chose the caramel latte. Makino ordered something for himself as well. The waiter took our orders, and I wasn't long before they returned. The caramel latte in front of me was perched on top of a coaster with the cafe's logo printed on it. The sweet smell tickled my nose. By contrast, Makino ordered was a brightly colored soda. The syrup created a gradient, a sky blue color that melted into a rose pink. That's not rose pink. The top was decorated with an assortment of fruit, complete with a sprig of mint. See it? The coaster is flipped the other way. Unlike my caramel latte, I couldn't see the cafe logo. In fact, it was a different color and texture too. Maybe they changed the coaster's paint on the drinks? This was a stylish cafe, so that could be. As I spaced out thinking about the coasters, Makino slowly turned his eyes over with a nervous expression.
やった、シュドだ。
It's Sud! Sud? It was another word I didn't
実は
know.
このカフェ、今ティアブレイドとコラボしているんです。
This cafe is actually collaborating with Tearblade right now. Tearblade, I wonder if that's the name of
なので
another
この
anime.
店で指定のドリンクを注文すると、ランダムでキャラ絵柄のコースターがもらえるんですよ。
If you order a special drink here, you get a coaster with a random character design. Is that why he chose this cafe?
まあ
Or you chose this
そう思います
cafe?
ただ、口コミでも女性に人気とあったので。
That's part of it, yes, but reviews said this was popular with girls too, so you should have told me. I would have ordered a drink that came with the coaster too.
これはお礼ですから、好 きなのを選んでいただかないとダメで
This
す。
is my thanks to you. I wanted you to get something you liked. Really? Oh, are there pilgrimage sites for Terrorblade on this map too?
残念ながらネオスフィアは存在しないので。
Unfortunately, the Neurosphere doesn't exist in real life. That's too bad, but where's the Neurosphere?
ティアブレイドの舞台となる架空の地名です。
It's the name of the fictional place Tearblade was set in. I see, so you couldn't go there even if you wanted to.
本当に
Yes, I wish I could. Makino spoke with a lot of feelings. Thank you for the drink, Makino. I stood up and tried to take the bag full of anime materials, but Makino picked it up first and walked me to the exit. When we got to the cafe's glass door, he held it open for me. Sweeb. After you. Well, thanks. I wouldn't have expected Makino to do this kind of thing.
何か
What is it? Makino's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Oh, sorry, it's just that I'm not used to people doing things like this.
しない方が
I
良か
got
った
too
です
distracted. I didn't even take a photo before she smiled. Oh no. Oh, would you prefer that I don't? I'm
こっちではあまり一般的じゃなかったですよね。
sorry. I suppose it isn't common over here. Is this that British custom? Ladies first?
通っていた学校は男子校でしたが、その分余計に女性教師からレディーファーストを叩き込まれまして。
I used to go to an all-boys school, but our female teacher was strict about being gentlemen to ladies,
癖になってしまってました。
so it's become a habit.
ああもしかしたら今までもなんだあいつカッコつけて
Oh no, people must think I'm trying to show off or something. Just imagine two people standing in a doorway for an exorbitant amount of time, just like, oh my god, you opened the door for me. Oh my gosh, like that's too. Someone's just trying to leave.
違うんです。僕はそんなおこがましいことしたりしません。
That's not it. I wouldn't do such a presumptuous
僕は
thing.
本当にその辺にいる男子大学生 A なんです。その他大勢なんです。
I'm really just a generic male university student A like anyone else. Calm down. I'm sure people don't think of you like that. You're fine. I don't think seemed pretty. I did think he seemed pretty cool, but Makino is still Makino. I'm kind of relieved. So we can choose what day to go later. I'll read through everything you wrote down. I left the cafe and tried to take the bag from Makino, but he held onto it and started walking along with me.
僕の趣味に付き合ってもらうのに、こんな大荷物を持たせるわけにはいきません。
I might
近
be
くまで送ります。
My apologies. I might be roping you into my hobby, but I can't let you carry around something so large. I'll walk you a little closer.
こっちの方で合ってますか？
Is this the right way? Yes, thank you. Come to think of it, he carried something heavy for me before too, back when he barely said anything, so I misunderstood him.
そっちは危ないですから。
Here, it's better if I walk on that side. Since I'd been reminiscing about our first shopping errand, I was probably wandering a little while I walked. Makino moved around to my other side, so now he was between me and the road.
歩くスピード速くないですか？
Am I walking too fast? No, I'm good. Makino was so considerate, made me feel almost giddy.
あ、自転車が来ます。
A bicycle is coming. Hey, Makino, I bet you're popular, huh? Am I wrong?
いいですか、上田さん。モテるというのは中身が伴った人間に向けるべき。
Listen, Miss Lee, someone can only be popular if they have substance. I'm not. I'd meant it to be an honest compliment, but Makino suddenly looked downcast.
今の人かっこよくない？
Hey, isn't that guy hot?
私も思った
Right? I think so too. After passing by those girls and hearing what they said, Makino clutched his head.
こんな時石ころベルトがあれば。
If there was a pebble belt for times like this, pebble belt, I had no idea what that was. I'd never heard that term before, but it sounded strange, so maybe it was something from an
つけたら
anime.
道端の石になれるベルトです。
It's a belt that transforms you into a pebble on the
この外
side
見だ
roadside.
から注目されがちなんですが。僕は
I
極
stand
力
out
目立
because
ちた
of
く
my
ないん
looks,
です。
but I wish that weren't the case. I guess you do stand out in a crowd, but people are only saying good things. Does that bother you?
みんなこんな僕を笑ってるんです。
I bet everyone is laughing at me. Does he not hear them at all? I don't think so. Makino looked a little pale. It seemed he dislikes crowds. His dislike for crowds was serious. Why don't we go this way instead? I took Makino's hand and pulled him to a side road. It would be easier to walk with fewer people around.
すみません。
I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. You know I wouldn't have minded meeting somewhere with fewer
いえ、
people.
そんな女性を人気のないところに呼ぶなんてできませんよ。
Of course not. I couldn't ask a girl to come to some isolated place.
人となりのよくわからない男に呼び出されるなんて不安でしょ？
Miss Lee, I'm sure you would be nervous to meet with a man you don't know well, right? I think I can say that I know you well enough by now. Or is there something I don't know about him? Oh, right.
なんというか、今までは仕事で会うだけでしたので、いきなりプライベートのお誘いなんて。
It's just that we met for work purposes, so I thought you would be apprehensive to meet for something so in private. But he can be a little abashing, but he was being considerate of me. Makino, you're... Oh gosh. Oof. I love it. I love this. Is this telling me the order it wanted me to go in, by the way? Because this would be her best friend. This would be a flirtatious guy. And blue would be him. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. I meant to hit this button. Definitely popular. A good friend. A good friend. Makino's eyes widen.
いい人。そうです。いい人止まりくらいがちょうどいいんです。
A good friend. Yes, it is for the best that you think of me as just that. I was pretty sure he didn't get what I meant. Right. Makino really does like flattery. I should remember that. We finally arrived at my place, so I said my thanks to Makino for carrying the bag.
じゃあ、今後のことはまた連絡しますね。
Then I'll contact you later about our plans. See you. Makino turned and went back the way he came. I stood there for a while watching him. Nah, it's heavy. I put the DVD and materials in the corner of my room and sat down for a moment. Makino must really like this series. When Makino talks about things he likes, his face is totally lit up. He seems to be having fun. I wonder if he'd have fun talking about it together if I was familiar with that stuff. Summer break was coming to an end, and the directors were deciding who would make it the cast based on the auditions. There'd be a final call after the break, and Professor Asagi was buckling down on his writing. I'm sure I can make some time to watch these DVDs, probably. As I thought about it, I took the DVDs out of the bag and turned them over in my hands. Oh yeah, and there's the one he told me about at the cafe. Tears something. I should look that up too. But with that, summer break ended. As I attended my lectures for the second semester and assisted Professor Asagi while he focused on writing, I started studying anime. And for how it turned out, to ensure that I could join Makino on his fan pilgrimage when the time came, I found as many spare moments as I could. I don't know why, but like in my head, I thought it'd been funny if her room suddenly had like an anime poster hanging up in it. Like, oh man, it's working. She's really liking the anime now. Wait, no, they die? Thank God, they're alive. Oh no, they're dead. This is making me cry. I had never really watched anime before, but as I witnessed bonds weaved between the charming characters, I couldn't help but cry. Maybe this is what I've been missing in my scripts. When I wrote my script, That's what I was lacking: soul-stirring friendships, passion, and love. So this is what a true moving story is like. I'd only watched anime when I was a child, but even though I was an adult now, it really resonated with me. Anime isn't for kids all the time. It was a new discovery. Okay. In episode 3, when Kai saves Gerda, I was it was amazing. I almost cried. I totally get it. You get it. I think so too. The animation in that scene is so amazing too. It was a really god tier episode. And wasn't the music so exhilarating too? I messaged him on Ring about my thoughts on the series and immediately got passionate replies in return. At first, I sent those messages to make Makino happy since he mentioned not having any friends who like anime, but the DVD he let me borrow was more interesting than I expected, and watching it taught me a lot about screenwriting. Before I knew it, I started sending him my thoughts on Ring all the time. I got more interested in Blade, and since the whole series was available for streaming online, I watched it in one go. The more I watched, the more I became attached to the characters. Now I could kind of understand why Makino had been so happy when he got the coaster he wanted. I wonder if they're still running that promotion. I reached over to grab my phone and check the cafe's website. If they're still doing it, I want to go and get my own coaster. The next time we both had a day off from classes, we finally carried out our first pilgrimage. See you tomorrow. I'm excited to go visit the sites with you. I couldn't help but smile at the emoji he had attached to his message. It hadn't really made sense to me when he invited me, but I realize now what I was excited for. I was excited for the trip too. All right, hee hee hee. Oh no, I wanted to take a photo of the emojicon. I closed Rain and checked the weather on my phone, thrilled to see it be a sunny day tomorrow. Now it's gonna rain. I picked up the documents Makino had given me and flipped through the pages excitedly. It felt like I was a kid on the night before a field trip. Kind of. When I arrived at the place we'd promised to meet at, Makino was already there. Makino, sorry, were you waiting long?
いえ、僕も今来たところですから。
No, I just got here. Let's go. I was hoping he'd wear his other outfit. When Makino immediately tried to head off to our destination, I rushed to take a small paper bag from my purse. Wait a minute. Here.
このコースターはなぜこれを上田さんが持っているんで
This
すか?
coaster is... Why do you have this? Well, I finished Blade and then I went back to that cafe and, well, it's not Sud, but do you want it? Makino? He's gone silent. Had I done something wrong?
本当はやっぱり惹かれているんじゃないかとそう思っていたんです。
I had thought in truth that you still saw all this as weird and pathetic.
あなたはこうして自分から知ろうとしてくれました。バカにしないで。
But you looked into it on your own. You didn't make fun of me. You really took interest.
嬉しくて。
This makes me so happy. He looked so emotional. I thought he might cry, leaving me feeling self-conscious. You're overreacting. It's not a big deal. Besides, you introduced me to something fun, so I should be the one thanking you.
いいえ、大げさなんかじゃありません。
No, I'm not overreacting.
お前そんななりしてオタクなんだ。って言われる覚悟は常日頃からしています。
Every day I expected someone to say, ooh, someone likes you like anime every day.
はい。
Yes. Come to think of it, he said something like that last time too.
他の人には言い出せなくて。付き合わせるのも。
That's why I couldn't tell anyone. And I felt really bad about dragging you along with me. Could you stop saying that? Huh? I'm pretty excited for today too, so I don't know how to respond when you say you feel bad about it. I see. I understand.
では、言葉を改めます。
Then let me revise my
ありが
words.
とうございます。上田さん
Thank you for coming with me.
全力で聖地を案内しますね。
I'll do my best to guide you when we arrive. Sure, I look forward to it. Looking cheerful, Makino stared off again. I just realized This may have been for the purpose of a fan pilgrimage, but it was still the first time I'd gone out with a guy other than Kazuma. Once I realized that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I hesitated, wondering what to
着きまし
do.
た。ここです。
We're here. This is the place. Makino pointed to a sign in front of us. Oh wait, is this?
そうです。このうどん屋が最初の聖地です。
This udon shop is our first stop. The restaurant looked like it had been there a long time. It was probably beloved by the locals. Even though I'd never been here, I recognized it from the scene in At Saga. This is the place where Gerda invites Kai before he opens up to anyone,
は
right?
い。
Yeah. I read your packet, but I never expected to find it right here in the city.
これくらいなら一人で行けるとも思ったんですが、やっぱりちょっとハードルが高くて。
I know I could go to a place like this by myself, but I still found it difficult.
麺
Difficult?
類のお店特有のルールってあったりするじゃないですか。マシマシとかバリカタとか。
Sometimes noodle shops have their own special terms like mashi mashi for extra toppings or body kata for firm noodles. Oh, those, but
事前に
that's mostly
出荷を
ramen
買うのか
shops.
後払いなのかとか。
And for example, do you buy a food ticket before or after?
他のお客さんとの距離が近かったり。
Before, because then you give the ticket to get the food. Also, I feel awkward when I'm too close to the other customers or when I'm near a group who all came together. Alright, yeah, I understand that too. I didn't like to go into crowded places alone either.
もしカウンターしか席が空いていなかったら。
And what if he
なんて考えたらもう
only-
怖くて。
What if only the counter seat is open? Just think about it, gives me chills. I get that too.
僕はこういうお店だと余計に悪目立ちするらしくて。
When I go to places like this, I tend to stick out
和
even
食は
more.
好きですし、梅干しも納豆も食べられるのに。
I like Japanese food even the stronger tasting dishes like umeboshi and natto. Oh gosh, not natto. Okay, well today you have me, so it's
Hi.
gonna be fine.
よろしくお
I
願
am
いし
your
ます。
guide puppy. Thank you. It was still early in the day, so the restaurant wasn't too busy. We ducked under the entrance curtain. That udon was delicious. I could understand why Kai opened up after being talked to at a place like this. As we left, Makino clenched his fist in excitement.
やった。やりました。貝が食べてたのと同じうどんを食べられました。
I did it. I got to eat the same udons as Kai did. Congratulations. I wondered if this was what it felt like to be a proud mother watching over her child.
はい。上田さんが
I don't know if you're
トッピングの
gonna
ことを
date
教
him
え
with
てくれて
comments
助か
like
りまし
that.
た。
Yes, you helped a lot teaching me about the
天かすを入
toppings.
れないとあのうどんにはなりませんからね。
In order to do the same udon, it had to have that tenkasu. In the anime, the udon Kai had eaten had been topped heavily with tenkatsu tempura batter crumbs. This restaurant was unique in that you could add that topping yourself. I didn't do much, but if it made Makino happy, that was all that mattered. Besides, the udon that Gerda and Kai ate was definitely delicious. We left the store and began walking when Makino suddenly stopped. What is it?
ああ、いえ。僕としたことが不活でした。
I just can't believe I could be so
今
careless.
日のちぎり最新刊の発売日だというのをすっかり忘れてました。限定版が出るから絶対に当日買わなくてはならなかったのに。
I forgot that today was the release date for Kaio's Vow. It's a limited edition, so I have to buy it
予約して
today.
おくべきでした。きっと
I should have reserved it. Now I won't be able to get it. Why don't we go to a nearby bookstore? I took out my phone to check the map, but Makino stopped me.
限定版というのは発売するお店が決まっているんです。
Limited editions are sold in select stores, so we'd have to go to one of those. Where is it? I'll go with you. It wasn't like I had anything else planned. In response, Makino pointed to a building at the end of the street.
あそこ。
It's within view and you're acting like this? Bruh, it's there. Oh, look at that. I recognize that poster. I think that's on the list of games I want. I don't believe it's one I have. So this is the list. This isn't a list. These are the games I bought, but I haven't played yet. I've keeping them on my desk so I actually play them. So I have Collar X Malice. This is Piafori. This one they actually showed in the other thing in the background. And then this one's Bust a Fellow, which I don't think is by the same company, so I don't think we'll see it in any of their ads. But I recognize that one. I'm trying to remember if I can remember the name. I know it was on my list. But that's fun. I like that they use the actual posters for things that exist in their company, I guess. But that's another choose your own adventure game, novel game. The sign said Ani Fight in big letters. Is that a bookstore?
本だけではなくて、アニメや漫画関係のグッズなどを多く扱っている
It's a specialty shop that sells not only books but merchandise and such related to anime and manga.
いつも通販を使っていたので、まだ店には入ったことがなくて。
He needs a support animal. Speaking of anime figures, here's one I have on my desk. Since he's too scared. This is Nezuko. She's hanging upside down. This is the scene in season 1 when she's being attacked by, I can't think of his name right now, but he's a spider and I think it starts with an R. So yeah. I've always ordered online, so I've never been in one of the stores. All right. Makino turned around, but I refuse to stop. Wait. But if you go there, they might have it, right? Kyo's vow. Then we should check if they have it. I'll go with you. What? It does look like there's a lot of people. I wouldn't want you to go alone. I'm feeling very moved right now. How did you know? You said that last time, I remember, because of how strangely you said it. Is that so? I've never really tried to broaden my horizon on my own before, but thanks to you, my eyes have been open. It's important to take interest in things you don't know about, and any kind of experience is valuable when it comes to writing scripts. I see. You're very strong. Huh? It's nothing. Would you like to come with me then? Sure, of course. Going into a bookstore. How exciting.
つい長居をしてしまって、まさか買い逃したドラマ CD 同梱版まであるとは思わなくて。
I apologize for staying so long. I didn't think they would have the volume that came with a drama CD that I missed out on.
あれもこれも欲しくなってしまうなんて、実店舗は危険地帯ですね。
It made me want to buy so many things. A physical store is a dangerous place. That is a fact. I will buy more than I need when I go into a physical store because I'm like, it's there, it's $5, and I'll do that 10 times, and then it's not $5 anymore. Huh. But it was a nice once in a while, right? I had a lot more fun than I expected to. Now I know more about the things you like.
そうですか?
Really? You like that kind of series? There are weekly jumping, right?
はい。主人公が困難に直面しながらも、仲間たちとの絆や努力で乗り越えていく。
Yes, where the protagonists face difficulties yet overcome it with the power of friendship and hard work.
僕もあんな風になれたらって思わずにはいられません。
Always wondered if I could be that way too.
どんなに楽しいかって。
It must be so fun.
けど、僕には何もない。
But I have nothing. Huh? Makino didn't reply. I wonder what's wrong. I was trying to decide what to say when.
あれはるみくんじゃないこんなとこで偶然だね。
Hey, Harumi, is that you? I never thought I'd see you here.
あ、ほんとだ。一瞬誰だかわかんなかったよ。
You're right. I didn't realize it was him at first.
あ、どうも。
Hello.
こんなとこで買い物てか、
What's with that bag? Is that anime stuff? Do you like that kind of thing? Harumi liking anime? I can't even imagine it. No way he's interested in that kind of thing. You came to that store, right? No, The two were staring at him suspiciously. They must be Makino's classmate. He keeps it a secret at school. This is bad, isn't it? Oh no. Is there anything I can do? Waiting to try and help him somehow, I silently mouth the words to Makino, trying to get him to notice the two. Is there anything I can do? Do we run? I hope he understands. Well, he got it. Makino looked down a little, then glanced at me with a pained expression. This is my girlfriend's. I was tagging along to carry her stuff. Girlfriend? What girlfriend? Is my line? Does he mean like dating? Makino looked at me with like an abandoned puppy. I have to do this. I gave Makino a small nod. Firstly, that's rude. No way, I can't imagine someone as sophisticated as Harumi having a girlfriend. What do you think, go straight to marriage? The moment I made up my mind, they leaned in closer and made me falter. Gotta pull us off. Somehow managed to smile at Makino and so I wouldn't get called out. That's it. This is my girlfriend. Yeah, we're gonna save. This is dangerous territory. Oh, we're on the wrong page. All right, yeah. Get ready. All right, pretend time. Mission. Convince Harumi's friends that you're his nerdy girlfriend and protect his dignity. Does your girlfriend go to our university? Is she our age? She goes somewhere else, but we're in the same year. How did you two meet? At a party? When we invited him in the past, he always turned us down. And how did you two meet? You see, Makino stuttered, looking at me and silently begged for help. My answer doesn't need to be anything interesting. He helped when I was lost. I was lost and he stopped to help me. That's right. How nice. It must be fate that you two ran into each other that way. Woof, they believe me. I made him look good. I feel like that didn't need to be that kind of lie. Could have been we met at work. I'm glad you understand. We'll be taking our leave. We're not done yet. Chris, meeting each other is one thing, but dating's another. Someone had to make the first move. I can't really imagine Harumi making the first move. So which is it? Well, I asked, he asked. I asked him out. I made up my mind and he answered, and Harumi's eyes widened. She was very passionate. Before I knew it, she made me fall for her. That's a lot. She must have tried really hard. Yes, I did. I studied things I thought he might like. That was very touching. She's truly an amazing person. Huh? High praise. You must really like her. I'm a little embarrassed. But your girlfriend, she's the type to go to a shop like this?
彼女さんの趣味付き合う前から知ってたの？
Did you know about her hobbies before you started dating?
付き合った後に知りました。
I found out after.
まあ隠すよね。いい年してさすがにないもんね。
It makes sense to hide it. I mean, at our age, it's a little, you know.
されたら嫌だもんね。てか、彼女さんも本当は隠したかったんじゃない？
I wouldn't want to shatter my image. Actually, I bet you wanted to keep it hidden, right? I planned to tell him. No, I planned to tell him. I knew he wouldn't judge me.
私だったら絶対言えないよ。彼女さん、勇気あるんだね。
I wouldn't be able to admit that. You're pretty bold. Me too. If I could keep it hidden, I would. It took courage, but I didn't want to keep my true self hidden like that. Look at that. Oh, there's another layer. Oh gosh.
こうして買い物に付き合ってるってことは、はるみくんは彼女さんの趣味受け入れたってことだよね。
Since you're out shopping with her, that means you've accepted her hobbies, right?
はい。彼女、楽しそうなので。
Yes, she seems to enjoy it.
でもそのうち二次元の男の方がいいって言われちゃうかもよ。
They can be. Maybe she'll end up saying those two-dimensional guys are way better.
イケメンよりどりみどりだもんね。
They're not real, classmate A. There's so many handsome anime
そうで
guys.
すね。心から同意します。
You're right. I agree wholeheartedly.
落ちちゃダメじゃん。
You shouldn't agree with us.
それで終わりじゃありません。強敵に行く手を阻まれ、挫折するのはお約束です。
Of course, it's not all about looks. It's important for one efforts to be foiled by an adversary.
ですが特訓を積み、必殺技を身につけ、必ず強敵を倒す。
But you
それ
train
が
and
ヒーロ
train,
ーというものです。
learn a special attack, and defeat the enemy no matter what. That's what a hero is. Hero? He's showing determination. He means he's that determined, right? Yes,
ええ
that's right.
そうです。つまり二次元だろうとなんだろうと、彼女は誰にも渡しません。
In other words, two-dimensional or otherwise, I don't plan on losing her to anyone.
もうのろけられた。
How lovey-dovey.
恋が溢れてるんだね。
He loves you a lot, huh? Love? Yeah, I suppose so. There's another layer? Oh, we need to quit this.
はるみくんに彼女がいるって分かったらみんな驚くだろうな。
But if people find out Harumi has a girlfriend, I bet they'll be surprised.
はるみくんって大学にファンクラブがあるぐらい人気なんだよ。
He's so popular, he has a fan club at our university. I heard about it.
知ってるんだ。彼女ならそういうの気にならないの？
You already know, doesn't it bother you? Bother, oh, like
はるみ
jealous?
くんが彼氏なら私だったらめちゃくちゃ自慢するよ。注目されて気分いいしさ。
If Harumi was my boyfriend, I'd boast about it to everyone. It feels nice being in the
ドル
spotlight.
ビューティーな彼氏とかそれだけで自分のステータス上がるわ。
A boyfriend like him definitely elevates your status. Oh, that?
ステータス
Status, huh? Makino seems to be at a loss for no words. Makino!
こんな時、つけたら道端の石、この外見だから注目されが。
He said he doesn't want to stand out, but he's the center of attention at his school.
ここだけの話。あなたははるみくんのどこを好きに？
What made you fall for Harumi? After everything I'd asked so far, this was one question I've expected. Talking with him. I like talking with him. What? He teaches me a lot about new things, and he's very considerate.
そうなんです。
I am?
はるみくんも初耳なの？
Is this news to you?
はい。てっきり見た目かと。
I thought it was just my looks. It's not. Things are a little awkward at first, but we've got a good rapport now.
はるみくん、大学じゃ必要最低限のことしか
How
話さないの？
surprising. He only speaks the bare minimum at school. He has wonderful manners. He's honest, and I like how kind he is too.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
もういいや。なんか悲しくなってきたか
I
ら。
get it. This is making you depressed. Let's stop here. Look at that.
疑ってごめんね。相思相愛なのはよーくわかったよ。
Sorry for Danya. I can see you really love each other.
うんうん。これ以上はこっちが照れちゃう。
And more of this, any more of this, and I'll get hot and bothered. I'm so
はるみ
embarrassed.
くんの印象もちょっと変わったかも。
You know, my impression of you has changed, Harumi. Huh?
冷たい印象だったけど、彼女さんの前では違うみたいだから。
I thought you were really reserved, but you're different with your girlfriend.
そうですね。彼女といると肩の力が抜けるというか。
That's true. When I'm with her, I feel like I can
気をつけなくてい
relax.
いんだなって思えるんです。
It makes me feel like I don't need to act cool all the time.
普通は逆じゃない？
Isn't it normally the other way
そうなん
around?
ですかね。
I'm not sure. She's my first girlfriend, you see. That's cute. Oh my god. That was 5 questions. Oh, man.
これ以上デートの邪魔するのもなんだし、私たちは退散するね。
I feel bad getting in the way of your date. We'll leave you
バイバイ、はる
be.
みくん。
Bye bye, Harumi.
ええ、失礼します。
Yes, excuse us. Whew, that was close.
心臓に悪かったですね。
I feel like that took a year off my life. The 2 girls disappeared back into the crowd. We looked at each other and simultaneously let out big sighs. Let's go somewhere to take a break.
賛成です。そこのお店でいいですか？
I agree. How about that cafe? Ooh. That really got out of hand. It's the cafe I first started
とっさ
in.
にあなたのせいにしてしまったばかりか。口裏を合わせてもらって。
I'm
助かりました。
sorry. I blamed it on you, and yet you played along. You really helped me. I doubted I would ever see those people again, so I don't care what they thought of me. But I was worried about Makino. I remember how he'd been concerned by other girls in the past. Our relationship was different back then, though. Makino looked like he was bothered, or rather, like he couldn't take it much longer. If they came at him with the same level of aggression this time, I don't think he'd be able to handle it on his own. I don't mind, but what about you? What if your fans find out?
そんなの困りませんよ。この見た目や帰国子女だからってみんな僕に幻想を抱いているんです。
That doesn't matter. They only care about a fantasy version of me based on my looks and the fact that I lived
あなたは
overseas.
僕がどんな人間かご存知でしょ？本当の僕はクールでも何でもなくて、ただ
But you know what kind of
人と
person I
関わる
am.
のが苦手な
don't
だけ
you?
なんです。
I'm not cool at all, and I'm horrible at communicating with others. Makino spoke in a forlorn tone and downed the drink he ordered in one go. I have to disagree a little. It is true that you might not be the best at communication, but you reached out to me, didn't you?
それは自分の趣味のためです。そ
That
れは
was
すごく躊躇し
for
ま
my
したし、
hobby. Besides, I hesitated a lot. That doesn't matter. And if you only wanted someone to tag along, you wouldn't have made such detailed resources for me. You added all kinds of photos and images, and you explained where explanations were easy to understand. You worked hard on it, so a beginner like me could understand,
作
right?
品の布教はオタク活動の基本ですから。
Sounds like religion. Spreading the word is the duty of a fan. Makino sounded like he was coming up with excuses. Is that really all it was? I just
無
didn't
理やり
think
付き合ってもらうのは
it was right
違うかなと思っ
to
た。
force you to come with me. I started getting interested when I heard you talk about it and read what you wrote in the materials. That's all because of how much effort you put into everything. I guess you could say you lit the flame in my heart.
上田さん、それ、後サガの回のセリフですよね。
Missy Wade, that's Kai's line from Alt Saga, isn't it? Yeah. Was that how it went?
はい、
Yes. I still have a lot to learn, but I hope you keep sharing things with me.
はい、ぜひ。でも、僕こそ勉強不足でした。
Of course, I have a lot more to learn too.
仲間に力をもらうって、こんな感じなんですね。
It's supposed to be what it feels like to share strength with one's
違
ally.
う。こういうの、2度目でしたね。
Actually, I felt this way
みんなで
before.
ミニドラマを作った時も、同じような感覚がありま
When
し
we
た。
all made that short film, I felt the
い
same
い
way.
ものですね。仲間って。
It's nice to have allies and friends.
今なら確かに どんな敵でも倒せそうな気がします。
It's really true. It makes me feel like I can defeat any enemy that comes my way. Makino's expression brightened. He ordered a refill on his drink and then looked back
あ
at
りが
me
とうござい
in
ま
the
す。
eye.
あなたと話していると、僕の心にも火がつく。
Thank
そんな
you.
気がします。
When I talk to you, it feels like my heart has been lit with a flame too. Really? My heart fluttered at his heated gaze. Makino usually acted cool, but now he looked so
上田さんと
passionate.
いう友を得て、僕はさらなる高みに行ってみせます。
Now that I have a friend like you, I'll reach even greater heights. Yeah, wait, heights.
でも申し訳ないんですが、恋人のふりは続けてもらえませんか？
Would you continue to pretend to be my lover? What?
正直なところ、ああいうことはかなり頻繁に起きるんです。だから、女子と話すのはまだ怖くて。
To tell the truth, things like that happen often, so I'm still scared to talk to
彼女がいるっ
girls.
て噂が広まったら、もしかしたら周りに集まって来られたりはしなくなるんじゃないかと思うので。
If rumors about me having a girlfriend spread around, perhaps they would leave me
ど
alone.
ことをお願いしているって自覚はあります。でも、お願いします。
I didn't mean to. I fully understand that what I'm asking is a lot, but please. I had a hard time bluffing back there. I think the truth would come out eventually.
そのリスクは分かっています。
You're right. I know there are risks.
僕もできる限りフォローしますから。なんとかお願いできませんか？
But I'll do my best to help you, so please, could you?
と言っても、僕自身あまり自信はないんですが。
Of course, I don't have much confidence either. Makino suddenly seemed as nervous as he was back when we first talked about the fans' pilgrimage sites. He seemed really stressed. Well, my thoughts wavered over whether I should turn him down or not. I wanted to help Makino, but I also wanted to avoid getting in a dicey situation like one before.
ですか。もし迷惑だったら断ってください。無理強いをしたいわけでは。
Is that a no? If it's too much of a bother, please say so. I don't want to push you. What should I do? I managed to get through it somehow last time, but I couldn't really keep up. His lover? Even if it's pretend, me and Makino, I can't imagine it. But we're finally friends now. If my friend is in trouble, I want to help him.
そう。恋愛が絡むシーンになると、リアリティに
You're being fed cliche after cliche. It's unrealistic. That's right. I should change my mindset. If there's a good reason to do it, I think I can manage it. Lee? Okay, I'll do it. Might as well see it through.
本当ですか？
Really? But in exchange, I have a favor to ask you. Is that okay?
お願いですか？
A favor? Is it something I can do? The thing is, I can't write romance. I've never dated anyone before. I can manage to write something like it, but it's shallow and doesn't resonate. I have to get better at
薄っ
it.
ぺらなんて。だって、あの時あなたが書いてくれたシナリオはとても素晴らしかったじゃないですか。
Shallow, but the script you wrote before was amazing. Thank you. I'm happy you think so, but the story had 0 romance scenes, right?
それはそうでしたね。
Now that you mention it, that's why I don't really know what to do as a pretend lover. But thinking about you and pretending to date might help me learn something about that. That's why if I'm going to pretend to be your girlfriend, you need to act like a real boyfriend
それ
too.
があなたのお願い。
Is that the favor? Is this why this is called pretend lover pretend? Because I didn't realize they were just pretending to date. What a weird road we're on. What do you
わ
think?
かりました。これは僕のためでもあり、
I
あ
understand.
なたのためでもある。
This is both for you
恋愛
and
関
me.
係ですね。
We added a new word to our glossary.
僕もいくらかは気が楽です。
It'll be a alliance. I think that makes me feel better than if it were just one way benefiting. Thank you. So I guess let's do this.
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。上田さん。
I look forward to working with you. Makino looked more relaxed than before, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. His expressions had softened. But couples don't really call each other by their last names, do
確か
they?
に少し不自然かもしれません。
You're right, that might be a little odd. Your politeness might seem kind of strange too, but then again, you're that way to everyone. For now, how about we change how we call each other? If we get used to it now, we won't end up panicking in another situation like
わかり
today.
ました。なんて呼べばいいですか？
What should I call you? Why not just call me by my first
名
name?
前。そうか。つまり、
Your name, I see. So, Lee. Is it really that hard? You don't have to force
いえ
yourself.
その、いきなり呼び捨てはハードルが高いので、さん付けでもいいでしょうか。
Just calling you that right away is kind of difficult, so could I still call you
そ
Miss?
れだと不自然ですか？だったらなんとか少し猶予をいただいて練習してきます。
Is
そう
that
すれば、
too awkward? If you can give me some time, I can practice. Then maybe he's really caught up on this. It must be harder than I thought for him. Sure, call me Miss. It's fine. I'll call you Harumi.
はい。よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you. The only person who calls me by my first name is Kazuma, so it feels new. It makes me feel a little off kilter. I usually call men by their last name too. It surprised me that changing how I refer to someone could make me feel so different. I wonder if all couples that just started dating feel like this. Nice.
じゃあ、そろそろ出ましょうか。
Why don't we get going? Outside the window, the sky was painted with the color of the sunset. We stood to leave, and like last time, Harumi held the door open for me. If we're a couple, do you think
恋人なら、
we should hold hands? You're right. That would be more natural, wouldn't it? It would probably be normal for a couple to hold hands, but obviously I'd never done that before. How do I hold out my hand? Palm facing up? Or is it the other way? My head filled with silly questions and I couldn't look Harumi in the face. Still looking away, I reached out my hand towards him. ... But my hand reached nothing but air. Huh? What? That's weird. I can't find Harumi's hand.
あの、手出してくれてますか？
Mrs. Lee, could you please hold out your hand? I am actually. Can you hold out your hand?
もちろんです。というか、さっきから探してるんですが、どうしてか見つからなくて。
Actually, I've been looking for yours, but I can't seem to find it. What? I've been looking for yours too. Seriously, we're both searching for each other's hands and kept missing them?
すみません。こういったことは慣れてなくて。僕がリードするべき立場なのに。
I'm sorry, I'm not used to things like this. I should be leading you. It surprised me that Harumi wasn't more familiar with holding hands. You act so cool when you open doors for me and hold my bags. I figured you'd be a
いや
natural.
全く。同級生たちは慣れているようでしたけど、僕は、
Not at all. My classmates seem like they are, but
僕はそういう相手はい
I've
ません。
never dated someone either. I see. There's something we have in common then, huh? So what should we do? At this rate, we'd never be able to hold hands. It was one of the most basic steps imaginable, and we're already hit
ちょっ
a
と待っ
road.
てください。ちゃんとします。
Just give me a moment, I'll do it properly. A determined silence followed, and then my right hand was suddenly wrapped in Harumi's left hand. Gasp. Finally. I looked up at Harumi and our eyes met. He was looking at me too, which meant that we were gazing at each other. What do? I'm suddenly nervous. His hand was so warm, if a little tense. I knew mine must have been the same.
無事にというか、
We somehow managed to hold hands. Yeah, it looked so easy, but it's harder than I expected.
みんなあまりに自然に手をつないでいるから、簡単なのだとばかり思っていました。
Everyone holds hands so naturally, I thought it would be
この
simple.
境地に至るには訓練が必要ですね。主人公が新たな技を得得するには厳しい修行が必須ですし。
Training must be necessary to reach that level. Whenever a protagonist learns a new skill, they always get through harsh training. The spirit of the jumping hero is in your head even now, huh?
もちろんです。一時だって忘れませんよ。
Of course I will never forget because I love it. How can I
好きな
not?
ものは好きなんです。
I can't help what I love.
聞いた？好きなんですからだってあんたも見習って言ってみなさいよ。
Woman with a boyfriend. Did you hear that? Love? Why don't you take a leaf out of his book and say it too? Hush, I'm shy.
何それ？
Is that so? My face heated up and I looked down. I think even my ears turned red now that I could check and see. My heart hammered in my chest so strongly I thought Harumi might feel my racing pulse through my hand. They must have misheard you.
本当に
Yes.
困ったものです。
How taxing. Harumi. Hey, say
そちら
something.
こそ何か喋ってく
Why
ださい。
don't you say something? More silence. I don't really know what to say in
そ
situations
んな
like
の
this.
僕だって同じですよ。
Neither do I.
やっぱり修行が必要ですね。
We really do need training. Heh. So you're still sticking to the training thing, huh? What with that, my first eventful day in Harumi's pretend lover came to a close. We had completed the first important mission. Hold hands. Dwah. What an awkward couple. Later, I was writing a report for class in my room when my phone started ringing. Ichiro! Professor Asagi, what could it be about?
夜分に申し訳ない。少し急ぎのお願いがあってね。早めの方がいいから電話させてもらいました。
I apologize for calling you so late. I had an urgent request. The faster the better, so I didn't want to wait. Of course, what do you need? An urgent request? I hope I can help. He began to list the details to me. It turns out that he needed me to go to potential shooting locations that match the movie's storyline. He needed reports on each one for reference. Location scouting. Location scouting. Searching for filming locations for TV and movie production. This is starting to feel like a real movie production. Of course, I wanted to do anything I could to help, but I was nervous about doing it alone. Will I be by myself?
さすがにそんな無茶はさせられない。監督に確認したらスタッフをつけてくれると言っていたから。
No, that'd be too much to put on you. I checked with the director and he said he'll have someone go with you. That's a relief. Thank you. Who will it
マキノ
be?
君だよ。彼なら頼りになるでしょう。
It'll be Makino. He should work fine. Yes, hearing that it was Harumi was
詳細は
fantastic.
明日また改めて話をするから。先に概要のデータをメールで送っておくので、時間があったら目を通しておいてく
I'll
ださい。
give you more details tomorrow. For now, I'll send over an overview by email. So if you have time, please look through it.
引
Sounds
き受け
good.
てもらえて助かったよ。では、よろしくね。
Thanks for taking this on. It helps a lot. After I finished my call with Professor Asagi, I immediately dialed Harumi. He picked up almost immediately.
今ちょうど連絡しようと思っていて、急にスマホが鳴り出したのでびっくりしました。
Good evening. I was planning to call you, then my phone rang. It surprised me. Haha, perfect timing.
あなたのところにもロケハンの連絡が行ったんですね。
You must have been contacted with the locating scouting too. Yeah, why don't we come up with a plan? Can we meet up tomorrow?
父の仕事の手伝いでスタジオに行くので、そこで打ち合わせをしましょう。
Yeah, I'll be at the studio to help my father, so let's talk there. Okay, I'll see you there.
それじゃ。
Alright, see you then. Good night. Location scouting. When I ended the call and put my phone down, my eyes fell on the pilgrimage material. These are really well made. If I flip through the large packet, I was once again struck by how well it was put together. I know, if I research the locations ahead of time, it'll make the whole thing go smoother. I should go do thorough research like Harumi did and surprise him. Alright, let's do this. I'll go to work right away. Seems like a lot more work than you would expect for a novice screenwriter, but who do I know? The next day, I met Harumi on the break floor of the studio. Both of our arms were full. Wait, did
あな
you?
たこそ
You too? I knew it. I worked hard to research everything because I wanted to
驚い
surprise
たのは
you.
こっちですよ。まさかあなたもここまでの精度で下調べをしてくるなんて。
Hey, I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd go into such detail. Harumi flipped through my
よくで
documents.
きていますね。丁寧にまとまっているし、チェックすべきポイントも一目でわかります。
This is really well made. The information is concise and I can see the important points at a glance. You think so? It made me happy to hear such a direct compliment. I almost wanted to giggle.
ええ、僕とは大違いですよ。
Far better than mine. Really? But your packet was easy to read, and this one is well made too. Harumi's report had detailed comments and photos from various angles, so it was easy to understand. He detailed what kind of scene he could film, the weather, and even had a list of potential problems we could run into at these locations. However, this botanical garden, I've seen it before. I don't think I've been there though.
この滝、いいですね。
Oh, there's a nice waterfall, right? I think it could look different depending on the weather
滝で
too.
話すシーンは、確か夕方でしたよね。光が差す方向と合わせれば。
The scene where they speak at the waterfall, I believe it's afternoon. If we use the direction of the light, well, I think it would look really beautiful. It's just a matter of getting there.
駅からもかなり遠い上に、バスは2時間に1本ですか。
It's quite far from this train station, and buses only come once every 2 hours. Plus, it's still some distance from the bus stop, so we'd have to plan around
今
that.
回は時間も限られていますから、なるべく効率よく行きましょう。まずは手近なところで水族館からですかね。
Our time will be limited, so let's be effective. Our closest location is the aquarium. Yep, I agree. I've looked up the show times too. We spread out our maps and photos, coming up with a route that hits all the locations while taking time to account was not easy to task. What should we do about this? I think we're gonna go back and forth pointing to our documents when.
よう、何やってんだお前ら。デー
What
ト
are
の
you,
打ち合わせか
what are you two doing planning out your date? We heard Mr. Hanami's voice from above. Date?
違います。これはロケ班の仕事で。
This is for location scouting.
必死になって否定してるところが余計に怪しいな。俺の
Mm,
目はごまかせねえぞ。
the man does protest too much. Me think you can't deceive my eyes. We're not deceiving you.
隠すことはねえだろ。年頃の男女なんだから、恥ずかしがることも。
There's no point in hiding it. You're both at the right age for dating, so don't be embarrassed.
そうですね。今さら隠し立てすることでもありませんでした。
You're right. We don't need to keep it a secret. Gah. I managed to muffle my surprise. Instead, it was Mr. Hanami who let out a weird
まさ
yell.
かお前らマジだったのか
Wait, you two aren't actually.
ええ、マジです。お付き合いが。
We are pretending, sir. Why would you say that at work? You guessed it. We are dating each other. He said
今
it.
は仕事の打ち合わせをしていただけですが。
Although right now we're just talking about work.
おお、そうか。
I see. Mr. Nami must have only said it to tease us. I feel a little bad. I'm just as startled as he is. But now that he knows about it, we can't turn back. We need to be careful what we say and do from now on.
へえ。イギリス留学から帰ってきても変わらず引っ込み思案だったお前がね。化けるもんだな。
Even after you came back from studying in England, you were terminally shy. Looks like you've
留
changed.
学は好きでしたわけじゃありません。父の命令で仕方なく行っただけです。
I didn't want to study abroad. I had no choice. I had to follow my father's orders. Harumi said it so matter-of-factly he must have not wanted to study abroad, but orders was a very strong word. Anyways,
彼女との時間に水を差さないでください。
please don't take up time with her, Miss Tanami. Even though we're working, it's still precious to me.
おっと、悪い。そうだったな。そんじゃあとは若い奴らでごゆっくり。
Sorry about that. Well, I'll leave you youngins to it. Mr. Hanai left just as cheerfully as he had came. That was a surprise.
僕、うまく恋人をやれていましたか？
Was I able to act like a boyfriend properly? I think you did great considering that Mr. Hanai of all people, not many could have done that.
そう言ってもらえたら、命を削って挑戦した甲斐がありました。
This guy's gonna die real young. He keeps getting years shaved off.
限りなくゼロって感じですけどね。
Hearing that makes it worth trying, even though it shaved years off my life. My HP is pretty much 0. Haruma laughed, though he looked fatigued. Wait here. I went and brought a drink from the vending machine and handed it to him. Harumi took the chilled bottle with a grateful expression and gulped it down in one go.
ありがとうございます。緊張で喉がカラカラになっていました。これじゃまだまだ修行が足りませんね。
My throat was still parched from nerves. I'm still lacking in training. Just scooting my little step stool closer. Okay. Me too. I didn't do anything, but my heart was still racing. If she'd asked for any details, we would have been in trouble.
もう少し設定を詳しく決めておきましょうか。
Why don't we decide on our backstory a little
決
more?
まれば多少は落ち着いて対応できるかもしれません。ただの希望的観測。
If we created solid characters, we might be able to respond more calmly. At least I hope so. Right, preparation is important. Let's think of something good. We took out a notepad and started writing down our story as a couple.
これは僕たちと同姓同名のキャラクターです。
So these characters have the same names as us.
僕たちは演者としてこの設定をしっかり頭の中に入れておかねばなりません。
We have to remember this information front to back as actors.
演じるときは常にアドリブです。この設定はアドリブの演技をするときには何より重要な手がかりになるはずです。
When we act, we'll have to be improv. These will be the key points that we'll use when we act on the fly. Got it. So we need to use this information deeply to deeply understand the characters.
はい、その通りです。ですから、あまり突飛な設定にはしないように気をつけて。
This is why we need to be careful to not write anything outrageous. Harumi turned around the paper with the questions and details written out and handed it to me.
二人の出会いからですね。
First, how we met. Our meeting.
もともと知り合いだったとして、付き合い始めたのはどちらかの誕生日というのが正解でしょうか。
The standard answer would be that we already knew each other and began dating on one of our
誕生日に
birthdays.
告白というのは割合よくある設定ですから、あまり違和感を持たれずに済みます。
Confessions on your birthday is a typical story, so it wouldn't be too strange. September 10th, that's yours.
合宿を経て少し日常に戻ってきた。ちょうどいい頃合いかと。
Yes, it was after our camp, and when we went back to normal life, it feels like a good time.
僕から告白したことにしましょう。誕生日を祝ってくれたあなたに、かねてからの思いを告げたということで。
How about I confess to you? We were celebrating my birthday, and I told you about the feelings I had for a while.
あなたの真面目な人柄に惹かれたというのはどうですか？恋心ではないにしても事実ですし。
How about I was drawn to your earnest personality? It might not be romantic, but that part is true. Huh? That startled me, but Haruma just continued to read through his
初デ
notes.
ートはプラネタリウム。天体観測が好きというよりは、静かな場所がいいという消極的な理由で決めました。
Our first date was at the planetarium. It's not that we're particular about stargazing. We just wanted to go somewhere quiet.
終わってみれば星空の美しさに感動して互いの仲は一層深まったという筋立てです。
But after we went, the beauty of the starry night deepened our relationship. That's our story so far. That was our only significant date spot. Harumi also added that since we hadn't been dating for very long, we won't have many regular places yet. I see. I sighed in awe.
どうですか？変なところがあれば教えてほしいのです。
Is there anything strange? No, it's really detailed and clear. Just saying that we're lovers was a little vague, but this gives me a much better
そうで
idea.
すか。よかった。
Is that so? Then I'm glad. I wonder if you're able to think of things like this so easy because you watch so many shows. I should learn from you.
それはちょっと嬉しいです。あんな物語を考えつくあなたに。
That makes me happy, especially from such a skilled writer like you. It makes me happy to hear that too. Ahem. Well, we got our timeline down. What's left is we confessed and began dating. So if we're a couple, we should act like one. So like kissing? Harumi had just started trying to get another drink from his bottle, but he choked at the words. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a weird thing for me to say.
いえ、そうですね。どうしましょうか。
No, you're right. What should we do?
Mo-
Should we have already kissed? A couple that has already kissed. Even though our dating history has been ironed out, I doubt I'd be able to act like that. Let's say we haven't yet.
そうですね。あんまり現実と乖離しているのも良くないですし。
I agree, it's not a good idea to deviate too much from reality.
そうそう。それでロケハンの件なんですが。
By the way, about the location scouting. I pulled my thoughts from our couple's notes and turned my focus back on the location scouting. After a while, we finished our plans and ended our meeting. Dun dun. We haven't gone out together since the first fan pilgrimage. Last time we went to an udon shop and an anime store, but this time we were going to an aquarium. It feels like a date. I walked back home, my thoughts wandering. Episode 5. It's exciting. Okay, so episode 5 is going to start. I'm going to have a BRB real fast because I need to grab water because soda's not enough for me right now. I lost my mouse. Is it on? Did my battery just die? I see where my mouse is, but it's not moving. Oh dear. Oh, it's not on the... That'll do it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab water. Okay, so I'm back and now we're starting chapter 5. So this is right after they decided to pretend date, which I don't know why they decided to pretend date, but I guess it's called Lover Pretend. So I guess that's the theme for all of this. I just assumed it was because they were in the acting world. Wait, that is Pio Fiore in the background. I can see that poster, and then this one that's on the back, it's like those photos put together. So that's another fun little one. I wonder if Collar X Mouse will pop up. I don't know when these came out. Let's see, does it say the year on this? It doesn't. So I don't know when each of these released. But I know this is the newest one because I pre-ordered it. All right, the day of the location scouting, I waited at the train station with documents I'd written with Harumi. Let's go. Our destination was the aquarium. It's beautiful. It was full of people and would be easy to get lost in. I like these photos. It's really crowded.
はぐれないように気をつけましょう。
We should be careful not to get separated. Following the map we'd gotten from the aquarium website, we headed to the dolphin show stage. They should be holding hands. Just saying. It'd be great for their
脚本にあった
pretend.
場所となると、
The place mentioned
あの辺り
in
ですかね。
the script would be around here. Harumi pointed to the spot near the largest show tank. The website that said that we'd get covered in water. I think we'd better be prepared for that.
ですね。でも概要には一番前の席と後ろの席からの写真が欲しいとありましたので、
The outline says they want photos from the front row and the
現
back
状は
rows.
後ろの方はすでにお客さんが多いですし、そちらは後回しにして、空いている前の席に今座ってしまいましょう。
There's already a lot of people sitting in the back, so let's leave that for the later and sit in the front. Sure, sounds good. Even though it was still hot every day, September was almost over. There was a chance that getting soaked would make us catch cold, but telling myself that this was for work, I sat down with Harumi in the front row. Before long, the announcement that the dolphin show was beginning rang through the hall. Harumi covered the camera with a plastic bag to protect it and clicked the shutter. Wow. The dolphins performed a variety of tricks like catching a ball or doing a lap with the trainer holding onto them. Each time a cheer burst from the crowd, I tried to focus on work, telling myself not to get too absorbed in the show. Since Harumi was taking photos, my job was recording information about our surroundings, what the seats were like, how they were arranged, and what problems we might run into when shooting there. Additionally, if I noticed anything particularly useful, I'd write it down.
さあ最後の大一番、ひときわ高いジャンプをお見せします。
Now for our finale, the ultra high jump. Here they come. So we're gonna get wet. The dolphins jumped high in the air, and wow, that's amazing. But there wasn't any time to take it in. Wow.
うわあ
Wow. We were suddenly covered in buckets of water. Oh my. Harumi, are
カ
you
メラは
okay?
無事です。一応日常生活防水ですし、さらにビニールで守っていましたの
The
で。
camera is fine. It's water resistant. It's covered in plastic. He took off the bag and inspected it thoroughly. And what
大
about
丈夫。
you?
僕も生きてます。
I'm fine. I'm alive. But he's way more soaked than I am. He might catch a cold. Oh wow. Shouldn't your hand towel be wet too? I only have a hand towel, but it's better than nothing. I started drying him off without thinking, but I could have just let him borrow my towel. I think Harumi doesn't like it when people get in his personal space.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. You're welcome. Did you get any in your
さ
eyes?
すがに閉じましたので。というか、あなたも濡れてるじゃないですか。
I had them closed. Actually, you're soaked yourself. Well, yeah, but not as much as you, and the sun will dry it
Yeah.
quickly.
風邪をひいたらどうするんですか？
What if you get sick? It's fine. I'm pretty resilient. Besides, I think you're the one who we should be worried
そ
about.
ういうことじゃ。あなたは女性なんですから、体調には気をつけないと。
That's not the point. You're a girl, so you need to be careful. I don't think gender has anything to do with
だけど、
colds.
あなたが風邪でもひいたらと思うと、僕は心配なんです。
But if you get sick, I'd be worried. Well, if you did, then I'd be worried too.
このままじゃ堂々巡りですね。
We're just going around in circles. You're right. How dumb would it be if we both ended up with
そ
colds?
んなことになったら、花井さんにまたからかわれますよ。絶
If
対。
that happens, Mr. Hanai would definitely tease us. I just can't imagine it. I could never imagine exactly what he says. Ooh, that's a good point. Where are we at love-wise? 61%. Look at us go. Oh, but maybe if you think up another part of our backstory, that extra ammunition will help me hold up against him.
それは頼もしいですね。でも、相手はあの花井さんです。
Keep in mind that this is Mr. Hanai that we're talking about.
きっと僕たちが思いもしないような切り口で突っ込んでくるかもしれませんよ。それでも対処できますか？
He may come up to us in a way we never anticipated. When you put it that way, it shakes my
詳細な
confidence.
設定を考えておいた方がいいかもしれませんね。
Maybe we should think of a more detailed backstory. I think you're thinking too much. You guys just started dating. Just start actually dating. Like, do things dating people do. I think that'll give you way better results than pretending to date and coming up with a backstory. Like, go to the planetarium, stuff like that. Get your inside jokes going, bros. You're right. This kind of feels like getting ready for
相
an
手の傾
exam.
向を見極めて対策を立てるという意味では遠からずという気がします。
Considering that we identified our opponent's methods and strategies against them, you have a point.
このハンカチお借りします。
I don't remember how this goes on here, but my neck is hurting. So I thought I'd try it. Let's see. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I get this pillow on here? She said unconfidently. The answer was maybe if my arms were longer. Let's see if this pillow helps, because my neck has been hurting, which is why I keep moving around right now. And I didn't use this because I feel like it pushed my neck out too far, but maybe I need that. Maybe I need a little push. All right. I'll borrow this towel. I've brought one as well, so please use it. Thank you. I took the hand towel Harumi offered and dried myself off. The sun was shining and the wet parts were already beginning to dry. Wait, if Harumi had one too, we could have just used our own. But borrowing each other's stuff seems like something a couple would do, maybe.
風邪ひかないようにしましょう。お互い。
Let's make sure we don't catch a cold. Yeah. Harumi started walking, so I followed. The conversation felt pretty natural. I wonder if all couples are like that. We continued to take photos and of key spots at the aquarium, then moved on to our next location and did the same. Dude. You too, fool. Water bottle. Before we knew it, the sun had set. Ooh. I don't know why, but the backgrounds, I like them. I really enjoy seeing backgrounds. Whew, I'm tired. We slumped into the seats of the empty train as we looked through the photos we took today. My legs felt like they were about to fall off, and I was very drowsy, but I enjoyed looking at the pictures with Harumi.
疲れましたけど。
Are they gonna fall asleep on the train together? Because that'd be cute. It was very tiring, but important. This is the foundation of creating the work of a work. Harumi sounded happy. He may not have particularly wanted to come, but he still seemed like he had fun. You're right. Hey, we should probably plan for the next one too.
ああ、そうですね。じゃあ、
Yeah, we
次回
should.
は例の滝と植物園ですかね。
How about next time we go to the waterfall and the botanical garden? How about here and here too?
そうですね。
Let me see. We checked the location list and set up our next plan. Soon enough, the train took us back to the station where we'd met up in the morning. No cute leaning head on shoulder moment. Breaking my heart here, guys. They might complain about cliches, but I live for them. All right, we decided to meet in the same place for our second location scouting too. I arrived a little early. I doubt he'd be here yet. I went to where Harumi had been standing last time to wait for him, but
おはようございます。
good
早いです
morning.
ね。
You're early. He was already there. You too.
さあ、行きましょうか。
Let's get going. I'm excited for today.
ああ、
Wow.
ここですよ、ここ。
It's here. We've arrived at the botanical garden. Harumi's eyes practically sparkled. He looked like he'd fly off into space if I didn't tether him down somehow. He seems to be oddly excited. Actually, when I read the information Harumi gathered about this place, it seemed familiar, but I had never came to these gardens before. Harumi seemed to have forgotten about me as he zipped around and took photos. He was clicking the shutter at least twice as much as last time.
この木、このアングル、間違いない。
This tree, this angle, this has to be it. This tree, angle. After hearing what he said, I took another look around the place. This place, it's where Kai said farewell to Gerda in episode 19 of Atomic Saga. That explained why Harumi was so excited. Harumi?
ちょっと待ってください。今、アニメのアングルと比較して、撮影ポイントを探しているところなんです。
Please, one moment. I'm comparing the angle to the anime and finding places to take photos. Okay, so hear me out. I don't think go home is ever a great idea if you're interested in someone, just leaving them at a place. He was completely immersed, because option would be wait, in my opinion, or say that. So if I call out to him normally, I don't think it'll reach his ears. Well, I can't be with you anymore. Goodbye, Gerda. Harumi whipped around, looking like he'd been struck by lightning.
それはカイのセリフ。
That's Kai's line. Kai's line. In episode 19 of Atomic Saga, Kai says to Gerda, I can't be with you anymore. Goodbye, Gerda.
あなたがカイってことは、僕がヒロインのゲルダですか？
Wait, if you're Kai, does that make me the heroine?
できるならカイがいいけれど、しかしゲルダの気持ちを疑似体験できるのもなかなかに美味しい。
I prefer to be Kai, but taking Gerda's role is pretty nice too. You finally looked at me.
すみません。怒ってますよね。
I'm sorry. I'm sure you're angry. Did you choose this place because it was a site from Atomic
Yeah.
Saga?
それもあるけど、それだけじゃないです。
No, well, partly, but that's not the only
最初
reason.
に脚本を読んだとき、ここが合ってると思って。
When I first read the script, I thought this place would be a good fit.
日本の映画に良さそうな場所をゼロから見つけるのって難しくて、
To be
That's
honest,
ここをって思ってしまったのは認めます。
it's hard to find a good location, so I thought, why not here? The dejected Harumi looked like a scolded puppy. Seems like he was trying to kill two birds with one stone, but that doesn't always work out the way you think. Not that I'm one to talk. I tried to do something similar and ended up causing trouble for Professor Asagi. I understand where you're coming from, but you can't mix your job and your hobby. We're here for work. I agree that this garden is a good location and it's hard to find places like this, but even so.
はい、反省してます。
Yes, I'm sorry. Really?
本当です。
Yes, I really am. Okay, if you get it, then no problem. Now let's keep on task,
Hi.
okay?
それにしても、もう19話まで見たんですか？
Yes, although you've already seen it up to episode 19. Yeah, I wanted to watch more, but I started watching Terra Blade instead. The scene from episode 19 made me cry so much. I thought Kai was cold at first, but he became more human as he spent time with Gerda and the others.
そうなんです。19話はそんな仲間たちを守るためにあえて別れを告げるんですよね。
In episode 19, he says farewell to protect his
悲しいけど
family.
すごくかっこよくて
Friends.
何度も見返しちゃいました僕。
It's sad, but he was so cool. I watched that scene so many
お前とは
times.
一緒にいられない。さよならだ、ゲルダ。
I can't believe I can't be with you anymore. Goodbye, Gerda. I know that's not what you want, but why this time? That's why this time I'll save you. Kai changed in the scene, but Gerda, who has always been protected before, changed too. Kai chose to leave his friends to protect them, and Gerda wanted to save Kai from that loneliness, and it was a beautiful scene.
まさに花弁が舞い散る中、見つめ合う二人の絵が脳裏に焼き付いて離れませんでした。
Yes, exactly. The image of the two of them looking at each other as flower petals fluttered through the air is seared into my mind.
本当にこの場所に来られる日が来るなんて。
Are you sure you have this thing where you're going to be visiting all the places? I never thought I'd come here. I understand that feeling, but you should set that aside for the location scouting. If a person tried to make their own story while thinking about another one, I doubt it would turn out well. That's why right now we need to focus on other thoughts on the piece we're working on currently.
はい、ごめんなさい。
Why are you scolding him? I'm sorry. I think we've taken enough photos here, but we did come all this way. Why don't we walk around a little more before we leave?
いいんですか？
Really? Besides, we still have some time until our bus... Oh man, how did I do that? Yeah, we still have some time until our bus. Besides, I don't think we'll be able to come here very often.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Harumi's expression brightened as he started taking photos again. I watched, awed by how much love he had.
もしよかったら、ゲルダが立っていた場所に立ってもらえませんか？
Oh, if you can, could you please stand here where Gerda was standing? Huh?
写真撮らせてほしいんです。
Want to take a photo? All right. This is kind of awkward, but if you really want, I can. I think it was around here. I guess where I should stand based on the surrounding plants.
そうです。そこです。はあ、分かり合えるって素晴らしいですね。
Yes, there. And it's so great to be understood. You don't mind that I'll be in the picture? Won't it ruin it?
そのあたりは人によると思いますが、僕は誰かに立ってもらっていた方が臨場感があって好きなんです。
No, I mean, each person is different, but I like it better when I have someone standing there because it makes it more realistic. Okay, well, go ahead. I tried to make the same pose from that
じ
scene.
ゃあ行きますよ。
1,
3、2、
2,
1。
3. After clicking the shutter a number of times, Harumi was finally
あ
satisfied.
りがとうございました。
Thank
いい
you.
思い出になりました。
This will make a wonderful
人
memory.
生に一片の悔いなしとい
It's
う
like-
感じです。
In this life, I regret nothing.
あ、いえ、まだまだやりたいことはたくさんありますが、
Well, there's a lot of things I still want to go through.
見てください。なかなかいい写真になってます。
Look at this one, it turned out nice. Let's see. On the screen was the same scenery from episode 19. It bothered me a little that I was the model, but even so, I thought it was a good photo. You're a good photographer.
そうですか。じゃあ、せっかくですし、これを活用しましょう。
You think so? Then we might as well use this. Use it how?
よからぬことを考えているわけでは決してなく、
I swear I wasn't thinking of anything
よく
nefarious.
手帳に大事な人の写真を挟んだりするじゃないですか。あれをやってみませんか？
You know how people who often put photos of their special someone in their planner? Why don't we try that too?
それで、より恋人らしくなるんじゃないかって思うんですけど、
I thought it might make us look more like a couple. I feel like these days you just take photos with your phone, but that's embarrassing. So maybe a printout would be better. The Prints are also embarrassing. Then can I take a photo too?
あ、待ってください。貝になりきる準備がまだ。
Wait, I'm not ready to become Kai yet. Ignoring Harumi's panic, I took a photo.
突然撮るのは反則ですよ。
It's not fair to take it so suddenly. Haha, it's fine. You're not making a funny face.
そういう問題じゃありませんよ。
That's not the problem. Jeez. Harumi looked a little flustered, but it was a nice picture. He didn't normally show his emotions very much, so it was a rare look for him. Now, don't get upset. Besides, once we don't have to pretend to be a couple, I'll get rid of it. And I promise I won't show it to anyone else.
あくまで一時的なものですしね。小道具の一種だと割り切ります。
Okay, it's only temporary after all. I'll think of it like a prop. Later, we each held the photo we printed out. Keeping a photo in your planner is a pretty neat idea.
前に見たアニメにそういうシーンがあったので。
Yes, I saw it in an
思いを
anime
形に
once.
するのに写真というのは優秀な小道具ですね。
Photos are an excellent tool to make feelings
実際に自分
tangible.
がそういうものを持つことになるとは思っていませんでしたが。
I never thought I would have something like this. Make feelings tangible, huh? Now that I think about it, I have print photos of my mom and my grandma too. I suppose every time I look at this photo, I'll think about you and wonder what you're doing. It'll make me want to see you.
え？
Huh? I thought it would be like that for your girlfriend. Isn't that what photos of your special someone are for?
ああ、そうですね。そうだと思います。僕も。
Yes, I think so. Yeah, that sounds nice.
恋人としての設定をまとめた用紙に追記しておきましょう。
Why don't we add this to our couple notes? It's kind of fun adding to our characters. It's like they're playing like real life D&D. They're like, I'm your boyfriend. Here is how we're going to talk now. This is not the route I thought it was gonna take. I enjoy this. I don't mind it not having violence at all. So just having a normal little romancy thing where they're accidentally falling in love. Oh look, they have rare plants over here. Why don't we take a
Hey.
look? Yes. The botanical garden was larger than I expected, and it was full of odd plants. It was like being in a fantasy world.
植物園って面白いところですね。
The garden is really a fun place. It really
よ
is.
し、元気が出ました。では改めまして、残りのロケハンも頑張りましょう。
All right, I feel energized, and let's tackle the other scouting locations. Haha, you're full of energy. Okay, let's do it. After we walked around the botanical garden, we headed to the waterfall as planned. Then we traveled to the other locations, took photos, and gathered information. It felt like the day flew by. I wanted to see the waterfall, now I'm disappointed. That night, I came home and uploaded the photos onto my computer before putting together the report. Harumi had offered to do it instead, but I told him that it was my job since Professor Asagi assigned it to me, so Harumi sent me all the data I needed.
資料作り。
Good luck on the report.
あ、
Thanks.
でも困ったことがあったらいつでも連絡ください。
If you ever get stuck, just contact me, or if you need help, I'll let you know. Don't worry. Hehe. I giggled at the memory. My original impression of Harumi was that he kept people away and didn't trust anyone. He was the definition of aloof. When we had to trade ring information for work, he looked unhappy about it. It was like he had aversions to getting close to anyone. But now, I always enjoy the time we spent together. He cares for my health, but didn't cringe away when I tried him with my towel, and he even let me borrow his. Could this be friendship? This time I didn't laugh about a memory, but rather my own thought. Whew, I think that should be good for now. He said I don't need to submit this right away, so I'll let it rest for the night and look it over with fresh eyes tomorrow. All the walking around was exhausting. It's too much for an indoors person. I mumbled to myself while I stretched, and from the corner of my eyes, I saw the photo of Harumi who had printed out on the way home. He was looking towards me with a slight surprised expression. I picked it up and put it between the pages of my planner. It does seem like a coupley thing, huh? Oh, but thinking about it, isn't this really embarrassing? What if someone sees this? But we promised. I bet Harumi is doing this right now too. I chose to keep it between the pages for now. At first I was pretty worried how things were going to work out, but I think our acting is going pretty well. I guess it helps we have something in common to talk about, like anime. It helps a lot that Harumi is so cooperative. I'd never thought I would pseudo experience having a boyfriend, but I was enjoying it more than I expected. Other things couples would do are, I guess, event related. Dress up together on Halloween or admire the lights on Christmas. If we were a couple, I'm sure we would already be planning these things. But I bet Harumi would want our costumes to be from at Saga and fully authentic. But does cosplay really overlap with Halloween costumes? Aren't ghosts and pumpkins more in theme? More importantly, I can't imagine Harumi or I acting like that in front of others. If we're avoiding the crowds, I guess Christmas lights are out too. Should we decorate the tree at home together? That doesn't sound bad, but it feels more like a family thing than a couple thing. In fact, it'll be just before filming starts. I doubt we'll be able to enjoy Christmas while we're so busy. But if I'm with Harumi, I bet it'll be fun. I only had a vague idea of what these events would be like before, but everything became so much clearer when I imagined them with Harumi. I wonder if this is also thanks to him. I opened my planner and looked at the photo. It felt like we were a real couple since I was looking forward to seeing him again. Oh, this is feeling right now. I feel like I can write something really good. Struck by a sudden rush of inspiration, I quickly went to my computer. Being with Harumi is better influence than I thought it would be. Ooh, falling in love. Gah! I was so engrossed in my writing that the sudden noise on my phone really startled me. A call from Harumi. Hello?
もしもし、大変です。大変なんです。
Big news. This is huge.
が
What?
取れたんですよ。トークイベントです。あ、もちろんライブコーナーもあって。
I got tickets for the convention. It also has a concert portion. Wait, Harumi, calm down. What tickets and what
す
convention?
みません。興奮のあまり取り乱して。後サガのトークイベントのチケッ
That
トが取れたん
Starga
です。
has a convention. Wow. Convention for one single anime. That's intense. I'm so sorry. I got a little carried away. I won tickets to At Saga Convention.
DVD 購入者特典の先行予約を申し込んでいたんですが、人気タイトルなのでかなり厳しい抽選で。でも、
But
取れました。
DVD pre-order came with an event lottery, and it was such a popular series. The chances were slim, but I got them.
一刻も早くあなたに報告しなくちゃって。
Okay. I know I just put this pillow here. It's just not helping. It is doing the same thing I said it did last time, which is pushing my neck out further than I want. Sadly, I've been talking about needing to get a new chair because this chair actually makes my back hurt, but I'm enduring it because I want to see what happens next. I had to tell you as soon as possible.
キ
Thanks.
ャラの声優さんや監督さんも来ますし、テーマ曲を歌うアーティストさんたちのライブもあるんです。
The primary voice cast and director will be there, plus there'll be a concert with the singers of the theme song.
舞台裏トークに書き下ろしの朗読劇まで。かなり豪華なプログラムですよ。想像するだけでワクワクが止まりません。
There'll be behind the scenes talk and a live dramatic reading. It sounds perfect. I'm so excited just thinking about it. That's great. I hope you have fun. You can tell me about it later. I was so sure what he meant by convention. Wasn't so sure what he meant by convention, but I supposed it was like a stage greeting for a movie. Being able to meet people who created At Saga in person, I could understand why Harumi was so excited.
なんでそんな人事なんですか。もしかしてやっぱり後サガには興味がなかったり。
Dripped on me. You sound like you don't want to go. Do you not really have an interest in At Saga? What do you mean? I didn't pre-order tickets for it, so I want to at least hear what it's like from you. If I'd go if I could.
行けます。
But you can. General admission
そう
tickets
じ
are
ゃ
up.
なくて、僕ペアチケットを申し込んだんです。だからあなたも行けるんです。
That's not what I mean. I entered to win a pair of tickets. We can go together.
も
What?
し嫌じゃなかったらですけど、イベントは月末の日曜日なんです。
If you don't mind, that is. The event is on the last Sunday of the month. Do you want to go?
一応映画関連の仕事はないかと思います。
I don't think you have anything scheduled for the
あ
movie.
なたは僕の把握していない浅木さんの方のお仕事もあるでしょうけど、日曜日なので大丈夫かと。
I'm sure you have other work from Mr. Asagi that I don't know about, Miss Lee, but it's on a Sunday, so I thought it'd be okay. Let me chat. With Harumi's urging, I quickly checked my calendar. It looks like I'm free. I can
本当
go.
ですか？はあ、よかった。
Really? I'm so glad.
イベントが告知されてから応募するかどうか迷ったんです。
To tell the truth, ever since the event was announced, I was torn on if I should try to go or not.
すごいことは最初から予想していました。当たるかわからなかったので黙っていたんですが。
I predicted the chances of getting in were low. I didn't want to say anything since I wasn't sure if I would win.
行くのは怖かったし、応募の時期はちょうどあなたにオタ活をお話しした後だったので。
The idea of going alone scared me, and I entered right after I told you about my love for the fandom.
もし後サガを気に入ってくれたら一緒に行けるかもと。
But I thought if you started to like At Saga, I could go with you.
映画の方も脚本が進んで正式なキャスティングが11月頭には決まるだろうと聞いていたので。
Besides, I heard the script is coming along, and the movie cast would be announced around the start of
その前
November.
に少しでも英気を養いたいなんて思ったり。
So I thought it'd be nice to mentally recharge for it. That's right. Once the script is done, there won't be much to do as the writer assistants, but Harumi is probably going to be busy. I was looking it up online just now. This event is pretty large scale one. Entering the lottery for an event where there's going to be so many people, I can tell you're serious about this.
かなり悩みました。僕なんかが行っていい場所かどうかもわからなかったし。
Yes, I thought about it a lot. I wasn't sure if this was the kind of thing people like me could really attend. I meant to do that. Let's see, 67.
でも声優さんの裏話は聞けるし、朗読劇は本編後のカイとゲルダのエピソードという予告もありました。
I want to hear the voice actors' stories. The dramatic reading will be about Kai and Gerda after the series
今回
finale.
のイベントはまだ円盤化の発表がありませんし、応募しないで後悔するのは辛いですから。
They haven't said if this event will get a disc release, and I didn't want to regret not at least entering the lottery. Get a disc release? Oh, I guess he means a DVD. Then you're right to enter. Plus, maybe you'll make some friends there.
そんなイベントに行けるだけでも奇跡なのに、友達なんて高望みしすぎですよ。
It's a miracle enough that I'm going to the event. Making friends is asking too much.
なんだか不思議
Oh,
です。
I didn't read her line. Really? Everyone there will be fans of the series, so I don't think it's that impossible.
できるような気がしてきました。
How odd. When you say it, I feel like I can do it. You do? I'm glad to hear that. That night, we talked about At Saga and other things like the movie casting he brought up earlier. Of course, we promised we'd go together. When the day of the event came, we met up at the train station as usual and headed to the venue together. It was an extraordinary event hall. I had to literally drag Harumi inside since he had gone stiff with nervousness. We bought glow sticks and a show pamphlet. There was a special At Saga magazine that was released that day too. At Saga Magazine, a collector's book that details the story and world of Atomic Saga. It also includes staff interviews and other behind-the-scenes information. Once we finally purchased all our merchandise, we settled into our seats. So these are all at Saga fans. Amazing.
そうであれば嬉しいですが、そうとも限りません。
It'd be nice if that was true, but that isn't always the case. What do you
好き
mean?
な声優さんが生で見られるからとか、作品は見ていないけど主題歌を歌うアーティストさんが好きだから。
Some don't watch the series but are fans of the voice actors or love the band that made the
など
theme
の
song.
理由で来られる人たちもいます。
Some are here for that rather than the show.
それが悪いというわけではなく、規模が大きければそれだけ観客も多様だということです。
I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but the larger the event, the more diverse the audience.
イベントをきっかけに作品にハマったという事例も聞き及んでいます。僕は友達がいないので真実はわかりませんが。
I've even heard that some people get into a series after attending an event. I have no friends, so I don't know how true that is. Crossing my legs. All right. Wow, coming into the series like that must be a whole different experience, right, Haru? I was fascinated by Harumi's insight, but when I looked over, he was solely fixated on the magazine.
おー、監督のインタビューが6ページも。
6-page interview with the director.
なるほど。
I see. To make a background more three-dimensional, they use the technique.
この少しの工夫であの重
The small details create that grand scale.
なるほど。このセリフの解釈は視聴者に委ねられていたのか。深い。ぜひ僕の解釈を聞いていただきたい。
Goodness, that's the wrong one. I see. So the meaning of that line was left up for the viewer's interpretation. I wish I could tell them what I thought. I thought the tone of his voice was odd. I bet he answered my question out of reflex since he was already focused on the magazine. He looked so serious, so he hungrily leafed through the pages and mumbled to himself. I doubt I'd get his attention for a while. He usually hates crowds, but he's so focused on the magazine he doesn't seem to notice, so I guess that's good. There was time, so I chose to leave him be. Instead, I decided to read the pamphlet I'd gotten myself.
いやー、しかしこの演出は神だった。やはり名場面投票1位か。
This scene was done super well. Surely it'll rank first on the fan poll. The man sitting next to Harumi was trying to get his attention, but Harumi was too busy reading to notice. Hey, Harumi?
晴天を熟読されているところ大変申し訳ないのですが、少々お尋ねしたいことがありまして。
I apologize for bothering you while you're reading the script, but may I perhaps make an inquiry?
あ、え、あ、僕ですか？
Huh? Oh, me? He
そう
noticed.
です。貴殿にお話ししております。
Yes, I'm speaking to you,
何
sir.
のご用向きでございますか？
To what do I owe the pleasure? Huh, he's speaking the same way. He must be
ことを
nervous.
お聞きするのですが、そのアクキー、アニメが始まる前に発売されたグッズでは？
Excuse for asking, but is that not an official acrylic key holder that saw market release before Atlas Star debut?
そうです。ご存知ですかこれ？監督やスタッフの座組が発表された時から気になっていたので。
You recognize it? I was interested as soon as the director and crew were
わ
announced.
かります。実は自分もでして。
I was the same as well.
おー、同志。
Wow, a kindred soul. He's in love with this guy now.
アニメが始まって3話目の神作画で人気に火がつきましたけど。
It makes me so happy to hear its popularity took off thanks to its god tier animation. God tier animation. Extremely high quality animation in an anime. Some would even say godly.
同じように始まる前から目をつけている人と隣になれるなんて。
But to be seated with someone who had their eyes on it before it began, like myself.
そんな、僕なんて。
Oh, I'm not anyone special. I'm glad he seems to be having fun. Even just watching him made me happy. Once the two exchanged a friendly handshake, they announced the start of the event. The dramatic reading had recapped the story while mixing it with an original story set after was impressive. It was a live performance by the voice actors as they stood in front of mics with their scripts in hands. Then the singers performed the theme song like live, moved me to my core. I lost track of time and became completely absorbed in the world of At Saga. I'm sure it was the same for Harumi. Harumi. At the end, there was a lottery. Each of the voice actors had a present to give out to random winners chosen by their lottery. The drawing method was a box filled with ticket stubs, which the actors pulled and called out the seat numbers of the winners. Row D, number 39. The lottery continued to lively fashion until finally the voice actor for Kai and Gerda were up. The mood shift until then. The presents were merchandise you could find in the store, but this drawing was a rare poster used in early promotions that was never made public. It was even autographed by the director and all the voice actors. The number I pulled is second floor seat. Row H, number 18. We're gonna win. There are only 2 winners. Think of it this way. If another kindred soul win, I'll be as happy as if it were me, but you'll still be a little jealous. Just a little bit. Oh, like it or not, this is the very last one. What a huge responsibility. Row K. 25. Wait, Harumi, did you? It's you! What? I whipped my head down to my ticket. He's right, it's the seat. Getting the poster is the highest honor. Harumi looked even happier than me. Dang, they should introduce Kai's voice actor and he should be extremely handsome and then he could be jealous. After the present lottery, they announced the event was officially over and the audience began moving to the exit. That was really fun. As they started walking out, a woman who was sitting in our row spoke to us. You're the one who won the poster, right? Yes. May I see it? May I take a photo of it? I want to see it too. Before I realized it, people were who had been sitting around began swarming me, wanting a glimpse of the poster. Please wait. Please show it to us. What's going on? Don't stop here. You're blocking the exit. The crowd gathered around me and the people who wanted to leave collided, and the whole mass of them came at me like a wave. The force of them all was too much and I lost my balance. I tried to right myself, but the surge of people was overwhelming. Wow, I'm gonna fall. I squeezed my eyes shut. Watch out! But the impact I braced myself for never came. Huh? I opened my eyes slowly and saw Harumi's face just in front of mine. Close. Too close. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Oh no, hang on. No thanks. I'm glad. If anything happened to you, Harumi looked like he was going to cry. It's okay. I was just a little surprised, that's all. I'm not hurt anywhere. See? The poster is really popular, huh? I'm almost sorry I was the one who won it. How could you be so thoughtless? His expression had become harsh. Yeah. This is his villain arc. I like it. Shoving someone, especially a lady, without an apology, the nerve of them. I need to give them a piece of my mind. What? You are Harumi still, right? He had a tone and expression I'd never seen before. He felt like a different person. What do you mean by that? It's just, well, you're usually timid or quiet. For you to be confrontational, saying you're giving them a piece of your mind. My dear friend. Honestly, I was scared. You're the first dear friend I've made, and you're precious to me. If something happens to me, it's fine. But I can't be idle if something happens to you. Harumi said it all with such a firm tone and a gallant expression that I didn't know what to think. He stood up and emboldened but when I looked at his hands, I could see he was shaking.
ちょっと、さっきのは何なんですか？怪我するところでしたよ。
What's the matter with all you? She could have been hurt. He's so nervous, but he's trying so hard for me.
押したの多分俺だ。悪い。怪我とか。
I think the one who bumped her. Sorry, are you hurt? I'm
お姉さん、
fine.
すみません。俺、時々周りが見えなくなっちゃって。
Sorry, miss. Sometimes I get tunnel vision, especially bad at if Saga is involved. I'm really sorry.
悪気がないなら。
It was an accident.
ごめんな。申し訳ない。
I'm truly deeply sorry. Please forgive me. He kept apologizing over and over again, then finally left. The crowd around us had calmed down as well. They were being more careful and making room for people to reach the exit. Once each person saw the poster, they left. Woo! I didn't think Harumi could make a face like that. And he called me his dear friend, his precious friend. His words made me happy. I replayed that moment in my head on loop. But before I realized it, that version of Harumi had disappeared. I looked around and found him nearby, talking to the guy he had been sitting next to.
さっきのかっこよかったです。さすがは同志。
Just now, that was cool. Just that sort of thing someone would have understood the ideals of Outsaga would do.
いや、そんな僕は。
No, it was nothing.
よかったらこれからも話とかさせてもらえませんか？
If you don't mind, would you like to keep in touch?
僕なんかでよければ。
If you'd really like to. And that is the story of how he found his true love. The two took out their phones and exchanged ring IDs. What is this feeling I'm having when I look at those two? Jealousy? Loneliness? Since I'm not part of the group? I don't think I've ever felt like this before. But if Harumi mustered up this courage, then I can too. Excuse me, would you like my contact information too?
どうですか？
Huh? You mean it? If you don't mind, that is. It'd be if you'd prefer not to.
ダメなはずがあるわけないですよ。あまりに言われ慣れてなくて挙動不審になりまして。
Of course, why would I say no? I'm just not used to the offer, so I don't know how to respond. I'll be happy to add you. Using code display on Ring, we exchanged our contact information. His name was Kaiji Kuzuru.
名前、めちゃめちゃかっこいいですね。
Your name is so
ああ
cool.
だけですよ。ご覧の通り冴えないキャラですが、カイと名前が一部同じだったことで、ちょっと救われた気がします。
It's just my name. As you can see, I'm nobody special, but I'm thrilled to share part of my name with Kai. You're right, your name is Kaiji. We kept chatting. It turned out that Harumi and Kuzuru went to the same university. What a
自分はマンケン
coincidence.
に所属しているんですが、来たことありますか？
I'm part of the manga club. Have you ever been? Manga club, a club at Harumi's college for those who love manga, anime, and all things 2D.
部員にも後サガ好きがいるので、ぜひ語り合いましょう。
There's other at Saga fans there, so we would definitely have a lot to talk about.
満研はまだ行ったことがなくて気になっていたんです。
I've never
今度行きますね。
attended, but I'd be interested. I'll definitely check it out. He seems to be having fun. I'm glad we came. While I was watching those two enjoy themselves, someone approached from behind.
ねえ、この前会ったはるみくんの彼女さんじゃない？
Hey, haven't we met before? You're Harumi's girlfriend, right? I know that voice. I couldn't just ignore them, so I turned and faced them despite my feeling
ほ
dread.
ら、やっぱりそうだよ。だから言ったじゃん、絶対来てるって。はるみくん付き添いなんでしょ？
Right. See, I told you she'd be here. Harumi's been keeping her company.
ああ、どうも。こんなところで会うなんて奇遇ですね。
Hello. What a coincidence seeing you here. As soon as Harumi noticed the girls, he stepped away from Kuzuru. He'd also hidden his merchandise behind his back. The color of
別に奇遇
The
でも
wrong
なん
one.
でもないよね。うちら歌
the
聞きに
color
来て
had
たんだ。
drained from his face and he stiffened up. You're not really a coincidence. We came here for the music. Now that I think about it, the singer is popular in the mainstream too.
そしたらさっきの抽選で彼女さんが当たってたからさ、はるみくんも絶対いるって話になって。
We saw you win the lottery, so we knew Harumi would be here too.
そうでしたか。
Is that so?
はるみくんのそのキーホルダーさ、今日のアニメのやつだよね。
Hey Harumi, your keychain. That's from the anime the fans about, right?
あ、そっちの人
She has it too. Did you get to match your girlfriend?
ええ、まあそんなところ。
Something like
これ
that.
はアニメが放送される前に先行で発売された極めてレアなグッズですよ。ファンの間では垂涎のアイテムです。
Actually, this is a very rare item that was sold before At Saga even aired. It was a coveted collector's item.
レアなグッズとか言われてもよくわかんないけど、かなりディープなオタクじゃないと持ってないってこと？
I don't really get what makes it rare, but does that mean you have to be a hardcore fan to have one?
私たちオタクじゃないから興味ないけど。っていうか、それはるみくんの私物？
We're not really fans, so we don't know. Wait, is it yours?
なわけないでしょ。それに、そういうの好きなのは彼女の方でしょ。
It's his girlfriend that's into that sort of stuff,
ねえ、
right?
でも彼女さんの方は何もつけてないじゃん。
But she doesn't have any anime stuff on her. What do I do? I need to say something, but if I claim the keychain, Kuzuru will think something is off. There was no time to think or explain whilst I scrambled for an answer. Harumi spoke first.
誤解しないでほしいんですが、
Let me clear things
こ
up.
れは確かに僕の私物です。けれど、自分で買ったものではありません。その、彼女にプレゼントされたものです。
It's mine, but I didn't buy it. She bought it and gave it to me as a
最
gift.
初は抵抗がありましたけれど、彼女からもらったものを無限に扱うのは性に合わないというだけで。
I can't date you, Harumi. You're not being true to yourself. I didn't like it at first, but I didn't want to mistreat a gift from my girlfriend.
それに、そこの彼とも無関係です。偶然に席が隣だっただけで。
I don't really know this guy. We just sat next to each other. I don't really know what he's going on about.
今日だって僕は彼女に
I'm only
連
here
れて
because she dragged me along.
そうだよね。そんなことだろうと思ってたよ。
I see. I thought that's what was going on.
だってどう考えたって友達って感じじゃないしね。
That guy doesn't look like someone you would associate with. What? This is messed up. I feel like my camera's sideways.
まあいいけど、じゃあね。
I still feel sideways. Whatever. It's fine. Man, she keeps you on a short leash, huh? I guess that's love for you. Oh well, see you later. Satisfied with his answers, they left us alone. Oh no. How could I fix this? Harumi had thrown Kuzumi under the bus to save himself.
くずりゅうくん、
I can
今のはちょっと事情
explain.
がありまして。
さっき言ったこと取り消す。かっこつけたいだけだったんですね。
No need. I take back everything I said today. You've been faking it this whole time.
そうではないんです。でも仕方なく、
You had a choice, Harumi. You chose wrong. That's not the same thing. That's not true. I had no choice. I'm sorry for upsetting
い
you.
らないです。パンフ熱心に読んでる姿とか、アクキーとか見て勇気出して声かけてみたんだけど。
I don't need an apology. I got up the nerve to say something when I saw your keychain and how passionate you read the
どっ
magazine.
ちが本心だか知らないけど。がっかりだ。連絡先も後で消しといてください。
Please delete my information.
それじゃ。
I'll be deleting yours. Goodbye. Kuzuru left without waiting for a reply. I looked around and saw the event hall was mostly empty. Hey, Harumi, let's go after him. I'm sure he'll understand once you explain things. You two wanted to be friends, right? It's too early to give up.
いいんです。彼の言う通り。
It's fine. He was totally right. I'm a faker. A
見ず
disappointment.
知らずの人に話しかけるのに、どれほどの勇気がいるか。
I know how hard it is to talk to strangers. I know it, and yet I still panicked and sacrificed him to save my own skin. I can't be idle if something happens to my friend.
お前が言うなって話ですよね。
Such a hypocrite. I really hurt him just now. But he doesn't understand the circumstances. You didn't plan on seeing those two here. He wouldn't understand if you don't explain things.
もういいんです。言葉って誰かを感動させたりする力もあるけど、
Words have the power to move someone, but they can wound someone just as easily. They really are a double-edged sword. I was thoughtless. I'm no good with people. I was an idiot to ever entertain the idea I could be a hero. Harumi's mood was sinking lower and lower. No matter what I said, I doubted my words could reach him. Atsaka taught us to it's never too late. What is Gerda always saying? You can change. No one said you were Kai. Okay, I think you need to calm down. I'm not Kai. I'm not worthy of looking up to him. I felt something snap inside me. I grabbed Harumi by the shoulder and forced him to look me in the eye. That's enough. What? All you've done is wallow in self-pity. Sitting here feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to fix anything. I know that. He tried to look away, but I moved to meet his gaze. Looking into his eyes, I could see how he was slipping into resignation. No, you don't. You say you're a faker and a disappointment, but I'm afraid of how others will see me. I agree with things I dislike or lied just to save face before. Everyone does. But this isn't an excuse. To hurt other people. The only thing I can make sure is not to hurt. I don't hurt anyone else, so I need to just shut up. You're wrong. It's like you said, words have the power to heal and harm. Even if you don't mean to be hurtful, even if it's by accident, it can still happen. That's life. That doesn't mean that when you hurt someone, you turn inward and that's the end of it. If you do something wrong, you make it right. If you don't use your words to express how you really feel, you're just giving up. It needed to be said, and I needed him to understand it. If he didn't, Harumi would continue to fester in misery. You think you know me? You think you understand me? Harumi wrenched himself from my hold. I know I don't, but we're friends. I don't want to see him in pain like this or to shut himself off from the world. Miss Lee, there was nothing more I could say to Harumi. I ran off by myself, overwhelmed. Please wait. I can hear him yelling from the distance, but I left without looking back. Why? Just why? Frustrated, I threw my bag onto my bed and popped open a light glow stick from the event and rolled out and fell on the floor. Wait, let me read that right. Flustered, I threw my bag on the bed. It popped open and a glow stick from the event rolled out and fell on the floor. I added you in the wrong spot. I had so much fun up until that point. The location scouting, going to the fan pilgrimage sites, sharing thoughts via Ring. I wasn't doing it just for Harumi's sake. I was truly enjoying myself. I thought about how, aside from Kazuma, he was my first friend. It's not like I'm not scared of making a connection. I've always thought my dad abandoned me. The fear of being betrayed and left behind still lingers in my heart. Getting close to someone is hard. I just can't take that first step. But Harumi was even more afraid than me. He was unhappy. He was alone, and he couldn't get closer to others. I can't abandon him. I think it was pity at first, but now it's different. I think I finally understood. I enjoy being with Harumi, not just for his sake, but because I have fun with him. I want to be with him. But what about him? Does he feel the same? Does he enjoy being with me? Is he able to be himself around me? I heard Harumi's relationship with his dad wasn't the best. He mentioned he's also gone abroad to London as a child at his dad's directive. He was interested in other people. He just didn't know how to communicate with others. I understood that all too well. While I meant what I said, I had put it in a pretty harsh way. But I felt like I was seeing myself in him, and I got so frustrated. I shouldn't have pushed him away. I should have taken one step closer to him. A true friend wouldn't have left him all alone. I think you're in the good. Ah! I rushed my room upstairs and raced from my apartment entrance, but ran right into someone. I'm sorry, Miss
やっ
Lee.
とあいつ
I finally caught up. Are you okay? You look like you're about to pass out.
すみません。ま、
I'm a Victorian child, you see. We're always dying.
なくて。
A lot of reading. Sorry, I don't have much
追い
stamina.
かけたんですけど、あなた、足
I chased after you, but you're really,
ですね。
really fast. You chased me all the way home? Harumi tried to say something else while panting heavily.
ええ、走って行く姿を見たら、
You ran
彼よ
off,
り先に
and I wasn't thinking.
追いかけなくちゃって、
My legs
体
moved
が動いて。
on their own. You need water. Wait here, I'll grab a glass from my
行
room.
かないでください。
Don't go! I never heard Harumi's voice so loud or urgent
僕の
before.
話を聞いてください。
Please listen to me.
僕はヘタレで、どうしようもないやつです。唯一の友達を怒らせるし、
I'm a
友
wimp.
達になってくれそうだったクズリュウ君には軽蔑されるし、
I'm hopeless. I ticked you off as I drove off Kuzuru before we could really
そ
become
の上
friends.
大して仲も良くないような同じ大学の女子にカッコつけて嘘までついて、こんなことになったのも自業自得です。
All because I tried to act cool for a couple of girls from college that I'm not even close with. This mess is all my fault.
その上一人でいじけて殻に閉じこもろうとする、同情の余地もないただ
Then
の
I
ヘタレ
tried
です。
to withdraw and feel sorry for myself. I'm totally trash and I deserve zero sympathy. Harumi,
わかってます。
that's
あなたの言う通り、ここでうじうじしてても何も変わらないって。
I know. It's like you said, moping around won't
だ
change
からといって
anything.
間違いを認めて謝るのも怖いんです。
I'm scared of admitting my
拒
mistakes
否
and
されて傷つく
apologizing.
のは
I'm
もっと
even
怖
more
い。
scared of being rejected and hurt.
でもこのまま嘘をついて生きていきたくない。
I can't go on living and lying all the time. He started to sound so
だ
clear.
から僕、本当のことを彼女たちに言おうと思います。
That's why I'm going to tell the truth to those girls. Really?
自分が嘘をつくのもですけど、あなたに嘘をつかせるのも
I
苦しいっ
realized
て気がついたんです。
that it's only going to hurt me to keep on lying, and it hurts you too when I make you lie for me.
クズリュウ君にも謝って、それで今度は僕から友達になってほしいって言ってみます。
I'll apologize to Kuzuru too, and this time I'll take the initiative and say I want to be friends with him. Oop, I hit the button too fast. Wow. Harumi looked completely different than at the event hall. His eyes were a new clarity. It was a look that said he was committed to doing what he said he'd do. So you've made your choice. So
こんなヘタレな僕ですが、
you know I'm not good.
まだ友達でいてくれますか？
Will you still be my friend? Of course. I'm sorry about how I was back there. I told Harumi that I'd been thinking back on in my room. I'm really in no position to judge. I'm really sorry.
だとしても、なんで謝るんですか？まるで意味がわかりません。あなたの喝で僕は目が覚めたのに。
It's nice that's nice, but you were right. So why are you apologizing to me? Your scolding is what opened my eyes. Yeah. If that was how he took it, then I was happy.
アニメや漫画で散々知っていたはずなのに、本当は理解できていなかったんだって気がついたんです。
I should have learned from all the anime and manga I consumed, but I realized now that I never truly
出
understood.
会うだけが友達じゃない。本気で怒ってくれる友こそ、真の友である。
Just being nice to someone isn't friendship. A true friend will set you straight. Is that a line from an anime? It doesn't sound like a historical quote to me. Then I asked Haruma gave me a small smile.
これは僕が今回の件で実感したことです。
No, it's what I realized during the drama today. There's something I want to tell you too. It's something I've never shared with anyone else
僕で
before.
よければ。
Ooh, okay if you want. I took the moral high ground with you today, Harumi. But I've never been able to make friends either.
そうなんですか?
I see. I told you how I have no romance experience, but what I didn't say was I have trouble making connections since I don't have a father. Saying out loud left a bitter taste in my mouth. What? My parents separated before I was born, so I don't know who he is, and he probably doesn't know I exist. Only they know why they split. Maybe it was something unavoidable, but in my eyes, I can't help but feel like he abandoned me. So maybe that's why no matter who I talk to, I can't fully trust them. I'm scared of getting close to others,
誰とでも
no matter who it is. I could connect with my mom and grandma, but they're gone. I spent so much time with them though. Otherwise, I guess Kazumi is, but he's more like family than a friend. Other than them, I can't really open up. I know it's a problem, and it feels like a wall that's blocking me. That's why whenever I try to make new friends, it never works out. So romance is never even considered. I never even considered it. It was too frightening. Miss Lee. Thinking about it out loud, I realize how lacking a necessary part of human life. But then when I spend time with you, I feel like I'm having fun. I found myself enjoying our friendship. When I realized that, I was so happy.
そんな風に思ってもらえるほどできた人間じゃないかもしれませんが、
I don't think I'm a good enough person for you to feel that highly of me. I'm saying I'm the same way. None of us are perfect. That's okay. Oop, just on more center. And maybe that's why we're able to become friends.
今のあなたにとってとても大事な話ですよね。
Everything you've told me, it was very important to
それ
you.
を打ち明けてくれたってことは、ちゃんと僕を信用してくれているってこと。
You told me, which means you do
あな
trust
たは
me.
何も欠落していません。
And I think that means you're able to connect better than you think. You really think so? I hope you're right. Hearing him say that gave me hope at least.
そうですよ。間違いありません。僕からしたら、
I'm sure of it. I know you're a friend I can rely on. Really? I really am, right? Harumi's word resonated within me. His kind words soothed my aching heart. Ah, haha. I feel so much better now thanks to what you said. I really am weak. I have no room to judge you.
しっかりしてください。ヘタレなのは僕の専売特許で、あなたのじゃありませんよ。
Won't lie. I just looked at my camera and saw this is a painting that's on its side, but it just looked scary for a moment. Sorry, but you have to pull yourself together. Being a whip is my thing. You'll have to be something else.
今のところ譲るつもりもありません。
I'm going to be selfish and refuse to share it with you. So you're sticking to that label.
あなたには散々かっこ悪いところを見られていますから。今さら取り繕ったって意味ないでしょ?
If you've seen me in action enough times to know there's no point in pretending otherwise, is there? You're quite devoted to the role.
言い切りました。 これが
yep.
僕なんです。
I've made my declaration.
最初からかっこいい主人公じゃなくて、
This is how I am. I was never the cool main character type from the start.
疲れでどうしようもないところも含めて自分なんだって分かったから。
I know that my wimpy, hopeless side is just a part of who I am.
明日、くずりゅうくんともちゃんと話してきます。
Tomorrow I'm going to talk to Kizu. You can do it. Harumi took a new light in his eyes. Made a video again by accident. Did you hear that the oh, look at the animes. I don't know that one. Take another screenshot. I need to look these up, I guess. I recognize the mob one. I think that's the only one I recognize. Interesting. Look at the anime figures. This is a nice room. I like it. Kazooie, did you hear the At Saga event is going to be released on disc? I'm not surprised. I saw a lot of recording equipment. You're acting kind of weird. Did one of your faves get killed off? No, that's not it. What's that? You're being gloomy.
失礼します。
Excuse me.
おお、眩しい。
Who is this?
敵襲か。
Enemy invader?
イケメンだ。
No, it's just some pretty
3
boy.
年の牧野です。どうも。
I'm Makino. I'm a third year.
名前聞いたことあるな。女子に騒がれてて有名な、確か帰国子女だって。
I've heard of this guy. He's famous or something. The girls were talking about him. I think he studies abroad.
なんでここに？
Why are you here?
ちょっといいですか。
Oh, look, I can see it better. I think it says 5 ring. 5P ring. We're gonna find that game. May I have a minute?
自分ですか？
Are you talking to me?
はい。あなたです。
Yes, I am. I have something I need to say to you.
今更何を？
What do you want now?
その説は大変失礼いたしました。
About the other day, I'm truly sorry about it.
はあ？なんで土下座？
Why are you being so dramatic?
イケメンの土下座。初めて見た。
Pretty boy prostrating himself before us. That's a
し
first.
かも額を地面につけるやつだ。マジのやつだな。
Put his forehead on the floor. He really means
イ
it.
ケメンがやると何でも美しいな。
When you look like that, you can make anything look good.
何やってんの？やめてく
What are you
ださいよ。
doing? Knock it
僕の
off.
話を聞いてください。そうじゃないとやめません。
Please listen to what I have to say. I won't stop until you do.
わかったから、聞くから、聞きますから。
Okay, I'll listen.
僕は
I love
アニメ
anime.
が好きです。
What?
こんな見た目だけど、僕はアニメが好きなんです。後サガならもう全話50回以上見ているし、ティアブレイドも好きです。
I may not look the part, but I really do. I've seen all of At Saga 50 times over. I love Tear Blade
毎日
too.
新作アニメは全てチェックしています。好きな作品をあげればキリがなく、心の殿堂入り作品も両手じゃ足りないくらいです。
I watch all the newest shows each season. My list of favorites is so long. My top favorites are the double digits.
周りからは帰国子女っていうのもあってか、クールとかエリートとかイケメンとか言われて。
67. He never went up more. But since I studied abroad, everyone thinks I'm so cool, elite,
アニメが
pretty
好きって
boy.
言うと勝手に幻滅されるからそれが怖くて今までひた隠しにしていたチキンなヘタレ野郎なんです。
When I say I like anime, they look down on me. So I've kept my passion hidden. I'm a coward, a wimp.
だけど
But
僕はやっぱりアニメが好きだし、ずっと仲間と語り合いたいと思っていた。
I still love anime, and I always wanted to share that with other people.
だからクズリュウ君が話しかけてきてくれた時、本当に嬉しくて、僕は君と話がしたい。もし許されるなら友達になってほしい。
I was so happy when you talked to me at the event, Kuzuru. I want to continue our discussion. I want to be your friend.
あ
Makino.
と満件にも入りたいとできれば。
Also, I'd like to join the manga club if I may.
ただ今バイトのようなものをしていまして、冬にかけてそれが忙しくなると思うので、そんなに顔を出せないかも。
I have a part-time job, which which will get busy in the winter, so I might have to skip some of the
で
meetings.
もそれでもくずりゅうくんと皆さんとつながっていたいんです。
But even so, I want to stay connected to you, Kuzaru, and
よ
everyone
ろし
else.
くお願いします。
Thank you for your time.
自分は60回は見てるんだ。
I've watched Atsaga 60 times.
70回
I've watched it 70 times.
75
70 times for me.
回
I stopped counting after I passed 80.
というわけで全員2桁は余裕です。
So your double-digit viewing powers is nothing compared to us,
不足はないだろう。
but still worthy enough to join our
で
ranks.
は彼の入部は受理して構わんかね諸君。
Any objections to accepting this new initiative?
なし。
None here. So
ここまでされたら断れないですよ。
I can't turn you down after that. I'm so glad. Thank you for listening to me.
いきなり切れたりしてごめんなさい。ちゃんとあの時に話を聞くべきだった。
I'm sorry I lost my temper at the event. I should have stayed and given you a chance to explain.
仇の人間を前にしたら萎縮してしまうし、お多趣味をごまかそうとするのも。
I always cower when I see other normies around. A nerd trying to hide their nerdy is such a trope.
なんでそのことに思いが至らなかったのかと悔やまれます。
That day, I don't know why I didn't think of it that way. Sorry.
くずりゅうくん。
Kuzaru.
時に牧野氏、後坂では誰推しですかな？
What's your favorite character? Makino.
どのキャラも魅力的なので基本箱推しでいたいんですが、
All the characters
カイ
fascinating.
ですかね。
And I'd struggle to pick just one, but to be honest, I'd have to pick Kai.
カイはいいよな。ゲルダがいてこそって感じもするけど。
Kai's great, but I say it's only because he association with Gerda.
いや、そこは。
I don't think that's fair.
あれ、はるみくんこんなところにいた。
Harumi, what are you doing here?
ほら、だからさっきの後ろ姿、はるみくんだって言ったじゃん。
Told you I saw
だって
Harumi over here.
こんなところにはるみくんが用事あるとか思わないっしょ。
Like I said, I didn't think Harumi had any business here.
知り合いですかな？
彼女が来てるとか？でも大学違うんだよね。で、一人じゃん。
Maybe his girlfriend's here. No, wait, she goes to a different school. He's
な
alone.
ぜこんなとこに？まさかと思うけど、はるみくんも本当はオタクだったり？
There's no way he is. Harumi really a closet geek?
夢のないこと言わないでよ。あ、あれだ。かっこいいからってそいつらに喧嘩売られたとか。
Oh my god, don't even joke about that. I bet that pack of nerds started a fight with him because he's too
オタ
gorgeous.
クですが何か？
I'm an otaku. Is that a problem? What?
はるみくんでも冗談言うんだね。
That's a good one. You're so funny.
僕はオタク
I
だ
said
と
it.
言ったん
I'm
で
a
す。
nerd.
何それ？
Wait, for real?
マジなの？
So you've been lying to us this whole time? Don't you think that's really rude?
最悪だよ。こんなイケてないやつらと二次元について語り合ったりするの？
That's so sad.
なんですけど。
You're talking about cartoons with this loser? Did I pick the too meta one? This is hurting. So disappointing.
何よ。
What?
今まで僕が自分の趣味について嘘をついていたこと
I
に謝罪します。
apologize about lying for my interests up until now,
僕の
however.
趣味は幻滅されるようなことじゃないし、彼らはイケていない奴らではないです。
There's nothing to be ashamed of, and these are perfectly nice people.
受け入れてくれた。新しい僕の友人たちです。
They accepted me for who I am. They're my new friends.
キノ君
Bruh.
それってさ、このオタクなお友達も含めて素敵なはるみくんだと思ってほしいってこと？無理。
You want us to think you're cool just because you're gorgeous, Harumi? Huh? No
無理
way.
っしょ。無理無理。受け付けないもん。
Not even gonna consider it.
受け付けないとはなんだ。
So what? It's not like we sought out your approval.
受け付けないはこっちのセリフ。
We're the ones who don't care about you.
何それ？生意気じゃない？あんたたち何様のつも
Who
り？
do you think you are?
って嫌なんだよね。はるみくんも早くやめた方がいいと思うよ。
This is why I hate geeks. You better drop them when you can,
そ
Harumi.
れだ。本当は嫌なのに無理やり仲間にされたんじゃない？
They're blackmailing you into being their friends.
はるみくんも友達は選ばないとダメだよ。
Hey, Harumi, you've got to run with a better crowd. Why would you
どう
assume
して
that?
そうなるんですか？
They understand me better than you two.
はるみくん怖っ
You're starting to scare me,
マジ
Harumi.
であんたたちのせいではるみくんおかしくなっちゃったじゃん。どうしてくれんの？
It's all your fault. Harumi's all weird now. How are we gonna fix him? Hey! You're gonna drag him out? On my way back from university, my thoughts kept drifting back to Harumi. I wonder if he made up to Kuzuru. Is that Harumi? I ran up to him calling his name. When I caught up, I saw he was especially gloomy. Did it not work out?
くずりゅうくんとは和解もできたし、満研にも入部しました。
No, I made it up with Kuzuru and joined the manga club. But that just served as to spark a new conflict. Well, let's not discuss it at all here. Come on up to my place. Wink, 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 wink.
い
wink.
え、夜に一人暮らしの女性の家に上がるというのは。
Going to a lady's home at night when she lives alone? I don't think that's the best idea. But it's normal to be friends, right? Kazuma comes over all the time. Even though it was nearly November, the night had gotten chilly. It seems like he had a lot on his mind, and I didn't want to risk him catching a cold. Plus, I knew I could trust Harumi.
そうですか。じゃあ、お言葉に甘えて。
In that case, I'll take you up on that kind offer. And then the truth was revealed. He was actually a murderer, and he let his mask slip twice in front of you. So I led the still hesitant Harumi along with, and we entered my apartment together.
今の牧野くんだよな。
That was Makino, right? Are those two really... I feel bad, but I also don't feel bad, man. I'm so sorry. We'll get to your story later. So your fan club found out.
ファンというかなんというか、非難されるのは覚悟していたんですが。
I wouldn't call them fans. I was ready for their ridicule, but then they started in on the club members too. What do you want to do? Me? You've always been careful about your image, but now you're being true to yourself. Do you think you should leave it like this? Harumi was silent in thought for a while before answering me.
正直な気持ちを打ち明けると。
Honestly, it makes me so frustrated.
日本が誇るべき文化なのに、それをバカにされたばかりか。
Anime is part of Japanese culture. It's something we should be proud of, not something we get rejected over. Enjoying it isn't a crime.
本当にその通りです。どうにかしてギャフンと言わせてやりたい。
Exactly. I wish there was a way to make them take it back.
いや、ギャフンと言わせたいというか、アニメを好きになるとは言いません。
Don't mean that they need to love anime, but
好きであることを、好きでいる人間を認めてほしい。
I just want them to acknowledge that people like what they like. I tried to brainstorm for a while, but we couldn't find an easy solution.
本当は無事仲直りした報告と、今後の仕事の話をして楽しい気持ちで終わらせたかったのに。
I wanted to end things on a positive note and let you know that I made up with Kuzuru, then talk about upcoming work.
一個解決したらまた一個新しい問題を起こしてしまって。
By solving a problem, I only succeeded in making another one. I'm sorry. It's okay. Oh, work. We have a meeting tomorrow. It has to be about...
はい。多分あの件だと思います。
it probably has to do with that. I thought so. Professor Asagi's script is mostly done, so I knew that had to be it.
シナリオ完成したんですね。
So the script is finished? Yeah, I'm still reading it. It's amazing, but we can talk about it later. You need to read it
そうで
too.
すね。そろそろ帰らないと。
I will, but it's late. I don't want to overstay my welcome. Don't worry about it. Anyways, let's keep brainstorming after the meeting tomorrow.
はい。では、あさっての
Then I'll see
キ
you
ャ
at
スト発表で。
the cast announcement. Ooh, we said it together. We're like so in sync. You and I, we're basically a couple now. The day the staff gathered to discuss the upcoming schedule, it was all hands on deck, which included Mr. Kayami, who was in charge of hair and makeup, and her assistant Kazumi. Amid the director's notes, the apartment checks, it was announced the script was done, the characters and the cast were set. If everything went well in the upcoming months, shooting would begin at the start of the year. After the meeting, we went and gathered in the room with the principal cast.
では今回主役に決まりました西島陸さんです
To play the lead, we've casted Riku Nishijima. Clap, 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 clap. We all applaud the obvious choice for the next announcement, however.
ではもう一人の主役
The other lead will be
さんです
Yukito Sina. Clap, 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 clap. Sina, a model with no acting experience, had landed a co-starring role with Nishijima. They get along well. While everyone was expecting Nishijima, some looked conflicted over Sina, and then most of them likely hadn't seen his audition or his performance in the short film. Even so, the director had chosen him, so nobody objected. Look at them standing with each other. They really look natural together. Next, the supporting cast was announced, including Mr. Hanai and other familiar names. There's people from the camp. Some of them were actors who had lasted until the final round of auditions. The meeting continued for a while to cover script distributions, the dates for the title readings. We also scheduled costume fittings and more.
では本日はこれで解散としよ
So let's end there for today. Woo! We got through it. I had figured I wouldn't be too involved now, but now that the script was done, plus I'd be doing a lot of other tasks when shooting began. I can still be involved. I'm glad I can continue working with Harumi. Wait, what am I
う
thinking?
何百面相してんだ
You're making some real funny faces. Kazuma. Ah, good work today. Now that you've got the cast finalized, things are finally happening.
そうだな
Hey,
あお前さ
I wanted to ask.
この間
The other day.
お疲れ
Hey, you, nice job today. Asina, personal boundaries,
抱き
please.
しめたつもりだったんだけど相変わらずだな上田ちゃんは
I'm just trying to give you a hug. You haven't changed, Udadhani.
ちょっとゆきとさん久しぶりでいきなりのボディタッチは NG っすよ
Getting touchy-feely is
カズマちゃん
ain't
も
good.
相変わらずだね
You haven't changed either, Kazuma buddy. It's nice to see you again, Sina. Congratulations on your big role.
何それ素直に喜んでますよ俺はねえ西島さん
I'm sincerely happy about it, aren't you too, Nishijima? It's nice to see you too, Nishijima. Congratulations on getting the lead.
ありがとう上田さん
Thank you, Uda. I was a little surprised by the casting, not that you two weren't chosen, but I thought you'd be the opposite characters.
あわかるそれ
I thought so too.
確かに僕も思ってたのとは違ったかもしれないでも
I wasn't expecting it
やる
either,
からには完璧に演じてみせるよ
but it's been decided, so I will play my part to perfection.
まああれじゃんギャップ萌えって感じその意外性からの
It's probably the subversive expectation, no? The alluring of the unexpected. We've got the surprise built for it that way.
ゆきといつもと違う一面が見えてますます好きになっちゃう的な
Like, oh, Yukiko, you show me a new side of yourself, and it makes me even crazier about you, that sort of thing. Subvert expectations. Excuse me. Hey, Harumi.
どうしました
What is it? I had an idea about the other plan we've been talking about. Oh, really? I don't think it'll solve all of the issues, but it might get them to at least listen to us. I'm not sure it will work out, but I do think it's worth a shot.
聞かせてください
Let's hear it. Okay, well, there are still people around, so we stepped outside in the hall and spoke quietly.
うん確かに明暗ですですが彼らが協力してくれるでしょうか
I think it's a great plan, but will they cooperate with us? I don't know. We'll have to ask and see what is important. And see, it's important they feel the same as
確
you.
かに聞いてみないとわからないですしね僕連絡してみます
You're right. We'll never know unless we ask. I'll go contact them.
ありがと
Okay.
うございます オペレーション ING 始動。
Let's
ですね。
commence Operation TSA. Talk anime something. Tell all stuff. He's already named it. I decided to just roll with Operation TAS. I wonder what it means though. Now that's not the real issue right now. Anyways, I can probably do something about the outfits, although we'll probably need Kazuma's help. I started to look for him, but was interrupted.
なになに、内緒話と
Ooh.
かやらしいな。
Secret talks, how scandalous. Cena
い
again.
や、やらしくなんかな
It's
いで
not
す。
scandalous.
カズマちゃんならここにいるよ。
Kazuma's right over here.
なんだよ。
What do you need, Lee? I wanted your help with something.
ちょっと、面白いことするなら俺たちも参加させて。
Hey, if you're doing something cool, let us join in too. Us?
ねえ、西島さ
Yeah, big boy.
だからなんで僕まで。
Why do I have to? Wait, what is this all about, anyways? Well, Cena was clearly enjoying himself, and I felt bad that Nishijima was being dragged in, but oh well.
実は見返したい人たちがいるんです。
I want to get back at some people.
見返したい。
Get back at them? That sounds ominous.
なんか穏やかじゃない感じだね。
リベンジってこと？
Are we talking
ある意
revenge?
味では
In a
そう
way,
思います。
yes.
ああ、やっぱり面白そうな話じゃん。
Ooh, I knew that was going to be fun. Count me in.
まだ何をするか話してい
I
ないん
haven't
で
even
すが。
said what we're doing.
牧野くんが困ってるなら、俺は
Nah, if
力
you're
に
in
なる
trouble,
よ。
I'm here to
で、
help.
はるみちゃんは誰にいじめられたの？
So who bullied my widow Harumi?
走られたりしたってことかな。
Is someone using you as an errand
そい
boy?
つらにリベンジすればいいんだな。
Sounds like a good time for revenge.
ああ、
あ
そうじゃないです。違います。
You've got it all wrong, please. This is all I wanted to ask of you. A few days later, Cena wanted to see things go down himself, so he had to schedule a time when both he and Nishijima were free. Due to that, in the morning before the table reading was scheduled, Operation TAS was executed. We were all gathered with the manga club.
牧野氏、オペレーション ING、果たしてうまくいきますかな？
Like he says, Operation ING. Will Mr. Makino's Operation TAS be a success?
大丈夫です。自信を持ってください。
Don't worry, we need to be confident. Oh my god, he changed shirts.
牧野くん、自分大丈夫ですか？
Do I look okay? Not weird? I've done cosplay before, but it's never been so similar to myself, you know? I'm angsty.
くずりゅうくん、大丈夫です。
You're doing fine.
どこからどう見ても
No matter how you look, right now, you're still... Here they come! Familiar voices echoed down the hall. Their conversation stopped outside the door, and the club became intensely silent.
オタクの巣窟。こんなとこ呼びつけるとかマジでないわ。
It's here, the nerd pit. The nerve of him telling us to come here. For real, what if we catch...
オペレーション ING 作戦を実行する。
Harumi whispered the order to his friends. The girls threw open the door and came in. Harumi's self-proclaimed fangirls were who hated
はる
nerds.
みくんさ、こんなところに呼び出していった。
What do you think about telling us to come here? What?
ちょっとこれ。そっちの人たち、はるみくんの知り合い？え、なんでこんなイケメン集団が？
Are these your friends? Why are there a bunch of hotties in the manga club?
知り合いも何も。満研の仲間ですが。
Why else we love manga? That's the club.
そんなわけないでしょ。こんな爽やか青年見たことないし。
I've never seen this
前
knockout
からい
before.
ましたよ。こないだお会いしたばっかりじゃないですか。
Sure, you have. You spoken to him recently.
え、嘘でしょ？だってこんな見た目。
You're joking. He looks so different.
もう詐欺じゃん。前見た時はめちゃめちゃモサかったしダサかったのに。
This has to be a scam. Last time, nobody had a sense of fashion. Everybody looked
さっ
dumb.
ぱりしてるし、服もおしゃれだし、気のせいかもしれないけど、なんかキラキラしてる。
I thought for some reason that they wanted Sina and Riku to come here and like act like they were, you know, cool with anime too, but I guess doing makeovers works. But now he's so modern. I don't know if I'm seeing things, but I think he's honestly sparkling.
そこまで言わなくてもいいじゃないですか。
You don't need to be labeled a point. I don't look that bad.
誰？前からいた？本当に？
Who didn't? You? It was really you?
だよ。イベント会場でも会ってます。
Yeah, we all met at the event hall too.
本当に？こんなスペック高い人いた？いたら見逃すわけないんだけど。
A 10 out of 10 guy like you? There's no way I would have missed that.
もしかして。
Wait, you're the one with the ugly thick glasses. Kazuru nodded shyly.
どっからどう見ても爽やかイケメンなんですけど。
What the heck? You look gorgeous. My brain can't handle this, the girls complained. I don't know if this is helping anime. I don't think they're changing. The girls complained of being dizzy and sat heavy in some chairs. I can sympathize with their confusion a bit.
やりましたね、皆さん。オペレーションイケメンになってギャフンと言わせるは大成功です。
Transformed and stunned was a flawless victory. So that's what it stood for.
まあ人は見た目で判断しがちだからね。
A shame people judge other by their looks. Well, wait, that's
モデルの
the model you
ユキと。
don't? No way.
ほほーん、どうだ。こいつらの髪俺がカットしたんだぞ。
Like what you see, I was their stylist.
あ、ちょっと。姿は見せないって話だったんだけど。
Wait, I thought we were gonna stay hidden.
まあいいじゃないっすか。
It'll be fine.
俳優の西島陸まで。なんで？
Is that seriously Ryuku Nishijima? Why?
幻？これ一体何のサプライズだったの？
Am I dreaming? Hallucinating? Why are they making a surprise appearance?
いいわ。もう
Who cares? This is amazing! Hee! Seeing this group all of a sudden would sure be a shock. With Nishijima's help, we borrowed some fashionable clothing and had Sina coordinate the outfits. After that, Kazuma cut and styled their hair. The plan would have never gone over so without all their help. Sina approached the girls and they erupted in screams of excitement.
はいはい。いい子だから、ちょっと静かにしよっか。そしたら。
Now, be good girls and calm down. If you can do that, I might do something nice in return. Yeah, yep.
はるみちゃん。ほら、言いたいことがあるんでしょ。
You wanted to say something to them, Harumi?
あ、はい。
Thank you. I called you to here because I wanted to ask you a favor. What?
今後オタクだからって非難するのはやめてほしいんです。
I want you to stop looking down on people because they're nerds.
見た目が変わったら普通に接してくれましたよね。
You treated them just fine once they changed their appearance.
それはそうだけど。
Well, yeah,
でも中身は変わ
but
ら
that
ないし
doesn't change who they are inside.
好きなも
Anyone
のを
would be
バカにさ
upset
れ
if
たら
people mock
嫌
them
な
for
き
what
っ
they
とあなたたち
enjoyed.
もそれは同じ
I'm
では
sure
ない
you'd
で
be
すか。
just as
僕は
devastated.
好きなものを非難されるのが怖くてあなたたちに嘘をついていました。
I lied to people because I was scared of being
これ
shamed
か
for
ら
what
は
I
そういう
liked,
のやめます。
but I don't want to lie anymore.
誰に何と言われようと好きなものは好きだし嘘をつくのは嫌だから。
No matter what anyone else says, I like what I like and I don't
も
like
し
lying.
それでも僕と仲良くしてくれるなら友達として今度は僕もちゃんと向き合います。
All that said, if you can be civil, so can I, and we can still treat each other as friends. I guess we were a little mean.
私も自分の好きなものをバカにされてイラッとしたことはあるし。
Yeah, I was totally pissed when this one girl dissed my bag one time, but I laughed it off so I could fit in, and I felt awful about myself afterwards. I'll stop judging people based on a bunch of stereotypes. You didn't save them. Me too, sorry. Thank you for your understanding. Can we say something back? What is that?
あんたら絶対そっちの方がいいって。絶対モテるし、瓶底メガネやめてコンタクトにしたら？
You guys will look better this way. You'd be way more popular if you always looked like this. Why not get contacts? Me? No, I couldn't. Karu looked bashful, but he also seemed to like the
姿を
attention.
見比べたいから元の自撮りとか見せてよ。
I want to compare you before and after, so can you send me selfie? What?
そんなものはないです。
We don't have anything like that.
マジで？あ、じゃあ記念にみんなで撮ろうよ。
So let's all take a picture together. Seeing the girls turn over a new leaf with the manga club reminded me of when I first met and became friends with Harumi. Are you here? Please. People can't understand each other when given the chance.
作戦は大成功でしたな。
The plan was a huge success.
僕はただみんなに手伝ってもらっただけで。
It was only thanks to everyone's help. I want cabinets with glass doors so I can keep all my books in them. It looks great. Specifically, that third row looks like it's supposed to be the My Hero Academia covers. That's like kind of how they look. It was only thanks to everyone's help, but it wouldn't have happened at all without someone's initiating it. I'm proud to be your
牧野氏のことを同胞として
compatriot,
誇りに思います。
compatriot, Lord Makino.
それは嬉しいです。
That makes me happy to hear. Thank you.
いい感じじゃん。手伝った甲斐があったよな。
Feels good, man. Was worth it. With all your contribution, this was a huge success. Thank you, everyone.
じゃあ、僕たちはこれで。
Then we better be going.
上田ちゃんは今日の本読み立ち会うの？
Coming to the table reading? Yeah, I'll head over later.
OK。じゃあ今日はいつも以上に張り切っちゃおっかな。
Then I better put in more effort.
上田さん関係なく、真面目によろしく。
Whether she's there or not, please show some initiative.
何言ってんすか。俺、やる気満々ですよ。
You're talking about I'm always on.
あ、俺も行くっす。
Ah, I'll be there too.
カズマちゃんは読み合わせに用事ないっしょ。気合入りすぎじゃね？
There's nothing we need you there for, overachiever.
違いませんよ。俺にもちゃんと自分の仕事があるんです。
I'm not just going to watch. I have my own job. I'm so happy I turned his voice down because that was going to be so loud. Dang. If you play this game, turn Kazuma's voice down a bit. He screams, and I love this now. He's way better. Kazuma and the others left to head to their new assignments while Harumi was talking to the club members. I bowed in thanks as they departed while my thoughts drifted to future events. With all this settled, we don't need to pretend to be a couple anymore. That thought was more than a little sad. Dude, I mean, why were you pretending really to begin with? It was for the anime lie, wasn't it? Harumi still had classes to attend, so we'd meet up later after they were over. I needed to return the outfit we'd borrowed anyway, so I headed back to the studio by myself. There was an outfit for every club member, so it was pretty difficult carrying them down the stairs on my own. Heavy, I stopped at the landing to catch my breath when suddenly the load became lighter. Harumi?
牧野くんじゃなくて。
Sorry, I'm not Makino. Kazuma? Sorry, I didn't mean to sound ungrateful.
結構重いな。お前、無理すんなよ。
This is pretty heavy, don't push yourself. Thanks, Kazuma, but why are you here?
仕事だよ、仕事。どこ運べばいいんだ？
I'm here to work. Where are you taking these? He helped me carry half the load back to the costume department. Thanks, you've been a huge help. I'm sorry to distract you from your work.
あのさ、ちょっと聞きたいんだけど。実はちょっと前に花井さんからお前と牧野くんが付き合ってるって聞いてさ。
I want to ask you something. A little while ago, Hanai said you and Makino were dating.
そ
Oh,
の時は
yeah?
半信半疑だったけど、この前お前の部屋に牧野くんが入っていくの見ちまって。
Thought it sounded fake, but then later I saw you and Makino heading back to your room. Oh, that night.
誰かと付き合うことになったなら、さすがに報告とかしてくれそうなもんだろ。
If you were dating someone, you'd at least tell me, right?
何も聞いてないし。話の出所が花井さんってのもあるけど。
But you haven't said anything. Let's be real. I got this from Hanai. So are you two really dating? Kazuma's doubts were understandable. If I had been dating someone for real, I certainly would have talked to him about it. The problem was Harumi and I were only sort of dating, assuming it even counted at that. It was too difficult of a situation to explain. There's no need to lie about it, so I might as well tell him what the deal is.
まああれだろ。 今回のゴタゴタと同じでなんか巻き込まれてとかじゃねえの。
If I had to hazard a guess, it was because you got caught up in his whole ploy, right?
お前困ってるやつほっとけない性分だから。
You never could abandon someone in need. He's
じ
perceptive.
ゃなきゃお前が俺に黙って他の誰かととかってありえねえし。
So I can't imagine a scenario where you'd be dating someone and not
変
tell
な
me.
冗談はやめろよな。マジで心臓に悪いからさ。
Don't play with my heart like this, okay? It's bad for my health. It was as if Kazuma couldn't fathom the idea of me and Harumi dating, or that I could even date anyone at all. Is it really that strange of an idea? Kazuma froze in his tracks.
ひょっとしてマジなのか?
So you actually are? Kazuma's tone was panicked. I should check with Harumi first before I say anything more. I'll just evade the question for now. I felt bad about it, but I decided to change the subject. Did you know there's a new fried chicken kiosk in front of the station now? It smells really good. I bet you'd be interested in it too. Don't change the subject. Ooh, the music just stopped. That was great. I couldn't look away. His expression was so serious, unlike anything I'd seen from him before.
別に反対したりしねえよ。ただ、お前の口から直接報告してもらいたいだけで。
I'm not going to interfere. I just wanted to hear it from you directly.
気持ちの整理がつかないから。
Otherwise, I can't properly sort out my own feelings. I don't like the best friend storyline where it's like, here's your best friend that actually also wants to date you. I would prefer if it's your best friend who develops feelings for you as you start develop feelings at the same time, and not, because then it just feels gross. I found myself backing into a wall as Kazuma came closer by the second. Kazuma was always there for me, worrying about me, but I'd only been thinking of Harumi lately. I felt guilty about it, but I was also taken aback by Kazuma acting confrontational.
どうしたんですか?
Miss Lee, what's going on? Harumi? Harumi approached us in a brisk pace and spoke in a low
何し
tone.
てるんですか、上久保くん。
What are you doing, Kamibuko-kun?
お前には関係ねえだろ。
It's none of your
関係
business.
あります。
I'm making it my business.
関係ってどんな?
Oh yeah? Why is that?
それは
Because the tension was escalating. If I didn't do something, those two would surely come to blows. Harumi? I've known Kazuma for a long time. It's fine.
男女の友情を否定はしません。でも、これは明らかにあなたが困っている。
I know you two have been friends for a while, but you're clearly uncomfortable right now. Am I wrong?
だからなんだって言うんだよ。
How does that have anything to do with you?
彼女は僕の大事な恋人だ。
She's my girlfriend, so step away. Oh no, are they gonna punch each other? This is not the direction I saw this going. Harumi took my hand and pulled me protectively into his arms. Harumi?
恋人。お前マジで言ってんのか?
Girlfriend, huh? You really mean that?
冗談を言っているように聞こえますか?
Do I sound like I'm joking to you?
じゃあ聞くけどよ。
Then let me ask you this. Oh no, are we going to a quiz? Oh, I'm not ready. Okay. Oh god. Why must I prove my love? Harumi, Makino. Pretend time. Mission. Convince Kazuma you're dating. Alright. Ah,
お前
dang.
は彼女としてのこいつのどこが好きなんだ?
What qualities do you like about Lee as a girlfriend?
彼女は僕にいつも寄り添ってくれる。それに、時には本気で怒ってくれて。
She's always considerate of my feelings, but she's not afraid of being
彼
honest
女
with
の
me.
そういうところが信頼できるし。
I trust her opinion and I value her insight. He said it with such conviction. Huh, that isn't what we decided on when we started this. I highly doubt Harumi forgot the notes we wrote for himself. Was he improving?
それじゃお前は
Then what about you? What do you like about him? Me, how he strives to improve. How he always strives to improve himself one step at a time. Where others would give up, he keeps at it. Seeing his dedication inspires me. Perfect. All right, next.
なんか付き合い長そうな話になってるけど、実際付き合い始めたの？
Seems you've been dating for a while, but when did you actually start dating? We decided this in our character notes. We began dating on Harumi's birthday.
9月26日。その日に聖地巡礼に一緒に行ってもらって、帰りに告白した。
September 26th, she came to me to visit a pilgrimage site, and I confessed my feelings on my way home with her. That's not what we agreed on. It isn't going. Is this going to work?
聖地巡礼って？それどこに何しに行ったんだよ。
Pilgrimage site? All right. Where was it, and what did you guys do there? Kazuma looked at me for an answer. We went to an udon shop and had the same meal the anime characters
天か
ate.
す山盛りですごく美味しかった。
We topped it off with a lot of tengasu, and it was delicious. Yeah, you piled it on so much it overflowed.
もう忘れてほしい。
I really wish you'd forget that part. But it's part of the memory for our time together, so it's important.
たかだかうどんでここま
Why
で。
are you getting so worked over udon?
じゃあ初デートは？さすがに。
What about your first date? You must have gone somewhere.
聖地巡礼とかじゃねえよな。
Or was it another visit to a pilgrimage site? I'm ready for this one. We decided on the planetarium.
水族館です。
The aquarium. What? He keeps going off script. Since this was Harumi, though, I'm assuming he has a plan. I think the aquarium was the place we visited while we were located Eaton Scout. Does she not realize that he like means for real? He's like, for really real?
確かに聖地巡礼よりはそれっぽくなってきたな。で、
So what did you do there? Well, we watched the dolphin show. We watched the dolphin show, we sat in the front row and got soaking wet.
けど、あなたがハンカチで拭いてくれたから。
And then you wiped me off with your towel, which helped a lot. But then you got worried that I would catch a cold since I was still wet, and you dried me off with your
お
towel.
かげで二人とも風邪はひかずに済んだし。
Thankfully, we were both fine in the end. That show was really fun. I want to go back there again.
二人の世界作るんだ。
Could you do focus, please? Dun dun.
そうは言ってもなんか付き合ってるっぽく見えねえんだよな。恋人らしいこと。
Even though you say it, it still doesn't feel like you're dating. So, have you two even done anything as a couple? What kind of things?
それなりに。
Some, sure. Have you kissed? Why would you ask that? I wish I could disappear. We haven't kissed yet. Because you do that after you've deepened the relationship. So yeah, not yet.
ああ、やめろ、もう分かったから。
Enough, I get it. Kazuma covered his ears. Why would you even ask in the first place if you didn't want to hear the answer?
さっきから突っかかってくるけど、認めたくないだけなんじゃない。
So, are you interrogating us because you don't want to accept that we're a couple?
そんなことねえし。
That's not
僕
it.
たちが互いを思い合ってる証拠を見せれば納得するのか。
Will you accept it if we show you proof that we care for each other? Proof? Could you mean show him a photo? This is a photo I took when we went to the botanical garden. I always have it with me in my planner.
俺も持ってる。この時のことは印象深かったな。
I have one too. That day was really memorable. I often take it out to look at it to reminisce. You too. That's the whole frame. Oh god. I get it already.
まだ話していないこともある。
There's still things we haven't mentioned.
もういい、十分だ。むしろこれ以上聞きたくない。突っかかった俺が悪かった。
No, that's enough. I'd rather not hear anymore. I'm sorry for doubting you. Kazuma raised his hands as if surrendering. So dramatic.
お前のそんな顔俺は見たことねえし。
Besides, I've never seen you look that way before. Huh?
きっとそういうのが見れるのは牧野くんだけなんだろうな。
I bet Makino's the only person you ever given that look to. What's the look? Describe it to me.
いいか牧野くん。こいつのこと傷つけたら。
Listen up, Makino. If you hurt her, I'll make sure you regret it.
そんなの上久保くんに言われるまでもないです。
Don't need to be told that, Kami Boo Do.
そうかよ。じゃ、俺は仕事あるから。
Fine, I have to get back to work. With that, Kazuma left us. I was so nervous. You totally ignored all our character notes.
すみません。でも、恋人という嘘以外は、彼には本当のことを言うべきだと思って。
Other than lying about us being a real couple, I thought we should tell him the truth. I see. Well, you accepted who you are and made some new friends, so I guess we don't need to keep the curated, but we went through a lot to convince Kazuma. Maybe we should keep it up a bit longer.
あなたがそう言ってくれるなら、そうしてほしい。
If you're up for it, I'd like that too. By the way, you surprised me when you came out of nowhere speaking like that. Oh.
すみません。いきなり慣れ慣れしいですよね。戻しますから忘れてください。
I'm sorry, I was being too familiar all of a sudden. I'll rein it in, so please don't dwell on it. Wait, you don't have to. I just meant you can talk to me without being so formal.
自分のことを俺っていう練習とかもこっそりしてるんです。ヒーローってそういうイメージだし。
To tell the truth, I've been practicing talking more assertively. I feel like that's my hero, what heroes would say and would do. Harumi, being more assertive feels kind of weird to me.
言葉遣いだって普通に喋ろうと思うこともあるんだけど、敬語の方が余計な敵を作ることも少ないかなって思う。
Even my choice of words. I thought I'd speak less formally, but I thought about speaking less formally, but I thought I'd make fewer enemies by being polite.
そういう牧野晴美を求めてるんじゃないか。
I thought everybody wanted that version of Harumi Makino. I see. I like it though. Being more casual makes me feel like we've gotten closer.
あなたがそう言ってくれるなら、取り繕うのはやめて。
Really? If you say so. Maybe it will feel less like I'm pretending if I try my best. I'm sure everybody at the university will understand. They would likely be surprised at first, but I was sure they'd accept him.
ところで、
About what happened just now. Yeah?
さっき、とっさに恋人って言ったけど、あなたは上久保くんのことを男性として意識したりは。
I blurted out that you were my girlfriend, but you're not secretly hiding a crush for Kami Kubo, are you? What? Me and Kazuma?
いや、なんでもない。こっちの話だから。
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
いや、何を気にしているんだ。
Why would I even be worried about that? Harumi turned his back to me and he kept mumbling to himself. While I was worried about Kazuma, though, he'd accept Harumi. It felt like I'd gotten close to Harumi thanks to Kazuma. I'll need to thank him later. Think who? What's going on? Don't worry about it. Ooh. With the script and casting finished, the film went into full production, poised to start shooting on the first of the year. I was waiting to exchange some documents with Harumi at the cafe. It was the same cafe we always went to. Harumi ordered the same thing as the last time we had been there too, looking like he really enjoyed it. I'll make sure to get this to the professor. Get this to Professor Asagi. Thanks. Even though the script was complete, there were still plenty of last-minute changes from the table reading that in various meetings. By the way, how have you been so far?
オタクだってことを打ち明けてから前より声をかけてもらえるようになった気がする。
Since I started to be more true to myself, people have started talking to me more. I'm glad to hear that.
幻滅して離れていった人もいるけどね。
Some were turned off, but I decided not to let that bother me.
こんな俺を受け入れてくれる人たちもいるし、自分が大事だと思っている周り
I've
の
got
人たちが
friends who accept me for who I am now, and as long as they get me, I'm happy. I saw nothing of the old Harumi that would mope and stress over hiding his hobbies. He looked fulfilled, like a different person.
最近は満研の仲間と今期のアニメの感想を言い合ったり、今まで手をつけてなかったジャンルの良さを教えてもらったり。
Lately, I've been discussing this season's anime with the manga club, and they've been showing me genres I've never seen
俺もア
before.
ニメには詳しいつもりだったけど、 もっと上には上がいることも分かって悔しい気もするんだけど、でも嬉しいんだ。
I thought I knew what I was talking about, but they're on another level. I feel a bit embarrassed, but but it also makes me
俺も
happy.
負けない。もっといろいろ知りたいし楽しみたいって気になるから。
I feel inspired to keep up. I want to know more and learn more. Sounds nice.
それに引き気味だった女子たちの中には布教したら興味を持ってくれる人もいて、
Reminds me, does he like me more? 76%. And some of the girls who were initially turned off by it were interested when I recommended they watch.
どうかした？
Something wrong? No, I'm fine. Please go on.
あ、うん。
Okay. I'm not his only friend anymore. I should have been happy Haruma had new friends, but with the same hobby, but I felt a little
そうだ。
lonely.
この後時間ある？
Do you have some time after this? Sure.
あなたにおすすめの作品があって、それで今まで円盤の貸し借りはしてたけど、一緒に見たことはなかったのを思
Have
い
a
出したんだ。
series I want to show you. I gave you my DVDs before, but I've never watched any of them
きっとあな
together.
たも気に入ると思うから、うちで一緒に見よう。
I thought you'd like to, so let's watch them out together at my place. Right now?
あ、もちろん浅木先生に資料を渡してからね。
After you
Thank you.
hand the documents
What
off to
about
Mr. Asagi, of course. I'll go with you. Oh, I got confused. I was like, who's him? Yeah, I'd love to watch it with you.
よかった。あなたの感想も聞いてみたかったんだ。
79, we did it. I'm glad. I wanted to hear your thoughts on it for a while. But is it okay for me to come over all of a sudden? Won't your dad be
そのあ
there?
たりは気にしないで。あの人は今みたいな仕事の状況の時は
Don't worry
あま
about
り
it. When
家に
his
帰ってこないんだ。
work is like this, he rarely comes home.
それじゃあ行こう。
Let's go. Harumi left first, so I chased after him. Why would he leave without you? We stopped by Professor Asagi's place to pass off the documents, and since Harumi made them, they discussed the contents for a while. After that, Harumi and I went to his house. Even though he reassured me it would be fine, it was my first time I'd been there, so I was nervous that I might meet his mom. I'm dressed in my normal clothes, and I didn't bring any gifts. Whether he knew I was packing or not, Harumi was excited on the way there.
友達を部屋に呼ぶなんて初めてだ。いろいろゆっくり話そう。
Never had a friend over. Let's talk things over. Sure. That's right. There was nothing to worry about. It was just two friends hanging out, although I found visiting a friend's home nerve-wracking anyways. Still not dating. It wasn't too long until we reached his house.
こっち。
Here we are. Just as we entered the house, Harumi's mother poked her head around a corner.
おかえりなさい。あら、お友達？珍しいわね。
Welcome home. You brought a friend. How rare. Hi, my name's Lee. Harumi and has been a good friend to me. I smiled at her and bowed my head.
ああ、こちらこそ。息子がお世話になっております。
Thank you for spending time with my son. Harumi took after his mother. She was a beautiful and gentle-looking woman.
部屋に行くけど何も持ってこなくていいから。上がって。
We're going up to my room. You don't need to bring us anything. Come on, let's go.
ちょっと待って
Harumi,
ちょうだい。
please wait a moment.
ゆっくりしてと言いたいところだけど、今日はお父さんが帰ってきてるのよ。
I'd like to say have
ちょう
fun,
どあなたの部屋に。
but your father's home today. He's in your room right now. Harumi paled at her words. What? He ran through the house without looking back. Harumi, please excuse me, Mrs. Makino. I rushed in after him.
父さん、何やってるんだよ。一人の部
Father?
屋で。
What are you doing in my room? I peeked into the room behind Harumi. Thought I heard something squeak. Inside, I could see Mr. Makino holding one of Harumi's DVD box sets.
勝手に入らないでよ。出て行って。
Don't come in here without permission. Get out, Harumi.
いつまでこんなものを見ているんだ。
How long are you gonna keep watching these
もうすぐ
things?
大学4年生だろう。子供の見るようなものを喜んで買い集めるなんて恥ずかしい。
You're almost in your final year of college. Buying and collecting children things is
アニメなん
shameful.
てものからはいい加減卒業するべきだ。
You need to grow up from things like anime. Never.
そんなことない。
No, I
手放したしまえば
don't.
目が覚めるだろう。いつまでも抱えているから現実が見られなくなるんだ。
You'll come around once I throw it all out. You're blinded from reality because of this trash you keep around. He ignored Harumi's reply and called for his wife.
あなたはいつだって勝手に決めて、俺の話を聞こうともしない。
This is an awkward visit. Should I be here? You always decide everything and never listen to what I say. You never try to understand me. Harumi's shaking. This must be the first time he's talked back to his father like this.
だから余計にお前の言うことなど聞く必要はない。
I understand you just fine. That's why there's no point in listening to what you
い
have
ず
to
れ自分
say.
が間違っていたと気づく日が来るからな。
One day you'll realize you were wrong. Throw these away. Throw all this away? His mother looked hesitant as she glanced at Harumi. Harumi? After a moment, Harumi nodded. You can't. There's Atsaga and Tearblade in there. You love it so much. Harumi stood silently and stared at the floor as his parents cleared out his room.
どきなさい。
Move. Please wait. Those are mine. You can't throw them away. Oh no, I said it. I didn't even think about it. The lie flew from my lips, but there was no taking it back. I said it, so I had to follow through and convince them it was
君
mine.
のもの
You say it's yours. Yes, it's research material for a script.
捨てるわけにはいかないわね。
Well, if it's yours, we can't throw it away.
本当に君のものなのか。
It's truly yours. I find that dubious. It's all
で
mine.
は質問させても
Then
らう
I。have some questions. Go for it. God. All right, we ready. We pumped. Please be 3 questions and not 6. Convince them the anime merch is yours.
な
clearly
ぜ
not
君の
yours.
私物がハルミの部屋にあるんだ。
Why are your belongings in Harumi's room? There's so much of it. I guess that's a reasonable question. Let's see. I let Harumi borrow it. I let Harumi borrow it?
この量
At this volume, isn't this too much to loan? Eek, he's too suspicious. He showed so much interest, I wanted him to see a bit of everything all at once.
まあいい。君のものというなら内容はすべて把握しているわけだな。
If all this is yours, you must know this content. Well, yes, I wanted to add, of course, but I didn't have the
で
confidence.
はこの作品の
Who's
主
the
人公の
protagonist of these series? Mr. Makino held up a At Saga box set. Oh, thank goodness, of course there's Kai. It's Kai. I confidently stated my answer. He stared off at cold and distant, but then in episode 11, something happened and he opened up, allowing him to deepen his bond with
okay.
Fine Enough. Yes, sir. It worked.
しかし脚本の資料と今しがた聞いたがこのキーホルダーは資料ではあるまい。
You say they were for research. Explain to me how this keychain is research material. On top of the stack was a rare acrylic charm. That one's from At Saga. It was one Harumi had when we had gone to the event together. It was a miniature version of Kai and Gerda making their signature pose. Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute though?
君は私にどんな答えを期待しているんだ。
How do you expect me to respond to things so flappant? Oh no, I messed up. Oh dang. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to start this over.
明らかに資料ではなさそうだ。
These slow clicks can be part of research. He accidentally turned one on. It flashed the Hat Saga color all over Haruma's room. It was a required item for the convention. What convention? There was a convention for At Saga, the anime series. I used to then. When you press the switch, it cycles through the characters' colors. It's also amazing when everyone in the hall has them
キャラ
going.
の色
character color. Show me. I took the glow stick and time to razzle dazzle. All right, for example, when it was Kai's scene, we switched to blue.
手慣れているな。
Seem adequate at this. Well, I did do it during the event. If it's Greta's scene, we switch it to purple, and if you do this, the color keeps cycling. It's fun. Do you want to try it? No thanks. Oh gosh. At the event, we had behind-the-scenes interviews with the cast, and they held a dramatic reading. You can see how much effort the staff put into their work, see the audience reaction, and learn a lot about the process.
しかし良質な作品なら他にもたくさんある。わざわざアニメを選ぶ必
There's
要
a
などないだろう。
plethora of quality media out there. Why bother with anime? Why do you hate it so much? Why do you so casually dismiss
嫌いか
anime?
どうかという質問に意味はない。子供が見るならまだしも、いい大人が見るものではあるまい。
It's fine for children to watch, but it's not something for grown adults. That's just prejudice. There's a wide range of works from different audiences.
君の言い分は分かった。資料だというのなら、捨てるわけにはいかないな。
I understand what you're saying. This is indeed your research material. I guess I cannot throw it away. Thank you. I let out a sigh of relief. I was glad I stood my ground. I think I'm gonna redo that and see if I get a better ending. So we're gonna load.
ただし、やはりこれらは、アルミには悪影響を及ぼす。
You're gonna say it to me again anyways. It's fine. All right. Enemy lever. Enemy lever. I don't have space for them. I have so much. I couldn't keep it all at my place, so I asked Harumi to hold on to it. Mr. Makino looked at the box set with a frown, so I added in a small voice, I'm sure you're aware of my house situation. I live in a small room by myself. When I told Harumi about the problem, he offered to help.
確かにこれだけあれば、かなりスペースを取るな。
Truly, if you've amassed this much, it would take up so much space in your living space. Thank you.
まあいい。
Hi. It was sold before the show. It was sold before the series aired. Once it aired, the show became very popular. I had my eye on it before it began. A work of media isn't just the script. I need to understand all the resulting forms, including the characters and
かなり
merchandise.
のめり込んでいるようだな。
Here's your deep into this.
このペンライトは、
No, that was the good one. Time to razzle dazzle. All right. Don't make fun of anime. Don't make fun of anime before you've even seen it. I'm not ridiculing it. Mr. Makami seems startled by my intensity. You just tried to throw it out. I've learned several things from watching anime. It's a valuable resource. The quality of work can't be decided solely on its medium. As a creator yourself, shouldn't you be exposing yourself to a variety of
確か
work?
に一理あるかもしれない。
Valid criticism.
これ
Yay!
らが君の私物だというのは分かった。それに、
I'll accept these as your
君がどれだけアニメが好きか
belongings
もな。
and that you have a passion for anime. I'm glad you understand, sir. I was getting desperate. This was intense, but I managed to save everything. Just then I realized how sweaty my palms were in my clenched fist. I was so nervous. Wahoo! It's actually 80%, but woohoo! Oh no, wait. There's 5 questions. It was 75%.
やはりこれらは、アルミには悪影響を及ぼしかねない。早々に持ち帰ってほしい。
However, these still serve as a potential bad influence on Harumi. I want you to take them back to your home immediately. He'd only accept the idea that they were my collection, but that was enough for now. I understand. With that, Harumi's parents left his room and we were finally alone. The silence was deafening.
どうしてあんな嘘を？
Why did you have to say such a lie? Because all of this is important to you. I couldn't think of any other choice but to protect them at the time. In retrospect, I admit it was a bold move. Why didn't you object yourself?
それは
Because I waited for him to finish his thought, but he never did.
これ 話してた DVD。あと、申し訳ないんだけど。
This is the DVD I mentioned earlier, but after all that just happened now. Yeah, I'll take it home. Whatever I can for you. I'll take home whatever I can for you.
今日のところは
For now, please just go. Okay. The room had a heavy atmosphere. It was clear I couldn't do anything anymore. My feet felt like lead as I left Harumi's and trudged home. Harumi has his Mongo's fan club friends now. He probably doesn't need me pressing the issue. The thought made me feel even more depressed. I gave Harumi some space, but after a few days, I still hadn't heard from him. Maybe he's finding it hard to reach out. I mulled over things while I watched the DVDs I borrowed from Harumi. What should I do? I debated about messaging him through Ring as usual or continuing to keep my distance for the time being. Maybe if I initiated, we'd have a regular conversation, things would go back to normal and I'd feel silly for worrying. Or should I take the chance and call him? He must be struggling all by himself. Maybe if I try to avoid the topic. No, he doesn't like misdirection like that. What should I do? Ugh. Let's call him because you miss his voice. I'm assuming he appreciates my honesty. I'll just call and ask how he's doing directly. I'll keep worrying otherwise. I mustered up my courage to call him. He answered, but he's silent. Hello, Harumi, it's Lee.
何か用？
Did you need something? Now that I hear his voice, I don't know what to say. I wanted to ask if you were okay. I'm such a coward, I give up. Time to just act normal. Sorry, never mind. I was wondering if you wanted to go to the botanical garden again. It might help brighten your mood.
俺もあなたに話が
He's gonna break up with me over the phone. Oh no. I had something I needed to tell you too. Tell me something?
また
I'll see you then. Okay, see you. What does he want to tell me? If something was troubling Harumi, I would have been happy to talk it through with him. If it would make him feel better, I'd want to help make that happen. As my thoughts wandered, my eyes stopped on the poster I'd won at the event. It got a little ripped in all the commotion, but it was a symbol of an important moment Harumi and I had shared. Harumi said he wanted it too. Would it make him happy if I gave him it as a present? The art was of the Saga characters posing with the robots they rode next to each other. Was their voice actors' signatures. I reinforced it to ensure that it wouldn't rip further and rolled it up. Our meetup time was a little late, so by the time I got to the garden, the sun was setting. We were silent as we headed to the tree. Remember the last time we came here? You were so excited. He didn't answer. He didn't say anything the entire time. Harumi, I wanted you to have this. I showed him the poster from the event. I don't want it. Why?
もう漫画もアニメも卒業する。
I'm gonna drop anime and manga, so I don't want it. What do you mean by
そ
that?
のままの意味だよ。
Exactly what I said. There's no need to elaborate. But you
あ
love
な
it
た
so
も同じ
much.
大学3年だから知ってると思うけど、就活はこれからが本番だ。
Job hunting will start soon. You're a third year too, so I'm sure you
今まであ
understand.
んまりやってこなかった俺は出遅れてて、もう余裕がない。
I haven't done much so far, so I'm already behind. There's no
こ
leeway
のと
there.
ころ浮かれていて、勉強にも身が入ってなかった。勉強に集中するために映画の手伝いも下ろさせてもらった。
He's leaving everything behind. He is becoming the nightmare. He is his own problem. All right, I've been distracted lately. I've fallen behind in schoolwork too. I need to get my act together. I'm quitting the movie. Why is this sideways? I'm watching this in the camera and it's sideways. I've been so distracted lately. I've fallen behind in my schoolwork too. I need to get my act together, so I'm quitting the movie too. Hold on. Studying and job hunting are important, but anime and manga are your true passion. Are they something you can drop so easily?
所詮は娯楽なんだ。別になくなったって生きていける。
They're just entertainment. I can live without them. Harumi had such a cold, dead look in his eyes. It broke my heart, but I felt I shouldn't look away and held his gaze. My own expression shifted into a glare. Was it really that trivial to you, Harumi? You devoted yourself to it, opened yourself to others, and you were so happy you were
仕方
changing.
ないだろ。こうするしかないんだ。
What else am I supposed to do? Harumi was the first to drop their gaze. He stared at the ground. I couldn't see his face. What happened? You've been acting odd lately. Is something wrong? I'll listen. If there was something I could help with, I wanted him to tell me about it. I took a step closer to him, then another. I touched his shoulder and tried to peek down to see his expression. Up. What?
うるさい
Shut up! I jumped back in surprise. I'd never seen him so angry. But instead of running away, I stood my ground. The glimpse I caught of his face was twisted in pain.
お母さんとおばあさんを亡くして辛い思いをしてきたって知っている。でも、愛されて、大切にされていた。
I know you've had a hard time. You lost your mom and your grandmother, but they loved and cared
だ
for
け
you.
ど、俺は違う。父母は健在だけど、父は俺を嫌って邪険に扱うし、母は父の言いなりだ。
It's different for me. My parents are alive, but my father hates me and my mother does whatever he
そんな
says.
家で、味方も逃げ場もないような家で、父に逆らって自分を貫くなんてできるわけがない。諦めるしかないんだよ。
With a home like that, I have no support and nowhere to run. I can't be myself and stand up to my father, so I give
愛
up.
されて育ったあなたに、仕事の邪魔だからって、わざわざ外国に捨てられた俺の気持ちがわかるわけがない。
You were raised with love, so you'll never understand. I was thrown away overseas so I wouldn't be in the way of his work. That may be true. I can't truly understand your perspective, but we can think about it together.
もういい。
Please stop.
もうやめよう。いいんです。これは今までの悩みとは違う。あなたのアイデアで解決できるものじゃない。
Let's stop. It's fine. It isn't like the other stuff before. It can't be solved just by your ideas.
僕が何も考えていないと思いますか？
Do you think I haven't tried already? This is the best choice. I've already made up my mind. If you can't talk to me, then what about someone else? It's never a good idea to bottle your feelings up. If you'd rather talk to another guy, then I'm sure Kazuma or one of the others.
人の話、聞いていましたか？分かってもらえていないみたいだから、はっきり言いますけど。
Weren't you listening to me? You don't seem to get it. I'll be
迷
blunt.
惑なんです。
You're being annoying.
だから、
We're done here. My chest ached. I felt like Harumi had stabbed me with his words. About all the times we spent together. It felt as if all we had done was shattered into pieces and disappeared. I turned from him. The large tree in the botanical garden was the exact same tree Kai and Greta had their big talk under. That Haruka I knew, the one who was smiling and fulfilled, was gone. I get it. I'm sorry. Goodbye. I ran away. I had to get away from there as fast as possible. Haha. I kept running, but I couldn't escape the cold sound of Harumi's voice. At some point, I managed to catch the last train and stumbled back to my apartment. I looked back, but there was no one following me. Sorry, it looked so natural I didn't read it. I wish Harumi would have been there, out of breath, having chased me all the way home. If he had, I'd forgive him for everything he had, and we'd do it again together. Together? It's impossible to have that anymore. It pained me to accept it, but I knew it was better than empty hope. The moment I entered my room, I couldn't hold my tears back anymore. My strength left me, and all the DVDs and manga he'd loaned me clattered to the floor, and I fell on my bed. Part of me said to hurry and pick them up, but the tears kept falling down my cheeks, and my hands were too busy trying to wipe them away. This was such a huge shock. It was crushing to be rejected. Harumi had become such a large part of my life, and I didn't want to let him go. Was it normal to hurt so much after losing a friend? I'd begin to question myself. Maybe I'm starting to feel something for Harumi beyond friendship. If not, then the pain didn't make any sense. I squeezed my hand to my chest. I couldn't come up with an answer. Nothing was making sense. And now it's all over. My vision blurred, and the tears, as they fell on my poster, I wanted to give him. The one from At Saga event that Harumi loved so much, the one we went to together. I picked up the poster and hugged it tightly. I couldn't stop sobbing. A chill breeze blew through the room as my tears kept flowing. I kept trying to get that. Huh. Looks like she was going to cry. Of course, I said something awful to push her away. It's the worst. All I did was take out my frustration on her. I'm just running away again, unable to find the courage to face my enemies. I know that. She was only trying to cheer me up and help me out. She kept asking what I wanted to do and how she could help. She was such a dear friend, and I hurt her. She must be disappointed in me. She'll leave me too, and I'll have no one to blame but myself.
写真も捨てなきゃ。
Should have thrown away that photo.
なんで
So why can't I? B. Why? I have to forget about her. When you told me to get rid of my collection, I resigned myself to doing just that. It was easy to give up when it was my only choice. Deep down, I think I knew it would end up like this. The choice didn't hurt as much anymore, but losing her, that truly hurts. I know I'm being a hypocrite. I hurt her and pushed her away, but I never wanted to lose her. She's such a kind person. So many people want to be her friend. Some even want more than that, to be together with her. I like Kami Budo.
想像したらめちゃくちゃ腹が立ってきた。
Just thinking about that really ticks me off, but why? This feeling is the same as when I saw him with her on the stairs. They've known each other for a long time. They might one day end up together. Damn it.
おお、どうしたハルミ？珍しく荒れてんな。
Night. What's up, Harumi? You seem distressed.
花井さん、
It's nothing.
なんだ。ずいぶん険しい顔で。お嬢ちゃんと喧嘩でもしたか？
What's with that dour look? Did you get into a fight with your girlfriend? That's not it.
図星か。お前顔に全部出てるから分かりやすいよな。そんで、頭冷やしてんのか？
Right on the mark. You have no poker face, kid. I can read you like a book. So are you trying to cool off now?
こういう。
That's not what happened.
俺、ちょうど
Hey
監
now.
督に話があって、お前ん家に行くところだったんだ。一緒に行こうぜ。
I needed to talk to the director, so I'm already heading to your place. Let's go
遠慮しておき
together.
ます。父なら家にいますから。
No,
ご
thank
自
you.
由にどうぞ。
My father's home, so feel free to go.
帰らねえの？
You're not heading home.
そういう気分じゃないです。
Don't feel like it.
おう。よし、わかった。そんじゃ予定は変更だ。
Uh-huh. Okay then. Change of plan. Let's go get a couple
Huh?
drinks. Excuse me?
いい店知ってんだ。行こうぜ。もちろん、お前のおごりでな。
You know a good place. Let's head on over. You're
な
buying
んで
though.
そうなるんですか？あなたが飲みたいだけでしょ？俺を巻き込まないでください。
Why would I do that? You just want free drinks. Don't drag me into it.
まあ、そんな怖い顔すんなって。最後まで話聞いてやるから。
Stop with the icky looks. I'll listen to everything you gotta say.
話せ。
Let go of me.
ほら、つべこば言ってないで。
Quit whining and come on.
なんでこんなことに。
How'd I get caught up in this mess? Time passed, and I tried to put what happened with Harumi behind me so I could focus on schoolwork and help Professor Asagi. There was a lot of work to do that I thought There was a lot more work to do than I thought, and the work kept me distracted. Still, whenever I had a brief moment alone, it would all come flooding back, and I would heave a heavy sigh. I took a break. When I reached a stopping point, I sensed someone in front of me.
目の前に俺がいるのに気づかないなんて君くらいだよ。
Not even aware that I'm right here in front of you, huh? Only you. How long have you been there? You should have said something. Staring at someone was rude.
今さっきだよ。ここいい？
Just a second. Can I sit? He sat in front of me without waiting for my reply.
今日ははるみちゃんは一緒じゃないの？
You're not out with Harumi today? Why would I
だっ
be?
て君たち付き合ってるんでしょ？
You two are dating, aren't you? Our relationship had been built on a lie. Might as well end a lie here. We broke up.
え？なんで？
Why? I don't want to talk about it. Please stop talking about him.
そっか。オペレーションなんちゃらの時、結構お似合いだと思ったけどな。
You two really seemed like a nice fit during Operation whatever it was. Not really. He told me to my face that I was annoying.
マジで？あのはるみちゃんが？
Really?
本心なのかな？怪しくない？
Are Ahumikins? Are you sure he was telling the truth? How could I respond to that? I wasn't ready for his insightful reply.
だってさ、あのはるみちゃんだよ。
I mean, this is Harumi-chan we're talking
い
about.
や、勢いで言っちゃったのかもしんないけど、はるみちゃん君のこと信頼しまくってたじゃん。
Maybe he said it in the heat of the moment because Harumi has total faith
た
in
とえ
you.
別れ話になったからって、そういうこと言うかな？
Even if you two are broken up, I don't think he'd really mean it. Do you think so?
疑ってる？
You doubting my insight? Not exactly, but it wasn't easy to accept either. Harumi's words had left a sting.
満研の連中に話を通してた時、君は西島さんと服を調達しに行ってたから知らないのか？
When we were telling the club members the plan, you were off getting clothes with good old Nishijima, so you don't know. You know what?
最初はね、当然満研のみんなはあの作戦にいい顔しなかったんだよね。
Well, first, those nerds weren't very stoked by the
かなり
idea.
思い切った方法だし、当然といえば当然なんだけど。
It was a pretty drastic plan, so I can't say I wasn't surprised.
このオペレーション ING は彼女が考えてくれた作戦なんです。
Operation TS was thought up by
見
Miss
た目を
Lee.
変えるのはここにいる上久保くんや瀬名さんがしてくれますが、この作戦の肝は皆さんで。
Kami, Kubo, and Sina can change your appearance, but the most important part is everyone's
皆
hearts.
さんに協力していただかないと実行できません。
If you don't cooperate, we can't make this happen. I'll drop the plan if you want.
でも僕はみんなで手を取り合ってこの作戦を成功
I
さ
want
せ
to
たい。
work with all of you. I want this
馬
operation
鹿
to
にさ
work.
れて諦めるのはもうやめませんか？
We have to stand up when people mock
僕も
us.
そばで支えてくれた彼女に
I want to show her I've changed after all she's done to support me.
あれ聞いたとき、これがあの気使いまくりで挙動ってたはるみちゃんかよって驚いた。君と付き合って変わったんだろうな。
When I heard that, I was stunned. Was this our Harumi who always worried what others thought? He must have changed after going out with you. I thought everyone agreed from the start. I didn't know he said all that. Sina, have you seen him lately?
いや、会ってはいないけど、はるみちゃんが家に帰ってないってのを聞いたよ。
I haven't, but I heard he hasn't been going home. He hasn't been home? Is he okay? What about his family? I stopped myself. If his parents weren't doing anything, then should I have called the police? Sina could tell that I was thinking and casually mentioned Haruma's whereabouts.
ああ、平気平気。はるみちゃん、今は花井さんのとこにいるから。
No worries, he's with Hanayi right now. Oh, good, so he's not missing. It was a relief to hear.
結相変えちゃって。別れても、君の一番ははるみちゃんってことか。
Haha, you're so worried. Even after you two broke up, he's still your little Harumi. That's not true. It isn't like that.
そうなの？はるみちゃん、このところ毎日飲んだくれて暴れてんだって。花井さん大変らしいよ。
I heard he's drinking every day and acting out. He seems like he's going through a really tough time. What? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Harumi acting out? He's unable to handle life without being drunk now?
やんでブラモメ
I can't even. Tell her she's a sane, you idiot.
おい、はるみ。それくらいにして帰ろうぜ。 もうフラフラじゃねえか。
Let's get you home.
うせえ、じじいは黙ってろ。
So that'll be okay. You ought to be quiet.
何もそんなに強く叩かなくても。
You don't need to start taking swings at me.
こうなりゃ落ちるとこまで落ちてやるぜ。てめえらの望む通りにな。
Just let myself fall into the lowest pits of despair, just like everyone wanted.
そして漆黒の破滅王に俺はなる。
And then I'll become the destruction king of the abyss. We have to do something, or Harumi will follow the dark side.
真面目なやつほど道を踏み外した時が危ないんだよ。取り返しがつかないことになるかも。
I know, right? The more responsible they are, the further they fall when they step off the edge. Some never manage to recover. What do we do,
心
Sina?
配なんだ。
You're worried about him? Yeah, but if I say anything more to him, he might think I'm meddling in his life again. I didn't think I could handle more rejection.
まあ、闇雲に首を突っ込まれるのは確かに迷惑かもね。根拠のない慰めって、時には諸刃の剣っていうかさ。
Well, poking your nose. My apologies. Well, poking your nose into other people's problems can be annoying, and empty words of support can be a double-edged sword, yeah? You're right.
物分かりがいいね。だから、俺からアドバイス。
Let me give you some sage advice. What's important when strategizing is information. Information?
本気で何かをものにしたいなら、まずはそれを手に入れるために何が必要なのか、どうすればいいか探るんだ。
Yep. If you really want something, you need to figure out what's necessary to get whatever it is you're
情
after.
報が多ければ多いほど、駆け引きは有利になる。
The more informed you are, the greater your advantage. What's necessary? What I wanted, information strategy. I focused on my thoughts and considered what Xena said. Harumi started acting strange after the confrontation with his father. Before that, he might have withdrawn or put a wall, but he never pushed people away. Mr. Makino he clearly disliked anime, but I don't know what kind of person he is beyond that. I had a few opportunities to speak to him, but I didn't know much about him personally. So what I need now is What I need now is a better understanding of Mr. Makino. Professor Asagi may know something. I decided it was better to take action than sit around being worried. Thank you, Sina. I'm gonna do my best. I stood up to leave. As I hurried out, I heard Sina cheer me on from behind.
応援してるよ。
I'm rooting for you. Thank you. Oh, every time I try to... Sina's side. Oh, Sina.
世話が焼けるね。
Such a handful.
あ、もしもし。こっちはうまくいったよ。そっちはどんな感じ？
Yeah, it worked on my end. How about you? I've already screenshot that one. I keep trying to get her. It goes too fast. Lord Makino, what did you want to discuss?
満研に入ったばかりで言いにくいんですが、オタクを卒業することになりまして。
This is difficult to say since I just joined, but I'm going to have to move on from the club. Why? What's going on? We just finished Operation Task and...
聞かないでください。皆さんに納得してもらえるような内容じゃないので。
Please don't ask me to explain. You won't be satisfied with the answer.
その顔。何かやむにやまれぬ事情があるんですね。
That look on your face, the reason must be quite severe. It is.
生半可な覚悟で言い出したわけではないと見える。
I can see this decision doesn't come
自
lightly.
分たちが安易に止めることは。
If that's the case, we can't stop you since we don't know your
すみ
circumstances.
ません。こんなことになってしまって。
I'm sorry it turned out this way.
失礼します。
Please excuse me.
あんたら物分かり良すぎじゃない？
Are you guys seriously okay with this? Huh?
大して事情も聞かないで、はいそうですかって納得して。
How can you just accept that without even asking what's
そ
wrong?
うだよ。前にはるみくんが教えてくれた作品見て、最近はアニメって面白いかもって思えたとこだったのに。
She's right. We watched that show Harumi recommended and started thinking there was something to this whole anime thing.
残念。 てもその程度ってこと？
I know, right? So it sucks you're ditching us now. Did you not really like it that much after all?
君たち、アニメに興味を持ってくれたのは嬉しいが、今は黙っていてくれたまえ。
I'm glad you two have joined our ranks, but now is not the
ねえ
time.
無理。納得いかないもん。あ、そういえば彼女もオタクだったよね。反対とかしなかったの？
Why not? It doesn't make any sense. Wasn't your girlfriend into it too? What does she think about you
彼女とは
ditching? I broke up with her.
え？
What?
話は以上です。では、
That's all I
僕は
have to
これで。
say. Goodbye,
ちょ
everyone.
っと待ってよ。話はまだ終わって。
Oh, no, you don't. We're not done yet.
はるみくん、今の話って本当なの？
Harumi, is it true? Huh? Oh,
ええ、
yes.
じゃあ彼女と別れてオタクやめたってことでしょ？ってことはさ、やっぱ彼女に興味があってたんだ。
What? No way. You really dropped your hobbies and broke up with your girlfriend? So she was the one forcing you to do this nerd stuff.
かな、はるみくん。やっぱオタクなんて陰気臭くて嫌だよね。解放されてよかったじゃん。
Oh my god. Dodged a bullet there, Harumi. Those losers were weird and absolutely the worst. It's a good thing you're free of
ほん
them.
とほんと。オタクで束縛好き彼女とか、いくら可愛くても最悪でしょ。羽を伸ばして自由を楽しまないとね。
A clingy, nerdy girlfriend, oh, that would be so awful no matter how cute she is. Spread your wings and enjoy your new freedom.
ふざけるな。
You.
彼女のこと何も知らないのに、なんでそんなこと平気で言えるんですか？
You don't know anything about her. How could you say something
彼
like
女
that?
は素敵な人だ。侮辱は許さない。
She's a wonderful person. I won't let you insult her. Take it back.
うん。
Okay. I take it back.
ちょっと行こう。
Come on, let's get out of here. Dang.
牧野氏、何やら深い事情があるのですな。
Lord Makino, it seems this is a complicated matter. Riku, I said it right.
ああ、もしもし。いざとなったらこっちも演技してでも動かさなくっちゃって思ってたけど。
Well then, I thought I would need to act when the time came to make things fall into
勝手
place.
に動いてくれた。
But it all worked out naturally.
なんだ、じゃあ手間が省けましたね。あとは本人次第かな。
Cool, that saves us some time and effort on. It's all up to those crazy kids
にして
now.
もカズマちゃんけなげだよね。彼女とハルミちゃんの仲を取り持ってほしいなんてさ。
Oh man, that Kazuma is noble offering to get those two back
手な
together.
ら略奪しちゃうとこだけど。
For me, I just steal her
それだ
away.
け彼女のことが心配だったんだろうね。っていうか、自分でやればよかったろうに。
He must be
なんで
worried
僕が
about her. And that said, why didn't he do all this by himself? Why do we have to help?
やだな、西島さん。そこは複雑な乙女心ならぬ男心ってやつよ。
Come on, Nisajima. The way to a lady's heart are a complex matter. Oh, or well, a gentleman's heart in this case.
そしてそんなカズマちゃんの頼みを律儀に聞いてやる俺たち。いやー、モテるはずだわ。
Plus, it shows how honorable we are by helping Kazuma out. No wonder we're so
じゃあ
popular.
僕はもう移動するから。
I suppose I have to get going.
ああ、西島さん冷たい。
You're a killjoy.
冷たいじゃない。稽古したいって言い出したの。君でしょ？
No, I'm not. You're the one who wanted to
冗
rehearse.
談ですってば。じゃあまた後でね。
I'm just teasing. See you later. Thanks to Sina's advice, I headed to Professor Asagi's place. I needed to find out all I could about Harumi's father. I couldn't speculate as to why things had gotten so bad between them since I was an outsider to it all. Only they could know how they truly felt, but still, there's one thing I do know. Harumi was misreading his father. He had given up on them reaching an understanding. I want to at least clear the air between them. I want to properly talk to him. By now, it was December and everything was brightly decorated with lights. Christmas songs could be heard from all stores lining the streets. Imagine if I'd played this last month in December. I was sick. It might have been because of the cold, but the couples walking by were snuggled together. It's all so pretty, but everything felt dulled since we'd broken up. It was like I'd been left behind again, and I was drowning in loneliness. I've been sighing like that more and more. I used to wonder what it would be like for us to spend Christmas together. Harumi doesn't like crowds, so I thought it would be fun to stay in and decorate the tree at my place. I walked through the crowds with a heavy feet. Is that Harumi? Amidst the crowd, I spotted a familiar face coming towards me. This is a weird angle. I'm gonna screenshot it anyways. I squinted but couldn't quite tell for sure between the light and the people. There's no way he'd be here. Miss Lee? That's what he calls me. Oh. Except it really was Harumi who came jogging up to me to stop in front of me. Why are you here? Harumi hated crowds. If he didn't have a good reason, he would never have endured coming out here.
さっき、浅木先生から電話が来て、あなたが訪ねてきたけど出て行ったって。
I got a call from Mr. Asagi. He said you'd visited and just left. Professor Asagi
それ
did?
で、そのまま帰宅するなら、この辺りを移動中だろうって言われ
And
て。
if you were going straight home, you'd probably walk around here. I love this accessory on you, man. Harumi looked like he was about to cry. Just like that time. I was reminded of when Harumi had chased me all the way home struggling to breathe.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
この前は俺、ひどいこと言って、
I said horrible things to you.
あなたに謝りたくて。
Last time I wanted to apologize. You did?
謝りたかったのに、顔向けできないって思って。でも、やっぱり謝らないとって。
I wanted to apologize, but it was hard to face you. Still, I have to, so I'm very sorry. Me too. I'm sorry for mending in your life. We both whipped our heads down to apologize.
あなたが謝ることじゃ、頭を上げて。
I thought they were going to hit heads or something. You have nothing to apologize for. Please raise your head. Then you
い
too.
や、ここはあなたが先に。
No, you have to do it first. Neither of us would raise our heads first. Ha! At the same time, then. We straightened up and Harumi began to apologize again, but I stopped him. I'm searching for my father, because if I did find him, I'd be scared of meeting him. But if I did find him, I'd be scared of meeting him. What if he regarded me coldly? What if he said he didn't care to have a daughter? I don't think I'd be able to say any of the things I've always wanted to say. I'm guessing you felt similar, that you can't face him just with your feelings.
確かに。でも、そうだとしても、あなたは悪くない。俺が。
You're right. And so it's not your fault No. I then realized we were drawing glances from the passerbyers and hesitated to go on. Harumi noticed it too.
ここじゃなんだから。
Let's go somewhere else. We briskly walked away, although the street was filled with people. I could hear our footsteps loud and clear. Oh, this is cute. We tried a cafe first, but it was full, so we kept walking until we found a park. There weren't too many people around due to the hour, which was a relief. I clutched the warm, unopened can of hot chocolate we had bought at the vending machine. It's so warm. I'm glad there was a vending machine. Harumi was quiet for a while, but I waited for him to speak his mind first. After a moment, he found his voice.
いつかは話そうと思ってたんだ。
I thought I'd tell him my feelings one day, but
あの人を前にすると。
when I stand in front of
何
him,
も言えなくなった。
I can never find the words. Yeah?
だから練習っていう
So
わ
it's
けじゃないけど。
practice or something like that.
聞いてくれる？
Can you listen to what I have to say? By him, do you mean your father? I mean,
いや違う。
no, I need to tell you
本
something.
当はもっと早く話していればよかったんだ。あなたはこんな俺に過去のことを打ち明けてくれたのに。
I should have told you this earlier. You told someone like me all about your past, so I should do the same. I'm listening.
11歳の頃、普通に日本の私立小学校に通っていた俺は、
When I was 11, I used to attend a normal private school.
父の意向でイギリスのプレップスクールに
We
留
have
学させられた
exciting
の
new
は
glossary words, but my father
パブリック
decided
ス
I
ク
needed
ー
to
ルへ
study
入学し
abroad
ろという
at a
命令
prep
で
school in England. He had me enrolled into a UK public school. Prep school, a boarding school in the UK for elementary age students that act as a stepping stone towards public school and college. However, the other word we have is public school, so we're going to go to our dictionary. I don't like when they put two on the same page because it does this. Nope, not far enough. Public school, a private junior high school in the UK that provides college prep programs. The public school that Harumi attended was an all-boys boarding school. Good to know. A public school, you mean one of those prestigious ones?
イギリスが選ばれたのは母の親戚が俺を引き受けてくれたから。
He chose England because my mother's relatives would take me in. However, most of the time there I spent in a dorm.
父は小さい頃から教育にはかなり熱心だったし、英語もそれなりにできたけど、
Father was very attentive of my education, so I could speak English pretty
こんな
well.
性格だから知らない人だらけの向こうの生活は辛かった。
But because of who I am, a childhood spent surrounded by strangers was quite difficult.
打ち解けることなんて到底無理だった。
It was impossible for me to acclimate.
帰りた
I
い
don't
と
know how many
何
times
度
I
電
called
話で
home
泣
crying
い
to
たか
come
もだ
back,
ね。
but
結局勉強以外に俺ができることはなくって成績だけは良かったっけ。
my parents wouldn't permit it. In the end, there wasn't anything I could do but study, so my grades were
アニメが
excellent.
好きになったのもこの頃だった。記憶の
So
中
around
に
that
あ
time,
る
I fell in love with
日本に
anime.
いた時に見ていたいくつかのロボットアニメ。
I remembered the various merch anime I'd watched back in
その
anime
主人
in
公たちの
Japan.
言葉に何度となく勇気づけられてなんとか耐えてたんだ。
The hero's words would always give me courage. It's how I endured over there. To think he became an anime lover because he was sent to study abroad, but by his anime hating father.
父がパブリックスクールを選んだのはほとんど外出できない規則があるからで、
My father chose a British public school because of the strict rules. We rarely got to even go
俺の
outside.
顔なんて見たくもなかったんだろう。帰国してからもずっとあんな調子だ。
Probably didn't want to see my face. He certainly hasn't ever since I got back.
もともと子供の頃から父との思い出なんてほとんどなかった。
I don't have many memories of him from when I was a
家には
child.
あまり帰ってこなかったし、
When we were together, get busy, he rarely comes
それ
home.
でも
Still,
嫌われたくない。拒絶されたくない。
I don't want to be hated.
でも怖い。
I don't want to be rejected.
いつも父の顔色を伺って、恐怖が俺から言葉を奪っていくんだ。
I'm always aware of my father's mood, so I'm scared that fear
パ
still
ブリックスクー
steals
ル
my
を卒業
words.
して、一度大学にも入学したんだけど、今度は戻って日本の大学に入れって。
Once I graduated, I started looking for colleges, but he told me to return to Japan for that.
編入の準備だからといって、しばらくの間をイギリスで過ごしたのも、本当は父が怖くて。
I stayed a
なかなか
while
戻る
longer
勇気が出なかったんだ。
under the pretense that I needed to prep for the transfer, but in reality, I was afraid of seeing him. Harumi.
それで、結果的に今あなたと同学年なんだけどね。
As a result, I ended up in the same year as you. He ended out his story with a small joke. After saying so much, he took a moment before
でも
continuing.
本当は、これでいいわけはない。どうにかしたいっていつも思っているのに、いざ向き合うと逃げてしまう。
This isn't how I want to be. I want to do something about it, but whenever I face him, I always run away.
でも、
But
あなたがいてくれるなら、
if you're with me, I can be strong. Harumi, I'll cheer for you. For you and your father, Miss Lee. Harurachu.
大
Are you
丈夫
okay?
ここは静かだけど、さすがに寒いね。どこか移動しようか。
This place is quite nice, but it's also quite chilly. Let's go somewhere warmer. It is true, the wind is picking up. I think it'll be fine if we duck in there. Oh. We're gonna hide in a tunnel. I'm moving my mouse, it's actually on my screen. Oh my god. We sat side by side in the tunnel running underneath a slide. It was a little cramped, but being out of the wind felt much less cold. It feels like we've been stranded on a snowy mountain peak.
だとしたら、早急に救援を呼ぶ必要がある。
In that case, we need to call for an evac. You're right, but I think we'll be fine for now. Aren't you cold?
ああ、いや、寒くはないんだけど、これはこれで困るというか、
I'm not cold. It's just this is problematic in a different sort of way. What I mean to say is, oh no, I'm causing problems again.
断じてそれはないです。けど、
I swear you're not. It's just Harumi stiffened up so much. Do you feel awkward since it's just us?
そりゃ気まずいでしょう。
Why wouldn't it be awkward? So you do feel awkward, of course. He was so direct it left me stunned.
こういうのよくあるの？
Do you do this often? Do what?
だからこんな狭いところで誰かとっていうか男と二人になるとか。
You know, be alone with a guy or somebody in a small space like this. It's just, I don't know.
上久保くんとも？
Not even Kubo? Kazuma? Not really. The smallest place we've shared is my room, I think. I found it odd he mentioned Kazuma like that.
そうか。
That's good to
それ
hear.
ならいいんだ。
Is he blushing? Can't tell if that's new.
部屋か。でもそれなら俺も入ったことあるし、そこは納棺ってことで。
Your room. I guess I've been there too, so I guess it doesn't count. Harumi's ears were turning red as he looked away and mumbled to himself. If it bothers you so much, we can get out.
いや、いい。あなたに言いたいことがあって。
It doesn't actually. I wanted to say something to
は
you.
っきり伝えなくてはと思いながら、なかなか言えないままに今日になってしまったんだ。
I knew I had to say it properly, but I kept trying to find a way to say it right, and here we are now. Okay. Please don't let him be angry with me again. Harumi looked strained and different than usual. It was upsetting, but I understood why, given all that had
友
happened.
達をやめたいんだ。
I want to stop being friends. Huh? Huh? No! I yelled it out before I could stop myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. And what Harumi, my eyes and the Harumi before me blurred. I roughly wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and looked at him. Tell me why. Is there something you don't like about me? I'll fix it. I don't want to leave your side. Harumi looked surprised as he became embarrassingly upset. He probably hadn't expected me to have such an intense reaction. I was surprised too. I never tried to keep someone with me so desperately, but I refused to give up. I didn't care how I came across.
ああ、違うって。違う。そうじゃないんだ。俺の言い
That's
方
not
が
it.
悪かった。
I'm sorry. I bungled that completely. That's not what I meant. Huh?
俺はあなたが好きなんだ。
I like you. So instead of being friends,
恋人に
I want to be your
なりたくて。
boyfriend. Ooh. What? Oh no, this is new. We're just gonna keep doing it.
だから恋人に
I want to be your boyfriend. I was caught off guard. I was speechless. Does that mean you want to drop the act and be together for real?
そうだよ。普通の友達ならあなたが他の男と仲良くしてようが苛立ったりしない。
What a nice advertisement for Coco. I think that's what she said. If we're just friends, I won't care who you're friends with or get jealous about it.
俺はあなたが俺以外の男と必要以上に仲がい
I
いのは
feel
嫌だ。
anxious when you're overly friendly with other guys.
あなたに一番信頼されるのも、あなたが一番好きなのも、自分だったらいいのにって思う。
It makes me want to be the one you trust the most, the one you like the most.
黙ったままだといたたまれないから、
Please say
何
something.
か言ってほしい。
Your silence is crushing me. I couldn't think of anything to say. I tried to organize my scrambled thoughts. I realized that in a way, in his own way, Harumi was the same. Hard. I feel the same way too. When you're close to other girls, it makes me angsty. I want you to trust me the most, and I want you to like me the most. I want you to try to stay the closest with me. I don't think I'd articulated the last bit well. Harumi seemed to have lost his voice. It was my turn to wish he had said something. His silence was crushing me.
それって両思いって解釈しても
I can interpret this as requinted feelings. Requinted feelings. They weren't the most romantic words, but they were accurate for our situation. I nodded eagerly, repeatedly. Yeah. I like you, Harumi.
やっぱり困ることになった
As I feared, this is truly troublesome. Why? Did I say it wrong somehow? Should I redo the
違
line?
う好きな女性にこんな至近距離で告白されたら困るって意味で
I mean, it's problematic. A woman I like has confessed her feelings while pressed to me. I was suddenly aware that Harumi did indeed have a high body temperature. Then again, it was the same. I was the same way. I'll try to put some space between us. I tried to scoot away from Harumi, but Harumi grabbed my arm. In contrast to his hand, the hot chocolate was tepid. I could feel his heat through his
それは
clothes.
ダメ離れるのは懲りた
Please don't. I'm tired of being separated from you. Oh, then what should we do?
目を
Close your eyes. Ah! Why?
いいから
Just trust me. Okay. Is he... Gasp. Oh no, it's taking the photo. I thought he had a tattoo on his hand actually earlier, and I was really confused. But it's gloves. I can see them now. I slowly opened my eyes. Harumi was face to face with me. His lips were pressed to mine.
これは
Sweet. What?
ココアの味がする
You taste like hot chocolate. I stumbled out of the tunnel to put some distance between us. The chilly wind helped to cool the blood rushing to my head.
何もそこまで警戒しなくても
I didn't mean to startle you. Sorry, it's just taking me by surprise. Like, this isn't good. My heart is
じ
racing.
ゃあ不意打ちじゃなければいい
Then it's fine if it's not a surprise. You need a pause. She needs to breathe. Okay. Harumi took a step closer. Well,
そういう可愛い反応されると冗談が冗談じゃなくなる
when you reacted that way, it turned my joke into not a joke anymore. You can't tell me about how awkward and alone you were abroad and then start saying things like
そう
that.
いうつもりは
I didn't mean to upset you. Wait, I know. Are you drunk?
Huh?
What? Sina told me you were dragging Mr. Hanai around every day, getting drunk and acting out.
なんだよその
Why would he
女は
start such a rumor?
いくら俺が荒れてるからってそんな非常識なことするわけない
Just because I was upset doesn't mean I'd go around doing something insane like that. A rumor? What do you mean?
それともしそう
Do you think I'd really do all that? I wouldn't necessarily know. So why?
俺たちの身近な人がいらない世話を焼いたとか
Maybe the people around us decided to give us a unwanted push. I guess so. I was completely and thoroughly tricked by Sina. I think they were worried
い
about
や
us.
そういう人がいないよりはいる方がいいと
I
今
guess it's
は思う
sorry. I guess it's better to have friends like that than no friends at all. Ha! You're right. I guess this means the two of us are no longer alone. Harumi nodded in agreement. It turned out we had many people in our lives to worry over us, our well-being. Unknown caller. The ringing was nonstop. I apologized to Harumi so I could take the call. Hello?
ハルミはどこにいますか？
Harumi? Where's Harumi? This voice. It's Mr. Makino on the line. I was surprised he had my number. He seemed relieved I picked up and apologized for the sudden call. He then asked if I knew Harumi's whereabouts in a desperate tone. He called Harumi's phone repeatedly, but he never answered, and no one knew where he was. Mr. Makino reasoned that since I'd came over once, I might be close enough to know him.
番号は浅木くんに聞きました。他
他に手段を思いつかなかったとはいえ、申し訳ない。
Asagi gave me your phone number. I couldn't think of another way. You have my
もし
apologies.
何か情報があれば、
However, if you have any information, I'm with him right now, actually. We just met up a while
そう
ago.
か。怪我や病気はしていないか。
Is he hurt? Sick? No,
あ
sir.
の、まさか相手は。
Are you talking to... Haruma realized who the caller was and grabbed the phone from my hand. Wait,
父さん、どうせあなたのことだから、彼女にあらぬ言いがかりをつけてるんじゃないんですか。
I suppose it was you who's making those baseless accusations against her. I could hear Mr. Makani's reply, but not exactly what he said. Harumi ignored him and continued.
彼女は何もしていない。出て行ったのは俺の意思ですから、あしからず。
She's done nothing wrong. I left on my own accord, so leave her alone.
ちょうどいい。あなたと話をしたいと思ってたんです。今から帰ります。
Actually, the timing is perfect. I've been meaning to talk to you. I'll come home right now,
首を
so...
洗って待っていてください。
Sit tight, I'm coming for you. Oh, villain arc. He's going back to the dark side. Harumi hung up on Mr. Makino mid-sentence and handed my phone back to me. A declaration of war? I said it. He thrusted a trembling fist pump. Hold on, you've got it wrong. He was worried
あな
about
たまで
you.
騙されないでくれ。あの人が俺を心配するはずなんてないんだ。
Don't fall for it. There's no way he'd really be worried about me, no matter what I say. I can't shake how he envisions his father. I probably shouldn't tell him what I learned yet. I don't remember what she learned. We went back to Harumi's house, where we found his father sitting and waiting unexpectedly. Listen, if that I said maybe 2 counts of abuse. I'm gonna count Riku grabbing her wrist as abuse because it was really tight and it hurt her, but I haven't seen it happen yet with anybody else. Now, I did say in a prediction I didn't think anyone was going to die, so I still don't think anyone's going to die, but he looks angry. Harumi sat down across from his father facing him, and I took the spot next to Harumi.
あの時はとっさに嘘をついてしまったけど。
I
部屋
lied
にあ
the
る
other day.
DVD やグッズはすべて俺のものです。
All the DVDs and merch in my room were mine. Harumi tried to calm his quivering voice with a deep breath and spoke slowly and clearly. He explained how the DVDs in his room were his, not mine, that he was afraid of being rejected, so he did as his father said.
アニメは留学時代俺の支えでした。アニメや漫画が孤独を癒してくれたし、大切なことを教えてくれた。
Anime was my only comfort when I was abroad. That and manga were my connection to home and taught me many
イ
valuable
ギリスで
lessons.
もアニメがあったからできた友人だっているんだ。
I made my very first friend in England through anime. I'm trying to say English instead of England, and then that's what
自分の
my
意
friend
見
did.
を主張できなかった俺をアニメは変えてくれたんです。
I used to be afraid to.
あなたに向き合うことができてるのだって。
I used to be afraid to speak my mind, but anime has helped me grow. The reason I'm here and able to face
ア
you
ニメの
is
おかげ。
because of anime. Harumi nodded.
そんなアニメ作品を生み出し、世に送り出してる人たちを俺は尊敬している。あなたには悪いけど。
I respect the people who created it and sent it out into the world. I know it's not what you
俺
wanted,
は
but
将来アニメ制作に関わりたいし、できれば、いや、絶対にアニメ監督に。
I want to be a part of the process one day. I will become an anime
お前
director.
の希望は分かった。だが、好きになるのと仕事にするのは話が違う。
I understand your aspirations. However, liking it, something, and doing it as your job are two different
夢と
things.
現実を混在させてはならないのだ。猶予をやるから考え直しなさい。
You cannot mix your dreams with reality. I'll give you some time to think this over.
嫌だ。
I've made my decision. Harumi was steadfast. The two stared at each other down. I wanted to know more about you, Mr. Makino, so I asked with Professor Asaki. He told me about a time a few years ago when he had a job offer to write for an anime. He wasn't sure if he should take the offer since he didn't know much about anime, but you advised him to take the job.
Huh?
Really? That's what Professor Asagi told me. Mr. Makino said anime is nothing to laugh at these days, that it's seen in a variety of places beyond theaters. Has more exposure. He said experienced anime production would be valuable and that he was envious since there was no place for him to enter.
そんな。まさか。
Can't be true. Harumi was clearly astonished while his father looked uncomfortable.
いやでも、さっき俺がアニメ監督になるって言った時、頭ごなしに反対してたし。
But I just told him I wanted to be an anime director and he refused me immediately.
アニメだからではない。
It's not because it's anime. He stated it plainly. Then why?
監督なんて不規則な生活になるだろう。お前に体力がないのは分かっている。大切な息子が体を壊したらどうするんだ。
Directors lead such hectic, irregular lives. You have a weak constitute. You remember how you got winded in the woods earlier? How could I let you work yourself to death? In that moment, Mr. Makino looked more like a father than a director, but Harumi still regarded him with suspicion.
え？俺を心配して。いや、騙されないぞ。
So this is because you're worried about me? I'm not falling for it. Hi, puppies.
あなたは俺と同じ
You
家に
hated
い
being
る
in
こと
the
さえ
same
普通に
house as me, so you
イギリス
banished
に
me
追い
to
やったんだからな。
England. Banished? Hardly.
今の時代、
Considering this
より
day
広い
and
視
age,
野を持ったグローバルな人間になれるように、幼い頃から世界を見てほしかった。
considering this hi. Considering this day and age, I wanted you to have a broader worldview growing
な
up.
ら質の高い教育を得られる環境がいいだろ
In such a scenario, you needed the proper environment. You're a smart
う。
boy.
あのまま日本の学校に通っていたら浮いてしまうかもしれなかった。だ
Had
か
you
らイギリスに行かせた。
oh my goodness. Had you stayed in a Japanese school, you would not have prospered. That's why I sent you to England. Why are you shaking so
そんなこと言
much?
って戻ってきても冷たかったじゃないか。まともに顔も合わせないで。何が心配だよ。
You say that, but you've been cold to me ever since I came back. You say you worried for me, but you wouldn't even look at me. That's
反論できないだろう。無理に嘘なんてつかなくていい。もう期待なんてしていないから。
you can't refute that. You don't have to keep up the act. I don't expect anything from you
あれは
anymore.
あんなに小さかったのに、ちょっと見ない間に大きくなっていて。
You used to be so small, but you grew up before I realized
何
it.
が好きかも、どんな話をしたらいいのかもわからなかった。お前も私を避けているようだったし、反抗期かと。
I didn't know what you liked or what you talked about. You were avoiding me, so I assumed this was your rebellious stage.
なら、なんで休みもほとんどないようなパブリックスクールに入学させた？
Then why send me to a school where I could barely even come home?
寂しくなるからに決まっているだろうが。
Because I
私
would miss you, obviously.
私はお前を立派に育てるために留学に行かせた。たびたび帰ってこられては、寂しくてこちらの決心が揺らいでしまう。
I sent you abroad so you would prosper. If you returned regularly, my resolve would have wavered, and I wanted to keep you here.
それだけは何としても避けたかった。だが、帰ってお前を苦しめたんだな。
He literally said he hated it. I denied myself at all costs. Instead, it seems I made you suffer for it. I'm sorry.
それ、
Can't be serious. Two had fallen silent, so I decided to weigh in. With my outsider's perspective, maybe I could see things the other two couldn't. I think Mr. Makino is a fair, more sensitive person than you realized, Harumi. He may act cold, but deep down, he really isn't.
でも、
But my first impression of you was that you were cold too, but That was because you didn't know how to connect with other people.
俺、こんな風だった？
So yes. Yeah, you're even clumsy in the same way. It really shows you two are father and son. No, you don't win me with this.
父さんは
No one ever told me that
監督
before.
として人前に出ることも多かったし、緊張なんかしないものとばかり。
I always saw father talking to people as a director, so I thought he never got nervous. That may be how he acts at work, but don't you think it might be different for family? Hi. I know how it feels to feel rejected from the ones I care about, don't you?
それは俺だってわかる。
I do, but I'm still having a hard time believing
Well,
this.
that's
No,
engineering.
maybe I just don't want to believe it. You want down? Are you're shaking so much?
信じようとしてないだけなのかな。
I'm still having a hard time believing this. Maybe I just don't want to believe it.
結局俺も父さんの本質的な部分が見えてなかったってこと。
So in the end, I wasn't able to see the true side of my father either. Have you ever watched any of your father's
映画なら
films?
数本見た。わかるのもわからないのもあったけど。
I've seen several of them. I understood some of them better than others. One of them was a drama that my mom wrote the script for. Harumi looked at me in surprise.
ああ、あのドラマのことだな。君には言ったかもしれないが、よく覚えている。
That drama film I may have told you before, but I remember it
あの
well.
頃は映画が撮りたくてな。でもなかなかチャンスが回ってこなくて、腐りそうになっていた。そんな時に受けたんだ。
Back then, I wanted to make movies but kept missing my chance. I was listless, so I took that
新
job.
人女性脚本家の恋愛ドラマ。当時の自分は少し、いや、だいぶバカにしていたところがあったかもしれない。
Romance written by a novice screenwriter. At the time, I thought little of it. No, I thought poorly of the whole thing. You're sliding. You know that, right?
しかし、脚本に目を通して気持ちが一変した。ぜひ撮りたいと思った。彼女の書くストーリーはとても美しかった。
Once I read the script, I was won over. I knew I wanted to make this story. The story she crafted was very beautiful.
彼女と一緒に仕事をしたのはその一度きりだが、素晴らしい脚本家だと思ったものだ。
I only worked with her once, but I regarded her as an amazing screenwriter. He spoke about my mother with a nostalgic tone. I could feel my eyes welling up with tears threatening to fall. It makes me very happy to hear her work remembered so fondly. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear about
君
it
が
too.
脚本家を目指していると聞いたとき、血は争えないと思ったよ。
When I heard that you wanted to become a screenwriter, I thought it must be in your
同
blood.
じ道を歩めば、比べられることもあるだろう。心ない言葉を投げつけられることもあるだろう。
If you walk the same path, you may suffer unfair comparisons and critiques. Her mom made one movie and then like never did it again. So I don't know if I would say there'd be unfair comparisons or critiques.
しかし、それでもお母さんと同じ道を君は選んだ。
You chose the same path as your mother.
親の想像を軽々と超えていく。
Children tend to surpass their parents' imaginations. I look forward to your future. Thank you.
父さんが誰かを褒めるなんて。しかも一回しか仕事をしたことのない相手を。
Father
そんな風
openly
に
complimented someone, and it's someone he's only worked with once. I can hardly believe it. Yeah, the last time we talked about mom, it wasn't about her work itself. I'm very happy to receive such a compliment. He probably doesn't say it out loud much, but I think your father is a kind and thoughtful
そう
person.
かもしれないけど、
Gaslighting.
やっぱり怖い人の印象が強いし、すぐに打ち解けたりはできない。何を言われるかわからないって今も思っている。
Maybe, but I'm more familiar with the scary, imposing version. I can't just open up to him without fear of heavy criticism. Harumi turned his gaze from me to his father, who sat straight and looked at him directly.
嫌われているわけじゃないのなら。
If you really don't hate me, I would like to talk to you
わ
more.
かった。私もお前と話がしたい。もっといろいろ聞かせてくれ。
I understand. I want to talk to you as well. Please tell me more about
聞いて
yourself.
くれるなら
As long as you'll listen.
それから家を開けるときはきちんと連絡しなさい。母さんも心配する。
And if you intend to leave the house, please tell us beforehand. Your mother worries too.
ってことはあなたも
Too? Does that mean you do as
子供
well?
のことを心配しない親などいない。
All parents worry about their children.
そ
I see. The two conversed with a nervous energy. I guess this meant they could finally talk as father and son. But it would still take some time. Still, they certainly feel more alike now. The prickly feelings when we first arrived were gone. While there was still some tension in the air, it felt like a more welcoming space. A few days after Harumi returned home, he texted me to say he wanted to see the drama my mother wrote. I invited him to my room since I figured it would be easier to relax there.
あ、これお邪魔するなら持っていけって父が
My father sent this along since he knew I was coming over to see you. Sakura mochi, thank you. Let me get us some tea. So you're talking with your father now?
まあっていうかあの人デリカシーなさすぎる
He can be so awkward at times, though. Oh?
中に部屋でアニメ鑑賞しているところをこっそり後ろから見てたことがあったらしい
He said one time he caught me staying up late watching something in my
そうだし
room.
夜だからそういう系なのかと思ったらアニメで驚いたって言ってた
He was surprised it was an anime. He thought it was something else, you know. Something else? Like what? What else would Harumi have been watching? All I knew was he liked action hero shows.
そこはスルーしていいから
What were you watching in the middle of the night? Oh gosh, just forget it. I said anything. I tilted my head in confusion at why he was suddenly so flustered, but I let it go. It was time to start watching the DVD.
こんなに感動するなんて思わなかった
I didn't expect to be so moved by this. There were tears in his eyes as he let out a heavy sigh. No matter how many times I watched it, was always enraptured as well. Right? Mr. Makino really is an amazing director to shoot a film like this.
いやあの人も言ってたけどあなたのお母さんの脚本が良かったんだ
It's like he said, it's because your mother's script was so good. My mother's script was indeed wonderful, and I knew it very well. But a production couldn't exist with just a script. No matter how beautiful the words are arranged, they alone wouldn't have made this film such a moving one. The quality of the work isn't just from the script. The visuals, the tempo, the editing all comes together, and it did so thanks to the director's skills. I added that it was the same for anime, which got Harumi to agree.
なんだか変な感じだ前は父が褒められてもどこか人事だったけど
Odd. Usually when people compliment my father, I don't care.
少し誇らしい
Now I feel a little proud. Why don't you tell him that? It'll make him
今
happy.
すぐは
Not yet.
だ
Okay.
けどちょっとずつ打ち解けていったらいつか自然に言えそうな気がするかな
If I keep getting to know him better, I think I'll be able to one day. This made me happy to hear. It would take a long time for Harumi to resolve his complex feelings for his father. But the fact he was able to be positive about it made me happy. And if it were my own closure, your family, I'm sure you'll come to an understanding
そうなの
eventually.
かなだといいけど
You think so? I hope you're right. The more you talk to each other, the more you'll get to know each other.
まあそうかも今後の参考にしたいから母さんとの馴れ初めは聞いてみたい
I suppose. Although for future reference, I don't want to hear how he got together with my mother. Ah, but what? Neither of them to talk much. Maybe they're like us. We just get each other.
そんなこと
That's a possibility. Yeah, I think they're pretty similar.
そうかなだったらいいけど
Yeah, that might
こ
be
れからは
nice.
ちゃんと話すようにする
I'll make sure to
父にも
talk to them from now on.
母
Both
も
my father and mother.
もちろん
And of course you too. Yeah, if anything happens, I'm always going I'll always go to you first. Chapter 7. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm going to take a quick break for this chapter because I think my dog was hungry and that's why she came in here. She wanted to let me know she wanted food. Just give me 1 sec. You hungry? Okay. I also put on a different top. Well, technically I'm still wearing the same top. I just thought this one was getting really low looking in camera. All right, we continued to talk as time passed by. We talked as if we hadn't seen each other in ages, even though it had really only been a couple of days. The next volume of anime DVDs I borrowed, but we hadn't yet discussed, were already out too. Let's go buy it together. Any fight sells it, right?
それは
But you always buy your stuff online,
いや
right?
特典ならアニファイトの方が豪華
Any fight has a better bonus item, but... Huh?
いいのかなと思ってあなたが
I just wonder if you're really okay with it. Of course. I want to visit the other at Sage pilgrim sites too. There were so many left on your list. Though I guess it'll be more fun if we go with the manga club than me.
そんなことは断じてないというか満研はやめるって言ったままだし
Of course not. And while the anime club still thinks I
俺
quit,
はあなたと行きたいだって
regardless, I want to go with you. That is, of
あ
course,
の
if you
話
want.
はまだ有効でだとしたら
If what we talked about is still valid. What did we talk about?
あなたが両思いっていう。
That we have acquainted feelings? Of course.
よかった。
I'm glad. Harumi reassuring smile was so gentle it made my heart flutter. The cold demeanor I'd seen when we first met was long gone from his face.
それで、
Well, yes. He sounded like he wanted to say something, but his gaze wandered around as if trying to find the right words. Do you want some fresh tea? We've been talking so long. Yours must be
いや、
cold.
飲むから。
No, I'll drink it. There's plenty if you want more.
うん。
Okay. I'm so happy. I love this.
え？
Love what?
な、
Sakura mochi. I rarely buy it for myself.
そうなんだ。
I like it
俺も。
too. What's the matter, Harumi? You seem so restless.
いや、
Can I hug you?
していい？
Huh?
嘘です。すみません。いや、あなたがあまりにも近くて、それで断じてやましい気持ちがあるわけでは。
Never mind. Just kidding. It's just you were sitting so close and not that I was thinking anything inappropriate.
いや、あるのか？ない
Or was I? No, no, no,
だって
no.
まだ両思いになってから日も浅いし、まだそんなことを考えていい段階では。
We've only been a couple days. It's way too early to be thinking those kind of thoughts. Harumi, chill.
すみません。取り乱しました。このことは忘れてください。
I lost my composure. Please don't trouble yourself with it. You're being all proper again.
もう何が何だかわからなくなってきた。驚かせちゃってごめん。
I'm in completely uncharted waters here. I'm sorry for being awkward. Harumi, I don't mind. What? It's okay to hug, you know. Then here I
じゃあ、
come, I guess. Harumi came to my side and sat next to me. It was like how we sat in the park the other day, except this time it was warm and we knew both liked each other. Aw, that's cute. He leaned into me and put his arms around me. Though he was slightly tense, I relaxed into the hug and squeezed him close.
暖かい。
You're warm. So are you. I could feel it.
心臓の音が聞こえる。
I hear your heartbeat. I hear yours too. It's going so fast. We sat in silence for a moment, listening to each other's heart beating for each other.
この状況なんだから仕方ないよ。
How could it?
にしても、
And not in a situation like this. I never realized how small you are. Oh, thanks. It makes me feel great. Am I? Or are you just big? Even with just a light hug, his arms were all around me, wrapping me up. He was like a warm, gentle
こん
blanket.
なに密着して嫌じゃない。
You don't mind being so close to me? If you do you want to come back up here? You've never done this. Are you just lonely? You want to come up? You know where to come. Come over here. There you are. I fed you. You had treats too. You don't mind being this close to me. If you do, it's you. I'm fine.
そうか。さ、あなたはしっかりしているし、一人で何でもできそうだけど。
So I know you're strong and you can do anything by yourself.
何かあったら遠慮なく頼ってくれていいから。
But if something happens, don't hesitate to call on me.
そうしてほしい。俺からのお願いだと思って。
Will you trust that as a favor to me? What's with all this all of a
いろ
sudden?
いろ考えたんだ。気まずかったとはいえ、俺には両親がいる。
I've been thinking about it, and as awkward as it may be, I still have my
あな
parents.
たは家族を亡くしていて、お父さんもまだ見つかってはいない。
But you've lost your family and have yet to find your
私だって
father.
心細いって思うことがたくさんあったはずだ。
You must have days where you felt lonely or
これからは
insecure.
俺がいるから。
But now you have me. Warmth flared to
ご
my
めん、
chest.
俺 また何かダメなことを。
Did I say something wrong? No. Thank you. I whispered the words in my heart, unable to say them aloud.
力不足なことがあるかもしれないけど、俺は本気だから。
I know there's a lot I still can't do, but I stand by what I said. Yeah. I could hear his heart beating. I listened carefully to it. I feel like I found a piece I've always been missing inside. I close my eyes and lean into his strong, gentle arms. Are they strong? He's so frail. He has such a weak constitute. The busy hours turned into days, and the movie production continued without a hitch. Christmas was just around the corner, but I barely had time to think about it with my days jammed packed. Once the new year began, shooting would start. We were counting down the seconds.
これ運んでおきますね。
Here, let me carry this. Harumi frequented the studio often then. He'd retracted his resignation and stayed on as director Makino's assistant. He used to act like he was only following orders, but now he's actively looking for jobs to do. He seems so much happier. I see him talking to other staff members more too. Most importantly, you could tell he was enjoying himself just by looking. When I asked him why, he said there was a lot to learn on the job, even if it wasn't related to anime. He matured so much.
いやー、あいつ最近変わったな。お嬢ちゃんと喧嘩して荒れてたのが嘘みたいじゃねえか。
Boy, he sure has turned a corner. He barely the same reckless guy he was after having that tiff with you, little lady. You mean the rumor that he was always over at your place having drinks?
そうだったら面白かったんだけどな。
If only, that'd be hilarious. Part of me wanted to have seen that too.
ま、とはいえ、何かっていうと、塞ぎ込むは沈むわで。結構めんどくさかったぞ。
Honestly, him being all mopey and depressed still made him a handful, you know? Was
あ
he?
いつ、その時のこと隠してんのか?
Bah, he wants to keep under wraps. Be kept under wrap. He cares too
無
much
事落ち着いて、よかったよかった。
about appearances. Ouch, I'm just glad it's settled now. Yeah, me too.
あれ、そういや、はるみちゃんと上田ちゃん、別れたって言ってた
Oh,
よ
but
ね。
you told me you broke up with him. Oops, I forgot. After we met in the cafe that day, things moved so quickly and got so busy I forgot to tell him we made up. Cena was the main reason I'd gotten back together with in the first place, but it feels embarrassing to tell him we made up after all this time. Well, besides when I said we broke up, we'd been a fake couple. Now we're a real couple. Did I need to explain all that as well? I wouldn't even know where to begin. I really need to discuss this with Harumi.
そっか。本当に別れちゃったんだ。
So did you two really break up? Well, no, actually.
別れただって
You broke up? Kazuma?
お前。
But I thought you two made up. Kazuma had me cornered. Huh?
お前、やけに元気になくて、牧野君が家出したとかいう噂聞いて。
You seemed depressed, and I heard rumors that Makino ran away from
お父さん
home.
に相談して、うまくいったと思ってたのに。
He's talking in a normal voice, but I have his voice turned down, so it sounds like he's whispering. I just realized. But you talked to Yukito, and I thought everything was fixed.
まさかお前、捨てら
Did you
れ
get
たのか
dumped by him? No, wait a second. That's not what
隠
happened.
さなくてもいい。はっきり否定しないってことは本当なんだろう。あいつ、
It must be true since you're not denying it outright. He'll pay. Calm
こんな
down.
落ち着いていられるか。
How could I?
牧野君め。
Just you wait, Makino.
呼びました？
Did you call for me?
うおっ
Kazuma jumped back, surprised by Harumi's sudden appearance.
あ、ちょうどいいところに来た。
Speak of the devil. What are you talking about?
はるみちゃんに決まってるでしょ。はるみちゃんが彼女を捨てたって話
Or
だと
you, of
聞いたけ
course.
ど。
And how you dumped your girlfriend, is it true?
は
But of course not. Why would I? Harumi, well, remember when stuff happened? Sina told me you ran away from home, and I told him about us breaking up. Oh. So that's why I was thinking I should update Sina and also thank him for his help.
俺なんで
Thank me? Why? Because you gave me a push I needed.
それだったら、上久保くんに言った方がいいんじゃないかな。
In that case, you should really be thanking Kamibuka. do you mean?
だって噂を聞いた上久保くんが君を心配して瀬名さんに
He heard the rumor and was worried about you, so he asked Sina to.
西島さん
Ishijima, don't. At his outburst, I looked over and saw Kazuma's face was bright red and guilty looking. Then the reason Sina came to me was because of you?
ああ、西島さんってばさらっとバラしちゃうんだから。
You spoiled the secret, Nishijima.
繊
Why?
細な男心だよ。
The delicate working of a man's heart. Delicate
男心
working of a man's heart.
大事な君が好きな男のことで悩んでる。でも、恥ずかしさとか嫉妬心とかそういういろんな感情がぐるぐるしちゃって、
Someone he cares for is troubled over a boy she likes, filling him with conflict, feelings of concern and
自分は
jealousy.
直接動けない。それで百戦錬磨のこの俺に泣きついてきたってわけ。
Unable to act on his own, he came crying to me, a true master of these situations.
なぜかまた僕まで巻き込まれたけどね。
For some reason, I was dragged in as well. It sounds like we caused everyone a lot of trouble without realizing it. I'm sorry. Especially you, Kazuma.
なこといいんだよ。で、どうなんだよ、二人。
It's fine, so what
本当に別
happened?
れちまったのか。
Are you two really not together anymore? Or,
それは
well,
それは
well,
もちろん付き合って。
we made up.
ます
We're dating now. We're all lovey-dovey and such. Seriously.
へえ、はるみちゃんからラブラブなんて言葉を聞く日が来るとは思わなかったよね。
Wow, to think I'd hear the word lovey-dovey come from Harashimi's mouth.
確かに
Harumi's. Agreed.
別に嘘はついていないから。
I'm serious. Unless you're lying. It's kind of
なん
sus.
か怪しくねえか。いきなり取り繕ってるみたいで。
You sound like you're trying too hard. You did fight, yeah?
それは
Yes, we
そうだ
did.
けど。
まあ、はるみちゃんが虚勢張ってるだけって可能性もあるよね。
Maybe our Harumi is buffing. Harumi glanced at my direction. He looked like he needed some help. I'm taking a drink. You don't have to get excited. I'm simply parched, my baby. We did have a fight, but we made up after
聞い
that.
てねえぞ。
I didn't hear anything about it. Well, we've been busy.
じゃあ今は本当にラブラブなの？
Ah, so you're all lovey-dovey now? How much? A whole lot.
真面目に答えた。
She actually said it. If I didn't, none of you would believe me.
けどまだちょっと怪しいよね。
I'm still not
具体的にさ、
convinced.
どのくらい
Just show us
ラブラ
how mushy you are. Well, since I started dating Harumi, I've been able to write my script much more easily. What? Before, I often got feedback that my romance scripts lacked realism or my characters didn't seem alive. But now that I'm with him, I can understand my characters' emotions better. I guess you could say their dialogues don't sound forced, it's coming more naturally now.
つまり、はるみちゃんとの経験を参考にしてるってことだよね。
So what you're saying is you're using your experience with him as reference. Experience.
まさかお前ら、もう大人の階段を登っちまったのか？
Have you two actually gotten that far?
バカ、そんなわけないでしょ。
Of course not.
まあ、はるみちゃんだしね。
This is still Harumi after all.
どういう意味ですか？
What's that supposed to mean?
まだまだお子様ってことじゃないかな。
That you're still a child.
家でするぐらいだしね。
You did run away from home. Harumi held his head in his hands at a loss. Stop picking on him. And I'm sorry for making you worry. Thank you, Sina, Nishijima, and Kazuma. I'm really sorry, but thank you. We're fine now. I didn't think about checking that. 88%? He doesn't love me enough. But that's the year I was born, so that's fun. Thank you, Sina. I'm really sorry. We're fine. Felt
別に
like I was... No, really, I'm happy. Congrats.
カズマちゃんも。
Bravo, Kazuma. Thanks.
複雑な男心か。
The delicate workings of a
勉
man's
強にな
heart.
るな。
I've been enlightened.
ひどいっ よ、西
That's
島さ
so
ん。
mean, Nishijima. Everyone laughed. Haruma smiled too. Quibs aside, everyone was getting along much better. With everyone comfortable and chatting, the mood of on set continued to improve. It's another season. On the way home, we walked outside, side by side, heading to the same direction. I asked something that had been on my mind for a while. I'm just getting the tears out of your eyes. How is everything at college? You said you quit the manga club.
その話は撤回してきたよ。
You told them I changed my mind.
ちゃ
Good.
んと話して、謝って。俺みたいなやつでも、みんな
I
黙って迎えてくれたから、
thought you were
あり
done.
がたかった。
I talked to them and apologized. They welcomed me back with open arms, which I'm grateful for.
オタクに逆戻りかって一部の人たちには幻滅されたりしたけど、
Although some people were disappointed that I went back to being an
クズル
anime
君たち
fan.
やアニメを好きになってくれた女子は喜んでくれたし、
But Kuzuru and the two girls who I converted were happy about it.
だから時間があるときはまた部室に行ってる。
So I visit them when I have time.
アニメの話ができるのはいいな。
It's really great talking about anime again. That's great. I was happy Harumi was having fun, of course, but I don't like it. Harumi noticed I was looking away. When he caught sight of my expression, his eyes widened in
ど
surprise.
うしたの？
What's wrong?
何か怒って
You
る？
mad about something? I'm fine.
もしかしてこれが噂に聞く
Could it be the
Yakimochi.
dreaded jealousy?
やきもち？
Are you actually
Mhm.
jealous? I'm really curious how many chapters this has since we're on chapter 7. I thought we were at the end with the dad scene, so I'm curious. I am. I debated how to answer, but decided to be honest.
え？まさか図星とは？
I didn't think I'd actually be right. How does he like me more? Now 91! We're getting there. We were a new couple and I felt embarrassed being jealous over something so trivial. I didn't want him to think I was weird either. I hesitantly looked up at his reaction. He was speechless, his hands over his mouth. Harumi?
まずい。
This is bad. What is?
顔が勝手に。
I can't stop
Yeah.
grinning. Am I being too clingy? Is it more normal to let these things go?
いやいやいや、流さなくていいから。
No, it's fine.
それにそんなあなたも。
Oh.
可愛いし
It makes me feel special and desired. Nice. Really?
それに満件復帰の時に彼女とは復縁したってちゃんとみんなに言ったから告白
Plus,
されたりとかはない
I
と
told everyone at the club that we made up, so I don't think anyone will try to ask me out.
どれだけあなたのことが好きかみんな
Everyone
理解してくれているし
Understands how much I like you. Oh, they do? If he told everyone, he must really mean everyone. It's really
それ
embarrassing.
に満件のメンバーはあなたのことが好きなんだそういう意味じゃなくて仲間として
And everyone there likes you. Not like me. I mean, they see you as an ally.
オペ
Really?
レーション ING 俺やみんなのためにいろいろ考えて動いてくれたのがすごく嬉しかったって
Operation TAS and the fact that you thought about me and everyone else and helped out made them really happy. I didn't know that. I'm glad to hear it. It was only a month ago, but looking back on it felt nostalgic. I thought it was because so much had happened since. Kuzuru had became a momentary heartthrob until he changed back to his old clunky glasses because the attention was tiring. Oh my god, you can't tell me he put on glasses and then, oh god, do I need to get rid of my glasses? Will that change everything for me? That's not how that works. Can I come visit them
も
again?
ちろんけどみんなきっと喜ぶだろうから
Of course, I'm sure they'd be happy to see you.
今度は俺がやきもち焼く羽目になりそう
I might end up being jealous next time. Really? Harumi blushed as he looked away.
そういえばクリスマスどうする
Do you have any Christmas plans? Not really. I don't have any friends to spend it with, and I'll be on winter break. We don't have work on the 25th, right?
うん 役者さんたちもその日は他の仕事が多いから集まらないし、
A lot of the actors have jobs that day, so we can't get them all in.
年が明けたらしばらく休みなしで撮影が続くから、この日ぐらいはって。
After the new year begins, we'll have to film without breaks for a while. Father said we should get the day off.
それで実は父さんに今年は家族で過ごさないかって言われてて。
And he asked if I would spend this year with them as a family. That sounds nice. The family has been fractured for a long time, so it's good he'd spend time with them. I could see him any day after all. Still, it makes me a little sad.
この年で家族とって、しかもその恋人もいるのに。
Celebrate with them at my age, though. I have a girlfriend now. But you've never done something like this before, right? I don't think age matters.
確かに。俺も父さんも家から離れている時の方が多かったし。
I guess father and I have both been away from home for away from home more often than not. Then you have even more reason to spend it with them this year. You may think they'll always be there, but one day they can suddenly disappear.
家族とも過ごす。
Mercy hasn't spoke.
あなたとも過ごしたい。欲張りだけど。
I'll spend the day with my family, but I want to be with you too. I know it's greedy.
というわけで、あなたが了承してくれるなら参加するって父さんには伝え
That's why I told my father if you were okay with it, I wanted you to join us. What?
そんなに驚くことかな。両親にあなたのことは伝えてある。もう何も隠す必要はないんだ。
Is it that surprising? My parents know about you. There's no need to hide it.
安心して来てほしい。というのもなんだか変かもしれないけど。
You have nothing to fear. That sounds a bit weird to say out loud. Harumi. Felt that in my throat. Oh goodness. All right. I've been talking for, it says 6 hours now, so that makes sense. All right. Harumi gave me a weary smile and added that last time I came over, a lot happens. Okay. That they really won't mind.
父さんも母さんもぜひと言っていた
Both father and mother
遠慮し
said
ないで。
they'd be happy to
あなた
have
の
you.
気持ちで決めてくれたらいい。
So don't worry about it. Just decide what you're comfortable with. The fact his parents both agreed made me very happy. I'm glad I'm welcomed, but isn't it a big deal to spend time with your parents? I don't know for sure, but it made me nervous to know that we were dating with his parents' approval. Last time I visited, it was pretty tense. I should use this opportunity to properly introduce myself. With your blessing, I would like to be with your son. No, wait, that sounds like a proposal. I should look up how to introduce yourself to your boyfriend's family when I get home. Okay then. Thank you for the invitation. I'd love to spend Christmas with you.
ありがとう。俺は幸せ者だ。
Thank you. I'm such a lucky guy. Aren't you overreacting a little? After I got the Christmas tree invite, I spent a lot of time researching things. The big day was close at hand. College was on winter break and I didn't need to work that week, so I had plenty of spare time. I may have been invited, but I'm still going to a family celebration. I need to make sure I'm not rude. I meticulously focused on every detail from what gift to bring to my outfit. They already think I'm his weird friend. His father knows me a little, but his mother must think I am really odd. There was no way I could explain I was only pretending to be his girlfriend, came over as a friend, and now I was his actual girlfriend. I even confuses me sometimes. I also didn't know how Harumi explained things to them if he did. The more I think about it, the more stressed I get. Another thing to worry about was, what should I give him as a present? Presents were a staple of the holiday, whether you were friends, family, or lover. I had to give him something. If I was going to give him a gift, I wanted to be something he'd really enjoy. The more I considered it, the more worried I got. I guess this was just how holidays were. what Harumi likes is anime, but he bought just about anything he wants on his own. God, that's such a problem. Same with video game players. I can't recommend a series he doesn't know since he's introduced me to everything. I would be awkward to give him something he already has. If I couldn't get him anything anime related, I needed to find something else. It was frowned down. I was frowning down at my phone screen when it suddenly rang. Uzu Makino, director? Hello, Uday speaking. This is Harumi's father. My apologies for bothering you, but I wish to discuss something with you. He wanted to discuss Harumi's present. They spent a long time apart, but their relationship once Harumi returned had been strained. He had no idea what Harumi liked. I confessed I was stumped about it too, so we decided to exchange ideas at a later date. I'm glad I can rely on you. Thank you. Likewise, sir. Thank you for your help. We chose when we were to meet, then hung up. Now what should I give him? I felt a little more excited about the hunt now that I had someone to talk to about it. The next day, amidst his busy schedule, I met Mr. Makino at a cafe. I arrived a few minutes after our scheduled meeting time. My apologies. It's alright. I just arrived myself. I didn't imagine I'd be talking to you like this. Me neither. That doesn't sound right. I'm sorry I haven't been able to properly introduce myself yet. How is Harumi lately? He sometimes talks about his family with me now. He must trust you. We have yet to have a lively conversation ourselves, but we are talking more nowadays. He was looking more like a devoted father now. When he talked about Harumi, his stern visage as a director disappeared and he sounded warm and gentle. When he returned to Japan, he had an empty look in his eyes and pushed everyone away. He seemed to want to shut everyone out. I wanted to help him. Thought you were done. How dare you? I wanted to help him, but I must have been too strict. Now I must live with the shame of my thoughtless decision. No, I'm sure Harumi understands. That's not how trauma works. Just for the record, it's not like, oh, I forgave you for like giving me a bad childhood. You still have that trauma. Do you want down? Because you're acting like you want down. Are you fine? Okay. Hi.
今では大学にも楽しく通っていると聞いた。一番話題に上るのは君の話だが。
I'm sure I hear he's enjoying college more now. He's talking about it with most thought.
君が好きなんだな。
He must truly like you. If so, I'm happy to hear it. Hearing that directly from my boyfriend's father made my face turn bright red, and in combination happiness and embarrassment. As am I. He smiled gently as the drinks we ordered arrived. Our conversation had came in a brief lull. May I ask him now? I've asked this before, but do you have any idea who my father might be? You're pushing that? Oh, of course. I haven't had any leads since then. It could be a small detail. Can you think of anything that might help me? I'm afraid not. I did my best to recall, but I couldn't think of anything. Your mother and I never had a chance to talk about our private lives. I'm sorry. I can't be more helpful to you. I see. I was disappointed, but it was what I expected. I took a drink to compose myself. Do you feel lonely? Pardon? My apologies. That was inconsiderate of me. No, it's alright. I've talked about this with Harumi before. I always thought I was lacking something because I had no father, that I was missing something as a person. It used to trouble me a lot, but Harumi has filled that empty part in me. So I'm better now. Not really. Don't use a person to fix your problems. It's not good. I asked because I didn't think we'd have another opportunity to talk like this, but I'm surprised by how content I feel now. I see. I'm sorry for talking about just me. We need to discuss Harumi's Christmas present.
ああ、そうだったな。あいつの好きなものといえばやはりアニメなんだろうが、詳しくないんだ。
I know he loves anime, but I'm afraid I don't know much about it. Yeah, and when you're knowledgeable about it as Harumi, it's really difficult. One comfort was that there was still plenty of anime merchandise available over during Christmas. I scrolled my phone looking through ideas when something caught my eye. Oh, it's a new article related to anime. A theme park is collaborating with At Saga. Harumi would definitely love this, I'm sure of it. Plus, it was something he'd be hesitant to go to alone. What about this, sir? I showed Mr. Makino my phone and briefly explained what it was. A popular theme park has been collaborating with At Saga since the start of December. They were likely anticipating a large turnout having the event during Christmas. There was limited edition merch, food, drinks, and rides. They put in a lot of effort into it. On top of that, there were special light shows held during the event in the evenings.
これは確かあとなんだったか。
This is at something or other. Yes, sir, at Saga. It's something Harumi loves. I'm sure he'd be happy to have a ticket to this.
あの後話を聞いてみたが、あとさが一番好きだと話していたしな。
Indeed, during one of our discussions, he described At Saga as his favorite series.
それほど好きならもうすでに行ってしまったのではないか。今月の頭からやっているのだろう。
But if he's so enamored with it, wouldn't he have already gone? It's been open since the start of the month. No, if he had gone, he definitely would have told me about it. Oh, being so confident about this in front of his father is embarrassing.
そうか。
Of course, you're right. Yes, please excuse my
そんな
tone.
君のお墨付きならば、まず間違いないだろう。
Well, if you're so sure of it, then it must be the right course of action. Oh, but I wonder if the crowds will be too much for him. I want him to enjoy it, but I also don't want to push him too hard. I told his father my concerns, but he assured me it would be
君が
fine.
一緒なら、あいつも心強いだろうしな。
If you, his puppy, attend with him, he'll be at ease. I hope so. Oh, but you were planning on having a party at your house on Christmas,
他
right?
にいい案が思いつかなかったからな。家族揃っての外出もたまにはいいだろう。
Only because I couldn't think of anywhere else.
長いことを言っていない。
It'll be nice to get outside together as a family. It's been a while. Then it's decided. A quick show showed that tickets were still available for Christmas. We decided to buy the tickets early and meet at the park entrance on Christmas. That concluded our strategic meeting. It would be a secret present. I bet he'll be surprised. I'm sure he will. Seeing how happy he was at the prospect made me even more excited for Christmas to come. When I left the cafe, I could hear festive Christmas music from every store I passed. Each window was brightly decorated with lights and decals, making the streets vibrant. Everything used to look so gray before Harumi came into my life. I believe you. After that, I kept in contact with Mr. Makino since we didn't have many days left to iron out the details for the big day. Still, he was busy with his directorial duties, so I did most of the work and reported to him. I managed to snag Harumi a pre-order ticket that came with a bonus. When I saw it, I was so glad I bought the ticket right away. After I made the purchase, the listing was marked as sold out, so I got the last one. When I informed Mr. Makino, he said he would get the regular ticket for me and the rest of the family. I was planning on getting my own ticket, so I initially declined, but he said it was his thanks for helping out, so I thanked him and took him up on his kind offer. Afterwards, I dedicated myself to learning the park map, attractions, and collab menu as if I was cramming for an exam. Perfect. With this Operation HO3 will be a success. I'm starting to sound like Harumi. I decided on a schedule I thought he'd most enjoy, and the forecast called for 100% clear skies. All of this was left to do was wait. If it rains, it'll be great. I love when they say it's clear skies and then it rains. And before long, it was Christmas Day. It was no wonder Harumi was speechless. After our usual cafe meetup, I brought him to the theme park without telling him where we were going. He must have been baffled since he had came to the theme park instead of his house party.
ここは後サガとコラボ中の
This is where they're doing the At Saga collaboration. It sure is. Here's your present.
これはコラボしてるチケットホルダー付き入場券
This is an entry pass with an At Saga pass case.
これを俺に
This is for me? But the day's supposed to be... The director, your father's decided on this.
父さんとそれって連絡を取り合ってたってこと
You were talking to him and he didn't tell me? If I did, it wouldn't be a surprise.
それはそうだけどいつの間にそんなに仲良くなったの
Sure, but when did you become so friendly with him? I'm super hard keeping this under wraps.
なんか
I
複
feel
雑
so
だ
conflicted. It'll be fine. Besides, it's only one part of the surprise. Eh? His parents arrived with perfect timing. I waved to them and they came over to join us.
父さんと母さん
Mother?
ど
Father?
うだ驚いたか
Is it really so startling?
驚いたも何もせめて予告が欲しかった
It's beyond startling. I wish I had some
そんなこ
forewarning.
とをしたらサプライズにならないだろ
If you had, it wouldn't have been a
そうだけ
surprise.
ど
She said the same thing.
久しぶりだわ遊園地なんて
It's
何
been a
年ぶりか
while
しら
since I've attended a theme park. How many years has it been? Harumi buried his face in his hands while his mother stood next to him with
う
shimmering
随分行
eyes.
ってなかったからな
It's definitely been a while.
私今日がとっても楽しみだったのこれってダブルデートかしらね
I haven't been with Lee since our last date, so I've been excited for today. Now it's like a double date,
よさないか
I suppose.
父さん顔が赤いけど
Father, you're
父
blushing.
親をからかうものじゃない
Don't tease your father.
返ししただけ
Consider it payback.
さあ早く入りましょうキラキラしてて綺麗よ
Let's go inside. It's all lit up so beautifully. He should be wearing his lanyard. After that, we all entered through the theme park gates into an Atsa Sage themed Christmas wonderland.
まず何に乗る
What should we do first? Dear goodness. I want to ride the roller coaster. Oh. Roller coasters are a must ride for theme
す
parks.
ごくスピードが出るんですってね
Don't they go super fast though?
しょっぱなからジェットコースター
This is some kind of trial? It's part of the Atsaga collaborations. There's a video you can only see on it.
これは試練だ
Trial it is. I must see
覚
this
悟を
video.
決めて乗るしかな
I
い
must still my resolve and mount up.
よしアトミックドラグーンに乗る貝の気持ちで
This is just how Kai must have felt when riding Atomic Dragoon. Like it says, destroy the Imperial Masters. Let's go.
あ待って
Wait up.
私たちも行きましょう
We should ride too,
うん
I suppose.
ミッションクリア初登場の時の貝の気持ちが多少は理解できた気がする
Mission cleared. I understand how Kai must have felt after he rode Atomic Dragoon, maybe.
楽しかったわね
That was delightful. Yeah, it was so intense.
そうだな
Yes, intense is a word for
あ
it.
なたたちこういう乗り物に弱いのね
Neither one of you do well on these rides. You're so alike.
ちょっとお腹空いてきたな
Getting hungry. What about you? Me too. Wait, where are your parents?
ああ疲れたらしくて少しあっちのベンチで休んでるって
They said they were getting tired, so they went to go rest on the bench over there. Okay, then I guess
ど
it's
こか
just
で
us.
食べるものでも
Let's find some food. Actually, there should be a shop that's part of the collaboration around here. Oops.
あ
I'm gonna buy something. You wait here. I ran off.
ちょっと
Wait, what? The theme park was starting to get crowded. If we were just buying food, it would be faster to go alone. Oh my gosh, I can take... Okay. Could have put you down. Didn't have to jump. Don't make me nervous. The theme park started getting crowded. If we were just buying food, it would be faster to go alone. I bought 2 types of donuts from the stand I had in mind, but when I got back, Harumi was nowhere to be seen. Now where did he go? The stand looked pretty close to the map, but we actually on the far side of the construction zone, which delayed me. Well, I better find him. I called his phone and located him nearby.
買い物なら俺も行ったのに。
I would have gone with you, you know. Sorry, I thought it would have taken so long. We better find your parents. We've kept them waiting a
その
while.
ことなんだけど、
About that,
この
yeah?
後は夜まで別行動にしようって父さんが。
Father said we should do our own thing and meet up
俺
later
らが
tonight.
戻ってくるまで待つように言ったんだけど、母さんを連れてさっさとどこかに行ってしまった。
Told him to wait, but he went off somewhere with mom. What?
自分たちも久しぶりの遊園地を満喫してくるから、二人で楽
He
しん
said
でこい。
they're going to enjoy the theme park since it's been a while since their last date, and we should do the same. Oh, they were being considerate.
そうだ
You
よ
wanted to go here together,
楽し
and
み
now
は
you're
あっちも一緒
separating.
みたいだし。
You know, who knows, but I'm happy to spend time with you. Me too. Oh, I almost forgot about the donuts. I got 2 different types, so you see the art here. I offered one to
おう
Harumi. Thanks. He looked surprised for a moment, but then, nothing. It's just I was offering it to you to take, but you ate it right away out of my hand.
確かに行儀が悪かったね。ごめん。
You're right, that was bad manners. No, it's fine. Actually, it feels kind of romantic.
確かに父さんたちがいないから。
True, since my parents aren't around. Wait, so
というよりこれは完璧にデートなのでは？
doesn't that make this a date? I guess it is. It made me a little nervous, and yet the happiness I felt overcame my nerves. This feels like something couples would do.
それはポインじゃなくて。
That's because we actually are a couple. You're right. Not that I forgot, but
時々現実感がなくて夢なんじゃないかって思うことがあるから。
sometimes it doesn't feel real. I think it's all a dream. Should I pinch you to wake you up?
もう
Maybe
少
later.
し後でなら。
I need to prepare myself. I'm kidding. The reality of it just makes me happy.
俺も
Me too.
それにしてもさっきまで気にしていなかったから気がつかなかったんだと思うけど。
I didn't notice before, but now that I look around, this place is full of couples. Well, it's Christmas after all. Look at all the people. Onion crepes. Harumi looked a little overwhelmed. I glanced at all the people walking past us. Maybe many were working side by side. Felt like they were having fun, standing shoulder to shoulder. It was a beautiful sight. They're standing so close together. I suppose getting close is part of being on a date. Maybe we should. Why don't we hold hands since we're on a date and
ああ
everything? Okay. The only time we held hands was when we were walking back from any fight. Last time we couldn't find each other's hands.
確かにあったそんなこと。どうしたらいいかわからなくて。手
I
が
remember that.
震い続けてて。
I had no idea what to do, and my hand kept wandering around.
結局なんとかつなげて。その時あなたの手の小ささに驚いて。
We managed after a while. I'm just surprised at how small your hand was. I enjoyed it though. Sometimes I don't know what to do except blush at what he says. Wait, that's not the point right now. I need to focus. We'll do better this time, I'm sure of it. As I said that, I moved in closer and reached out my hand to hold his. I can't find it. I groped around in the
やっ
air.
ぱり難しい。
Surprisingly difficult. I wonder how everyone else does this so naturally.
今後研究の必要が
It's
ある。
worth researching.
やっぱりいきなり実践は難しいと思う。周囲を観察するところから始めた方が。
I think it's too hard to tackle this head on. Let's observe the others. That sounds reasonable. I looked around until I found a suitable target. Look at them. The couple was hugging each other to the side of the path, their arms tightly enveloped in another. They didn't seem to notice the cold.
こんなところではとても。
I don't think I can do that. It was too much romance for beginners like us.
あっちの人たちはどうだろう。
How about those two? Harumi gestured to a couple that were showing the Christmas spirit by exchanging gifts. It looks like a
プロ
ring.
ポーズ。まだ早すぎる。
He's proposing. It's a bit early for that, huh?
いや俺のような未熟者にはまだまだとても。
Nothing. Ignore that. That's too much for a novice like me. Continue just forever. We didn't ride any more rides. We continued to observe the other couples while we went on rides, but all it did was highlight our inexperienced we were. Well, being romantic must be hard at first for everyone.
無念だ。だが、いつかこの壁を越えてみせる。
I'm so disappointed in myself, but one day I'll overcome this wall. Yeah, let's do our best.
人が多いからか歩きにくくなってきた。もう少し人の少ないところに行こうか。
It's getting so crowded, it's hard to walk around. Let's go somewhere less congested. I agree, it's been fun though. We've ridden all the rides we wanted and bought all the limited edition merchandise. My research and planning paid off.
実は一つやり残したことがある。
There's still one thing I want to do. What's that? If you want to ride something, we still have time.
あなたに先にプレゼントをもらってしまってタイミングが遅くなってしまった。ごめん。
Well, you gave me your present first, so I didn't have a chance to give you yours yet. I'm sorry.
これをあなたに似合うと思って。
I thought this would look good on you. Harumi handed me a present small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. It was wrapped in red and green paper and sprinkled with gold stars. A small tag was attached with a thin gold ribbon. Thank you so much. May I
も
open
ち
it?
ろん。
Of course. It's so cute. It's a scrunchie.
気に入ってもらえるといいけど。
I hope you like it. What do you think? Thank you. I love it. What do you... I was looking for something cute.
それならよかった。本当はアクセサリーとかそういうものの方がいいかと思って悩んだけど。
I'm glad. I was worried if something like an accessory would be okay. Harumi still looked uncertain, but I loved the color and design. Knowing him, he spent a while agonizing over it. Let's try it on.
うん。すごく似合う。
It looks good on you. Thank you.
それからあなたからもう一つ。
Ah, there's one more thing I'd like from you. From me?
指輪のサイズ。いいだったら。
Your ring size, if that's possible?
いや、将来的にどうこうという意味では全くなく。
It's not that I'm implying about the future. I just want to know the size of something you could wear.
あなたの身につけるもののサイズをよかったら。
Only if you don't
お願い
mind.
します。
I'd like to know, please. I'd like that. I'll measure it later.
今、種子をつけてもらって、自分が選んだものを身につけてもらえるのって、すごく嬉しいって分かったから。
Seeing you wear that scrunchie reminds me, it makes me realize it. Seeing you wearing that scrunchie makes me realize it. Makes me realize it makes me very happy. It's having to make 2 times in a row. I kept thinking I was seeing the word wrong. Makes me very happy to have you wear something I picked out. Maybe we should buy something matching later. Like rings.
必ず約束
We
しよう。
should. We'll do it soon, I promise. In a quiet corner of the crowded theme park, we linked our pinkies together. Time flew by, and soon we took seats with his parents at the restaurant inside the park. They seemed to have enjoyed themselves too. They noticed me wearing my scrunchie, which made Harumi fluster. I felt a warmth deep inside me, like I was almost a part of the family. I'd never had such a wonderful Christmas. After Christmas, the only major event left was New Year's Eve. Or at least that's what I thought. I wanted to play this to completion. It's 4. I started this at like 10 a.m. An incident occurred a few days before New Year's Eve. I've been caught in an incident. I got that call from Harumi and rushed to the manga club. When I arrived, I found everyone was somber, even the girls who had become regular faces. In the middle of them all was Harumi.
来てくれてありがとう。俺一人じゃどうしようもない問題が発生してしまって。
Thank you for coming. We have a problem on our hands that I can't handle alone. What's going on? It definitely seems serious. I visited the club in the past, but the mood was suffocating this time. I came as soon as I could, since you made me sound urgent. What happened?
くずりゅうくんがインフルエンザで倒れて。
Kuzuo has influenza. Oh, is that the problem? The flu was certainly serious, but he lived with his parents, so he shouldn't have been an emergency. Harumi must have read the confusion on my face because he went on to explain the
い
situation.
や、実はくずりゅうくん、お手製の衣装でコスプレして、 冬と夏のコミマに毎年参加していたみたいで。
Kuzuru has been participating in Kamima every winter and summer with his handmade cosplay outfits. What's Kamiya?
夏と冬に開催される
It's a major event, like one that happens twice a year. It's not exaggerating when I say some people live for this event. It's a glossary word. Major event refers to the world's biggest self-published book event that takes place twice a year, in the summer and winter. Aside from the book sales, people cosplay as anime and manga characters and participate in photo shoots. If you want to take pictures, you should use the designated space so as not to cause trouble to others. Splendid.
くずりゅうくんもその一人だったんだ。
Kuzuru is one of those
コミマ
people.
でその力作を披露するのを楽しみにしていたんだけど、インフルエンザじゃさすがに今年は無理なわけで。
He was excited to show off his cosplay. He worked so hard on it, but he can't because of his influenza. That's disappointing, but it can't be helped. I hope he feels better soon and he can show it off next year. I feel bad for him, but what could we do?
いやいや上田氏これはその一言で片付けられる問題ではないのです
No, no, no. Lady Ueda, this isn't an issue that can be accepted so easily. The club president spoke in solemn tone. He looked more aged than a college student.
瓶底メガネで鳴りを潜めてますが年に2回コスプレの衣装を作り上げそれを身にまとうのを生きがいにしております
Normally, he hides himself behind thick glasses, but twice a year, his true self is reborn as a cosplay. It gives him life.
バンダナなど無用なもの一切をパージし丹精込めた衣装を身にまとうことで
He purges all distractions, all his normal attire, and painstakingly crafted his outfit. He is released of all stress and burden. It's quintessential to his existence. It is no mere hobby. Yet he is unable to do so with his illness, riddled body. At this rate, all of his lovely labor will be lost and an unimagined tragedy. I really like the cover of that manga, that game. I need to find it. That sounds very dramatic. Aren't there other events similar to this? As I said, the summer and winter Kamiya are the largest in scale and garner the most attention. It is our World Cup. Then he could wear his cosplay in the summer. En contraire, Lady Ude, the cosplay has its seasons as well. Seasons? It's like fashion and makeup, you know? This season's colors or that season's trends, styles. It's like that. Wearing something out of season is not good. When they put it that way, I understood. It's exactly. Mr. Kuziyu has been crafting his cosplay with the winter Kamiya in mind. Want to at least honor his intentions. It's our responsibility as his surviving comrades. Don't you agree, Lady Uede? The club president was tearing up. I looked around and saw tears streaming down the other's face too. Even Harumi looked red around the eyes. Sure. Mr. Kuzuru's outfits are made with extreme detail and look professionally made. He's very popular as both a cosplayer and a creator. If we could have someone wear his creations and have it be admired by others, his spirit could rest in peace. The cosplay not seeing the light of day, to be discarded without proper recognition would be tragedy. We can't let this happen. They're so serious, and they keep talking like Kuzumu is dead. Right, okay. We don't have not much time and we can't change the size, so it has to be worn by someone who has a similar figure to Kazuma. And that someone is Harumi. They're about the same height and shape. It's true that they were pretty similar in height and build. Well, good luck, Harumi. I could ask Kazuma to do your hair and makeup if you like. That'd be nice, but that isn't the problem. Then what is it? Someone is being stubborn. Everyone looked at Harumi, who was sweating.
いやいや、俺コスプレなんかしたことないし、 見ず知らずの人に取り囲まれて写真撮られるとか無理。死ぬ。
I've never done cosplay before. Besides, being surrounded by strangers all staring and taking pictures, I can't. I'll die. And so this is why it sounded so panicked on the phone. I can understand why he's being hesitant.
しなよ。クズ竜の仇を討つんでしょ。
Just do it. You want to honor Kuzuo's memory, right?
そうだよ。はるみくんならできるって。
Yeah, you can do it, Harumi.
無理だ。
前
I
の
can't.
はるみくんは無理だったかもしれないけど、一皮むけたんでしょ。なら平気だって。
Maybe the old you couldn't do it, but you've grown since then, haven't you? You can totally do it.
そんな無茶苦茶な。
Don't be ridiculous.
じゃあ、クズ竜の無念は晴らしてやらなくていいの？
So you're going to leave Kazuha to his fate?
私からも頼みますぞ。牧野氏。我らの同胞ではありませんか。
I'm begging you, Lord Makino. Are you not one of us? Hey, come on now. If he really doesn't want to do it, you shouldn't force him
クズ
to.
竜君の頑張りを無にするのは心が痛む。できることなら力になってあげたい。
So do it. Simple. But letting Alakuzia's efforts go to waste hurts my heart. I need to do something for him. Then why not wear the cosplay? I'll help with the makeup or something.
一人じゃ絶対無理だ。
I can't do it by myself, but wait.
あなたがいたら、なんとかこの試練。
If you're with me, I think I can overcome this trial. Huh? I hope I misheard, but it was too late. I'm getting roped into this. All eyes had turned to me. The girls were closing
はる
in.
みくんのコスプレ姿見たいし、彼女さんの衣装はネットで買えるから。
I want to see Harumi cosplay. We can buy you an outfit
衣装代
online.
は部で持ってくれるらしいよ。メイクもうちらで協力するし。
The club will pay for it and will help with your
二人
makeup.
とも絶対似合うしね。だからお願い。
You two will look so good together, so please say you'll do it. Please, I'm begging you. Please, don't beg. Seeing him bow his head so low made me wince. I looked at Harumi for help,
俺
but
からも頼みます。
please, I'm begging you as well. I'll do it. If anyone else could have said no to such pressure, I'd like to meet them. After pushing me into agreement, all the club members came to shake my hand in gratitude. Thank
う
you.
ちら超頑張ってメイクとかしてあげるし。
We'll make your makeup look super nice. Okay. This is turning out to be a big deal. I let out a small sigh. I stole a glance at Harumi and saw the club president aggressively shaking his hand. He looks like he's fainted on his feet. Maybe the stress was too much for him. He was standing stock still as if his soul had left. So when is Kamiya? Starts on the 2nd.
今回はイレギュラーだから出るのは2日目だけでも構わないんで。
But since this is a special situation, you can attend just the 2nd day if you want.
4日後かな。
It's in 4 days. 4? Now I'm definitely worried. I have no choice but to prepare for anything. 4 days later. I knew it. The cosplay Kazuha made was of Kai, the main character of Saga. Thankfully, at the least, a series I was familiar with. Since Harumi was going to be Kai, I had to be in theme when standing next to him, so I'd go as the heroine, Gerda. How do I just probably say her name just now? I wish they do the foxes, since he said she looks like the fox. Together, we were the pilots of the large robot Atomic Dragoon. However, this meant that costume designs would be rather revealing. Even with a fitting session, I was worried. However, on the day of the Kamika came in no time at all. I forced myself out of bed early that morning to head to the convention with Harumi. It was so full of people already decked out in their elaborate and well-made costumes. The makeup, wigs, and details outfits were of high quality, They looked like the real characters. I'm going to be part of this soon. I wasn't going to run, but I couldn't help feeling increasingly nervous. Are you okay, Harumi?
逃げちゃダメだ。
I mustn't run away. He is definitely not okay. Don't worry, Kai can do anything as long as Gerda's by his side. Kai and Gerda. Once we put on the cosplays, we'd become Kai and Gerda. We'd be committed to the characters and to each other.
我々がついておりますから。
Have no fear, Lord Makino. We are here to support you.
彼女さんの方はこっちね。行
You're
くよ
coming with us, Miss Girlfriend. Come on. See you later. We are both dragged to our respective changing rooms.
よっしゃ、完璧。私らいい仕事
All
する
right,
ね。
it's perfect. We did a great job. They helped me get into my costume and left the room. There were more people in the hall than before, and it was becoming crowded. Harumi should have finished changing first, so I headed for the meeting place as quickly as I possibly
おー
could.
すげえみんな気合入ってんな。
Wow, there's so much effort put into this. Huh? That voice. My brain temporarily refused to process the familiar voice I had just heard. Fearfully, I turned and spotted Kazuma. Luckily, he hadn't noticed me yet. Wait, it's not Kazuma. Just Kazuma. The style. Nisajima and Sina were there with him too. None of them are into this stuff. My heart was hammering in my chest and I hid from their view behind a pillar. I tried to tell myself they wouldn't recognize me in cosplay, but I couldn't be sure of that. I continued to spy on them and their conversation.
なんでこんな人混み僕まで付き合うことになってるのかな
Why am I being forced to endure this with you two
い
again?
や前に一緒に仕事した子に来てほしいって誘われてたんだけどさ。ほら、こういうとこって一人では来にくいじゃん。
I was invited to the show to the show a girl from work is putting on here. Do you know how hard it is to come to this place like this
ダ
alone?
ブル主演になったことだし、西島さんとも親睦を深めようと思って誘ったわけ。
Since we're co-stars, I thought I'd invite you along to deepen our friendship.
親睦なんて深まらなくたって別
There's
に
no need
そう
for
じゃ
that.
ないな。カズマちゃんは楽しそうじゃん。
You're so mean. Look at Kazuma. At least he knows how to enjoy himself.
毎年ニュースでは見たことあったから一度生で見てみたいと思ってたんだ。誘ってくれてありがとうございます、ゆきとさん。
I see this event every year on the news, so I wanted to see it in person for once. Thanks for inviting me, Yukito.
カズマちゃんなら西島さんみたいに渋らず来てくれると思ったよ。
I knew Kazuma would appreciate my generosity, unlike some people, eh, Nishijima?
何にしたって年が明けたらしばらく遊びになんて出られないんだし、今日だけね。
Besides, once the new year starts, we won't be able to do anything for fun. Carpe diem. The three wandered off while commenting on the sights and scenes. This is bad. This is bad. I knew they didn't have work today, but why did they have to come here of all places? This was embarrassing enough without having to worry about people I knew seeing me. Who knew what they would say if they did? Please let there be no more close calls. I prayed intensely while searching for Harumi in the sea of people. I need to tell Harumi. I have to warn him. I noticed a crowd forming around our meeting spot. This isn't a major meeting spot, so why? My question was swiftly answered.
あれって貝だよね。
His cosplay's Kai, right? He seems really cool. He sure does. It's such good quality.
かっこいいですね。すいません。
This is such a cool Kai. Let's take a photo. Look at me, strike a cool pose. This way, Kai. Harumi was surrounded by attendees holding their cameras. The wall of people was thick, and there was not an easy way to get to them. Excuse me, please let me through. Several people took notice of my cosplay. Oh, a Gerda. It's the Atsaga duo. The Gerda is so cute. I'm sorry, I need to get through. I pushed through the crowd to the corner. That's just like a shirt. Harumi was standing like a mannequin from what I assume was his nervous reaching their max. The cosplay looked great on him, but his face was tense and his eyes nervously darted around. The sweat beading his brow wasn't only because of the heat. Harumi,
その声は
that voice. He slowly turned to look at me. Wow! Gerda, so cute. Thanks, you. You look really good too. My compliments seemed to relax him a little, and some of the tension drained out of
ズリュウ
him.
君の力作を着るからには半端なことはできないと思ってなるべく似せたつもりだけど
Since I'm wearing Kuzima's masterpiece, I didn't want to do it half-heartedly, so I did my best to look the
あな
part.
たを待っていたら囲まれてしまって
But I got surrounded while waiting for you. It was no wonder. Between the cosplay and his looks, he stood out even in the
で
crowds.
も来てくれてよかった正直心細かった
I'm glad you're here. Honestly, I was feeling helpless. Me too. And while I hate to add to your stress, I saw some familiar faces.
あれマキノ君が好きなアニメの主人公だ
Hey, look, it's the main character from that anime Makino really likes. Kazuma, already?
な
What?
ぜ彼が
Why is he here? It's not just Kazuma, everyone's here. I could feel Kazuma and the others getting closer as they
へ
whispered.
え結構本格的なんだなも
It
っ
looks
と
pretty
近くで見てみ
authentic.
ない
Why don't we get a
ち
closer
ょっ
look?
と引っ張らないで
Don't drag me along. Oh no, this is bad. I had to do something. I desperately tried to think of a solution. How can we make sure they won't notice us? If I had the pebble belt Harumi talked about a long time ago, I would have used it then and there. I wanted to hide or to run away, but if we ran, it would only draw more attention. Then how about it? We make ourselves stand out. I stood back to back with Harumi and striked a pose. It was the same one Kai and Gerda did on the poster for the AtStar event we attended. They weren't back to back because they were enemies. It was because they trusted each other. Posing with my arms raised in front of my face not only gave me an air of mystique, but it also hid my identity. Did it? I don't see anything different. Cena was getting closer. I wish I could look away and ignore him. Did I just? No, they were just. That's okay.
なんか君の顔見覚えがあるな
I feel like I've seen you before. I wanted to see her outfit. Let's go pretend. Miss them, you're complete strangers. You haven't. You definitely haven't. I wore a blonde wig, colored contacts, and different makeup than usual. I hardly recognized myself when I looked in the mirror in the changing room. If I changed my voice, coupled with the cosplay, I could maybe hide my identity. Yeah, I must become Gerda completely. Gerda was a strong woman and capable warrior. She was blunt and sharp, had a sharp tongue. Since she was my total opposite, I could possibly trick them. It's a gamble, but let's try it.
ねえ君俺と会ったことない
Have we ever met before? Are you asking to get hurt? Back off. I flashed him a sharp look. My heart stopped at my eyes met, but he didn't come any closer.
ああ怖っ
Maybe it was just my imagination. He tilted his head and stepped back. Whew.
ユキトさんちょっとこんなとこでナンパしないでくださいよ
Can't believe you're trying to flirt at a time like this. Thank you, Kazuma.
ああしてないって
I'm not. I hoped Kazuma would drag Sina away, but instead he stopped to look too. Is he going to come in for a closer look?
このキャラ確かゲルだって言うんですよはあ髪もちゃんと似せてんだな
Wow, the character's name is Gerda, I think. Wow, even the hairstyle's the same. It's nicely done, even for a wig. He took his time to look me over, leaving me unable to move.
これだけうまいってことはコスプレ歴長いんですか
It's really impressive. Have you cosplayed for a long time? Cosplay? What's that? We came to this planet to save it. Gerda wasn't born on Earth. Therefore, as her, I'd never have heard of the word before. This is who I am, no more, no less.
あそういう話だっけ変なこと聞いちゃってすみません
Right, you're staying in character. Sorry for the weird question. He fell for my bluff. I was surprised how easily my in-character lines were coming to me. I was so glad I reviewed Gerda's backstory for this.
にしてもそのポーズ様になってるな。
Can I take a photo? He held up his phone. What should I do? What should I say no? Judging from the crowd, how Harumi's taking photos seemed to be the norm. Do what you want. Do what you want. I did my best to answer in a cool tone and strike a confident pose.
やった。じゃあ撮ります。
Let me back up a little. He stepped a step back so he could take a full body shot. I could hear Harumi tense up behind me. I can't do anything about it right now.
上久保くん、その写真どうするの？
What are you going to do with the
も
photo?
ちろん牧野くんに送るんですよ。
Send it to Makino, of course. What? I struggled to hide my surprise. I could also feel Harumi's panic and discomfort reaching
撮
critical
ります
levels.
よ。
Taking the photo now.
なかなかいいの撮れた。牧野くんもこういうの好きそうなのに。
That came out pretty good. Seems right up Makino's alley. I wonder if he's here today too.
苦手じゃなかった？
Thought he hated crowds.
ああ、そうだったかも。
Well, I'll send it to him now. The moment Kazuma sent the picture, I could hear Harumi's ringtone go off nearby. Everyone immediately looked towards Harumi.
今着信来たっぽいですけど、確認しないんですか？
You just got a text. Aren't you going to check it?
ずっと銃を構えてるのって疲れない？
Gonna get a cramp holding that pose. Harumi refused to say anything. I completely understood. Say anything would distractingly increase the odds of being recognized. But staying silent is also suspicious. Please don't talk to him. Kai's a private person. Kai's a private person. He doesn't like small talk. I glanced behind me and saw Harumi nod and confirm.
クールね。そういや、牧野くんもそんなこと言ってたな。
I think I remember Makino saying that. Nice commitment to the character. There's another layer. I somehow managed it. I was in a cold sweat, but I thought I had succeeded in averting their suspicion towards Harumi.
君、よく見ると顔のパーツが牧野くんに似てる。
On closer inspection, you looked very close to Makino. Come on! I panicked and looked at Kazuka and Sina. Did they hear that? Luckily, they were distracted by something else and didn't notice the comment.
本当に牧野くんじゃない。
Could it really be Makino? I don't know. Oh no, he's about to crack and say something. I need to distract all three of them, but what can I do? I felt like all I was doing that day was migrating potential disasters. I looked around trying to find something that would get me out of the situation. The crowd around Harumi had dissipated, but there were still plenty of people around. That's it. If we can gather attention...
何か言った？
Did you say something? Nothing. Something to catch everyone's eyes, something exciting. Aha! My memory flashed back to the theme park on Christmas during the Atsaga parade. On the center stage were dancers dressed as Kai and Gerda. They've recreated key scenes from the anime. The audience had gotten super excited over a certain scene from the performance. We could copy that. But how do I pick a scene that Haruma will pick up on with zero warning? What's our love level versus 91? Okay. I combed it through my memories, back to the DVD I borrowed, back to the scene where they gazed at each other in the botanical garden, back to the memorable scene between Kai and Gerda that moment. Episode 19. I couldn't help but yell it out, Harumi's reaction, instantly aiming his prop gun at me. Good, you understood me. The face looked down at me. It was Kai. I almost faltered from his intensity.
もうお前とは一緒にいられない。
I can't be with you anymore. Goodbye, Gerda. He delivered the line with such conviction I replied in kind with Gerda's line. I know that's not what you want. That's why this time I'll save you. The crowd let out a cheer. I didn't realize how many people had gathered around us. Oh my god. Let me take a photo.
19話の神シーンですよね。私21話も好きなんですけど、やってもらえませんか？
This is the scene from episode 19. I loved this one from episode 21, so I could do that one too. Nishijima and the others looked a little overwhelmed when the crowd intensified. Whoa.
行きましょう。ここいたら邪魔だから。
Let's go, we're in the way.
あ、ちょっと待って、カズマちゃん。
Wait, Kazuma. I watched as the three of them were swept away by the crowd and sighed in relief.
さすがだよ。なんとかなったのはあなたのおかげだ。
Thanks to me managed to get through that. I'm glad it worked out. My nerves were shot.
その格好でゲルダのセリフを言ってもらえるなんて。
Plus, you said Gerda's lines while dressed as her. I don't know how to express my feelings right now. Boy. I got you. I understand. He was acting like he wasn't petrified with fear just minutes ago. But it felt nice to know he was enjoying himself as much as he had forgotten the crowd. I didn't think saying it back at that botanical garden would be so useful. Although we were stiff at first, we humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. As times passed, even we ended up feeling comfortable. We chatted with attendees and posed for their cameras. We also took pictures of ourselves to send to Kuzuyu, who was still sick with the flu. The day passed swiftly, and before I knew it, the announcement that Kamima was closing played over the loudspeaker. I thought they were doing a contest. Everyone around us began to applaud, so we followed suit. Let's meet back here after we change. Kai and Gerda waved goodbye, and we headed for the changing rooms. Whew, it's over. After changing, I returned to our meeting spot. I brought some green tea from the vending machine to warm myself up. It felt like a weight coming off my shoulders.
お疲れ様。
Good job today. Gerda had turned back into me and Kai into Harumi. We were back to our normal selves. We had been different people for only a day, but I felt like I hadn't seen them in forever. We sat next to each other outside the empty convention hall.
それにしても、あの3人が来てるなんて。
He shaved a few more years off his life. He's dying. I still can't believe those three were here. I think it shaved a few more years off my life.
人数で遭遇する確率ってかなり低いはずなのに。
The odds of seeing someone you know at an event this crowded should have been lower. I know, I panicked, but maybe this will be a valuable experience I can write about in the future. I'll keep studying and one day be a scenario writer for an anime.
そうか。俺も今回の経験を活かせるかどうかはわからない。
We don't know if I can use this experience,
もっと
but
勉強して父さんと競えるくらいの作品を。
I hope to keep studying too and one day create an anime that surpasses even father's work. I'm sure you will.
その時はあなたを脚本家として指名するつもりだ。
And I'll ask you to be my screenwriter when the time comes. Okay, promise? I'll be looking forward to that day. We smiled at each other under the winter sky. Amid the soft sunset colors, we shook hands to seal our promise. Our breaths rose into the air in white puffs. The more time I spent with Harumi, the more I experienced emotions I'd never known with a frequency I'd never imagined. From burning love to heart-gripping sadness, even sorrow that ripped me to pieces. At times I couldn't control the dizzying swirl of emotions bubbling up from inside me. There were times a lot of things that worried me, but I could say with confidence these were all valuable experiences. I wonder if I've ever been able to change since I met Harumi. I keep thinking about it. Even though Kamima should have been exhausting, I felt energized. I looked over my rough draft and revised it. I read it through again. This is much better. The ending was different than before, but the characters all felt more natural. There was still some rough parts, but that was all part of the process. After all, I was barely even a fledgling writer. First, I'd shown the draft to Professor Asagi. I hope I'm improved a little. I attached it to an email and sent it to him. He immediately replied, "I'll look over it." While I waited for his feedback, the year came to an end and we celebrated the new one. There was no change that inherently came with a new year, yet all the same, we felt the renewed. We just did that too. It's day 3. On our way back from Kamima, we promised each other we'd visit the shrine for New Year's. I headed out to meet with Harumi. The shrine was much busier than I expected.
こっちこっち
Look, over here. He spotted me and waved. There you are. We exchanged our New Year greeting and walked with the flow of human traffic. It's awfully crowded. Are you okay?
俺はもう去年までの俺とは違う。生ま
I'm
れ変わったん
definitely a
だ。
person with who I was last year. I've been reborn. Ha! Then let's line up. We joined the line, slowly moving up to the shrine and talked about our resolutions.
父さんとこの休みの間にちゃんと話をした。アニメ監督になりたいって。
I spoke with my father over break and told him that I wanted to become an anime director.
ちゃんと聞いてくれた。
This time, he listened to me. I'm glad to hear that. It seems he understands you better
最
now.
初はただの憧れとか現実逃避で言っているんじゃないかって疑っ
He
ていた
doubted
み
me
たい
at
だけど。
first. He thought it was just because I was an anime fan or that I wanted to run away from my problems. I'm sure everyone faces that kind of scorn. Our dreams were the kind that were often dismissed as childish and fleeting. We'll have to work hard to get past the people who stand in our way and prove ourselves.
うん。そんな気がする。
I think so too. Did he tell you it would be hard?
そんなのはもう分かっているだろうからって。
No, he said I already knew that.
父さんを見てれば簡単な仕事じゃないことくらいは俺だって分か
I
る。
do, and I watched father, and I see firsthand it's not an easy
すぐ
job.
に目標が手に届くなんて思ってない。まずはアニメ関係の会社に就職して基本を学ぶところから始めたい。
But I won't reach my goal immediately. First, I need to apply to a company in the industry and learn the basics. What did he say to that?
好きにしろ。
It's up to me. That sounds like him. I could tell his father wasn't being dismissive. Instead, he
そ
trusted
の言葉の
Harumi.
意味が途中で投げ出すなってことだって分かったから。
He tells me to
必ず
not
やり
give
遂
up
げてみせ
halfway.
る。
Sorry, I thought he was done. He tells me not to give up halfway. Once I started, I'll have to see it through to the end. I think that you'll be able
あな
to.
たにそう言ってもらえると心強い。
Hearing you see that gives me courage. Really?
俺にはあなたの言葉はお守りみたいなものだから。
Your words are my lucky charm. If my words helped push Harumi onward, then I guess they really were like a charm. I wasn't pulling him along anymore. Harumi was walking towards his goal through his own determination.
そういえばあなたのお父さん探しはどうなった？
By the way, whatever happened to that search for your father? I asked around while helping on set, but I couldn't find any clues. The director didn't know anything either. Despite all my investigations, I hadn't found any meaningful leads. I see. I'm not discouraged. I'll keep looking, so I'm sure I'll find out one day. Besides, I have you for now.
それはもちろん。
Of course. I've also been talking with your mom on Ring lately.
母
I'm
さ
my
ん
mom?
それは初耳だ。そういえば時々家で楽しそうに携帯を見ていることがあった。
I had no idea, but I did notice her smiling at her phone a lot
今まで
lately.
そんなことはしない人だったから意外に思っていたけど相手はあなただったんだね。
I'm surprised. It surprised me because she never used to do that, so it was because she was talking to you. Yep, I might not be the only one, but we chat occasionally. We swiped contacts at the theme park.
どんな話をしているんだ？
What do you talk about? You.
過去の暴露話とか？
Embarrassing stories of my past? No, silly. Your mom said she was worried about you for a long time. She used to stay out on the way with you and your father because she was afraid of making the situation worse. But then she was worried her inaction made you feel even more alone.
母さんがそんなことを？
Mother said all that. She's proud that you've become a kind and stubborn man.
本人に言えばいいのに。
She could have told me in person. You're blushing.
違うって。
I'm not. He may have denied it, but he was smiling. Like with his father before, the lingering misunderstandings were slowly unraveling. Where next?
こういうのってどうすれば。
What do I do exactly? I explained the way to pay respects. First, we threw our offerings we prepared. The coins ascended beautifully into the box. Next, you bow twice.
こう
Like this? Yep. Then you ring the bell. And then you clap. I clapped my hands and closed my eyes. The noise of the crowd melted away. You seem to be praying pretty seriously back there. What did you wish for?
内緒。言ったら叶わなくなるから。
It's a secret. If you say it, it won't come true.
じゃ
Ooh.
ああなたは俺と同じくらい熱心に手を合わせていたけど。
What about you? You look just as serious. I'm not going to tell you.
脚本家になりたいってこと？
Did you wish to become a screenwriter? Nope. Wrong. Oh. I'll make my dreams come true on my own. I smiled, and so did Harumi. We gazed warmly at each other for a moment. Even amid the bustling crowd celebrating the New Year's, Harumi stood out in my eyes. The sun slowly warmed the chilly air, and the cold began to recede. He took my hand and wound our fingers together. Even though we were both freezing, his touch warmed me within. What is it? Did I do something? It's nothing. We began to walk side by side, our pace matched. I hoped I'd be able to continue laughing with Harumi like this forever. That was my wish. Music is not allowed. Okay, so I don't know if that's considered the good ending. I would assume it's the good ending, but I definitely could have gotten more. I wish they would have done a little bit more to make this look like it goes on there. Oh, cute. Did I press it? I didn't. I wanted to take a screenshot of it. Did I find the button I needed to skip? Is that the skip? Did I break it? I might have broke it. Oh, interesting. Okay, wait, what? Time flew by after that. And as planned, we drove into movie production immediately after New Year's Day. I love it that it's long, but like, I thought I'd be done with this story in like 3 hours, and it's almost hour 8. Okay. We're like 20 minutes from having this be an 8-hour stream. With filming, we finally underway. Harumi was busy running back and forth every day. He was involved with the filming whenever possible, even after the new schedule term began. We met in the spring a year ago. I hadn't noticed back then, but now that I knew more about Harumi, he had been forcing himself to come in back then. Things were different now.
今この仕事をちゃんとできなかったら、将来アニメの仕事に就いたって最終的にドロップアウトしてしまうと思うんだ。
If I can't handle my duties now, then I'm sure to fail the future, even if it were an anime
この現場
project.
だってそんな難しい仕事をさせられているわけじゃない。
It's not as if the work here is particularly hard
依
either.
頼をこなせなかったら、いつかアニメを自分で作るって時に。
Which is why I need to do my best, or else I'm going to make it, or I'm not going to make it when it comes time to start my anime. It looks like you're having fun, Harumi.
楽しくなんかないよ。毎日大学の勉強と就活準備で忙しいのに、監督様にはいいようにこき使われてさ。
I'm not. The director uses me how he wants, despite the fact I still have class and need to find a job too. The job hunt, now that you think about it, you're already seniors.
今書いてる作品は順調？
Are things going well with your project? I think so. As for me, I didn't have much to do once the filming began. All I was doing was help with the basic chores as needed, or helping Professor Asagi with a few rewrites here and there. So when I had free time, I was using it to write a new script of my own. I turned in my latest draft to Professor Asagi at the end of the year. He praised me a lot, saying that the second draft, 2 drafts were worlds apart. I was sure he was just joking, but he said he found that the characters engaged with how they were trying to figure out their love. He also said it felt a lot more natural. So I shifted to writing a story to submit to a contest in autumn or winter. Harumi and I had both been keeping busy with very little time to spend together. After finishing all our duties, our walks homes were the only dates we had time for. Dang.
ごめん。
Sorry. For what? We haven't gone out at all
今
this
年に
year.
入ってから全然デートとかできなくて。
Haven't even
二人の
found
時間
time
が
to hang
全然
out.
作れ
So what are you saying? Aren't we spending time together right
そう
now?
言ってもらえるのは嬉しいけど、やっぱり
I'm glad you see it that way, but I was thinking we could. Yeah?
Oh.
Well, yeah? Hmm?
もっと一緒にいて。こんな
Spend
風に
more
してた
time
い
together like this? What? You want to move in? He wants to move in. Harumi, you dirty. When did my innocent Harumi learn such a trick? While I was flustered, his face turned red like never before. Oh, you. Harumi had changed. Well, sort of, in a way. Okay, so it was very nuanced, but still. Since his change made me happy, embarrassed, and had my heart racing all at once, that was so not fair, Harumi.
ずるいのは
You are not fair. How
こん
so?
なに可愛いから
It's not fair how cute you are.
好きだよ。
I love you. Aw, I love you too. Promotional posters have started to appear around the city as we wrapped filming. I was so happy to see them that I took a picture of one of the at the train station. The poster I photographed had both Sina and Nishijima on it. The background was the location we scouted. It was fun to see our work on the poster. Show me the poster. Finally, summer came and the movie was completed. We're in a theater now. Despite being the end of August, the air was still hot and muggy. In the midst of that, Harumi and I were invited to the first private screening of the finished film. The scenery spread it across the screen and the very human drama followed. I'm sorry, I got too distracted. The dialogue, the music, the costumes, the movie imparted a sense of emotional clarity that with a touch of nostalgia. It was beautiful but sad. I couldn't look away for a single moment. I was so fixated, I forgot to breathe at times. Sina and Nishijima's acting was superb, and Professor Asagi's script was immaculate. The makeup and hair were spot on too. Everything was distinct, yet came together seamlessly, which proved the talent and skill of the director. Mr. Makino is truly a visionary. I watched the end credits scroll up the screen and let out a deep sigh. Am I on it? Is it me?
大丈夫
Are you okay? Huh?
ぼーっとしてたよ。大丈夫
Are you okay? You haven't moved. It just got me when I saw the credits. You saw it, right? Our names were up
も
there.
ちろん。見逃すはずない。
Of course I saw. Wow, you can't imagine how happy I am now. It made me really feel like a part of the crew. We were able to help make an amazing movie, even if our contribution was small.
うん。
Yeah.
それに、父さんの凄さを思い知らされた。
It also forced me to accept my father's talent. I know what you mean. Mr. Makino is amazing. He's certainly intimidating during filming, but he made sure everyone was doing what they needed to. I shouldn't be surprised it came together.
同じことを考えてた。
I was thinking the same
ミ
thing.
は何でもないことみたいに言うし、家では現場の話なんてほとんど出さないけど、
He keeps saying he didn't do anything special, but rarely speaks of it at
す
home.
ごい
But
人だったんだな。
he really is amazing. You should tell your father about what you just said. You need to praise him like this before, right? You never praised him like this before, right?
言わない。
I
多
haven't,
分これからも。
but I won't praise him up front. Why not?
だってなんか悔しいから。
Because it's mortifying. You're such a child. We shared a laugh, and an announcement played. And look, Mr. Makino is coming. The man who walked out onto the stage wasn't the father that worried over Harumi, but the director of the film. He was a talented man with the skill to bring out everything best and create a
まずは
masterpiece.
この作品を完成させるにあたり、出演者と関わってくれたすべてのスタッフに感謝を表したいと思います。
I'd like to express my gratitude to the cast and crew who worked to diligently bring this movie to fruition.
あなた方がいなければ、この映画は完成はおろか、存在することもなかった。
Thank you. Without your hard work, this movie simply would not be. He was met with thunderous applause, and I was part of it. Harumi? I looked over to see him staring up at the director without a single clap. His eyes were filled with pride, respect, and a tinge of frustration. I see how it is. The two could definitely get along as father and son, but Harumi was starting to see his father as a rival professionally. See? Time flew by until October came, and when the movie released, it was a huge hit. It would easily stay in theaters the rest of the year. As for Harumi, he'd finally found his dream job at a small anime studio. Many who worked at bigger and more reliable studios tried to talk to him out of it, but he didn't listen to them. Others were happy to hear he found a job. The studio he signed on had released a number of titles overseas, so his knowledge of English played a role in his hiring. Harumi had laughed, saying everything he had been through had finally Harumi had laughed, saying everything he had been through was finally bearing fruit. I keep changing words. Things had changed for me too. I was still writing scripts and now I was submitting them to contests. Just last month, I had submitted another one to a local television station. I barely squeezed in before the deadline, but I still won one of their top awards. Sadly, I didn't take the grand prize, but when I told Harumi that I won, he was as overjoyed as if it had been his own success. We got together so we could celebrate in our own special ways.
おめでとう。
Congratulations. Thank you. Neither of us cared for liquor, so instead we toasted the moment with cups of juice and some cake his mother had gotten for us.
いいだ
That said, what? Did I say something?
選考委員の人たちは分かっていない。入賞って何なんだ。あの作品は最優秀賞が妥当でしょう。
The judges don't know anything. You only placed near the top. The grand prize should have been yours. Oh, I see. Thanks. I appreciate the sentiment. Professor Asagi praised me
これだ
too.
けでいいんじゃなかったの。
I should be more than enough. Huh?
あなたを褒めていいのは俺だけなんだから。
I'm the only one who should be singing your praises. What are you talking about?
早速回ってきたみたいね。
Psst, looks like it kicked in. Wait, Harumi, give me your cup. You spiked his drink? Enjoy.
ごめん、母さんが。
Sorry about mom. It's fine, but here, have some water. I handed Harumi one of the bottles of water lining the table. Ha, are you okay?
うん。少ししか飲んでなかったから。まったく。
I only took a few sips. No wonder she said she didn't want help in the
手
kitchen.
伝わせてくれないと思っ母さんがこんないたずらするなんて。
If only I could go back in
昔の俺
time.
に教えてあげたいよ。
I tell myself my mother plays pranks like this. That'd certainly be something.
ごめん。あなたのお祝いだっていうのに。
I'm sorry. We're supposed to be celebrating your award. I guess your mother was trying to reward me in her own way by showing me what kind of drunk you
あ
are.
なたが喜んでくれたなら、ま、よしとしよ
If that's how you want to spin it, then so be it. Yeah, let's go with
う。あ
that.
それで、
And
こ
here. Is it a ring? I mean, hand me a stack of papers. That's not a ring. A present for me? You really didn't have to. Now I feel bad for not winning first place. It's a presentation document.
れ。うん。こんなもので。
Sorry, it seems so drab. Drab? This isn't what you were working on doing your job search. You never seen this before.
あなたにシナリオを書いてもらえたら
I made this because I want you to be my scenario writer.
素人の考えた企画だし、あらやミスもいっぱいあると思うけど、あなたのためだけの
I'm a novice still, but I'm just there. Ooh, I'm sure there's a lot of loose ends in there, but I made it just for you.
なんか本当にごめん。やっぱりおかしいよね。捨ててくれていいから、後でちゃんとプレゼント用意するから。
No, wait, I'm sorry. I made this thing weird. You can just toss that in the trash and I'll get you a real present later. Don't do that. Huh? Thank you for this wonderful gift. It's the first time I've received something so nice. I'll take good care of it. I mean, I do more than take care of it. I'll probably wear the corners ragged from reading it over so many times. Do you mind if I study it later then?
落ち着いて。
There's no rush. Sorry, I guess I lost myself in the moment thinking about your present.
喜んでもらえて。
I'm glad you like it so much. I sure do. Do you mind if I write a scenario using what you have in here?
もちろん。書いてもらえたら。
It'd be an honor, actually. Then we should turn it to an anime just for us. We won't show it to anyone else.
2人だけの上映会。
Just a 2-person review, huh? Yeah.
そのためにも就職したら頑張らなきゃ。あなたにどんどん差をつけられたら大変だ。
That means I have to do even more once I find a job. I need to keep pace with you. I'm writing a drama script right now. I'll need to study too to write for an anime. I don't want you to pass on work from me when the time comes because I'm not good enough.
そんなこと絶対ないから。絶対書いてもらえるように頑張るから。
I'll never do that. I'll do my best so that you'll want to work with me. Yeah, we'll each do our best. Scenarios aside, I need a call. Scenarios aside, do you think making an anime is that much different from making a live action movie?
そうだね。実際に働いてみないとわからないけど、随分と違うと思う。
Well, you'd actually have to see it through to really know, but I'm sure there's some degree of difference.
だから、初めてのことばかりでくじけることもあると思うけど。
Which is why I'm sure I'll hit a stumble block or two, but I'm not alone.
以前の俺なら、一人で抱え込んで落ち込んで、膝を抱えて閉じこもってしまうと思う。
The old me would have just covered my head and kept all the negativity to myself.
今はわかる。もちろん目の前のことは自分で何とかしなきゃいけないけど。
But now I know better. I still need to do what I can within my own means, of course, but
立ち止まった時は、周りの人に相談していいんだって。
I know I can talk to you with others around me if I get stuck on a
手を
problem.
貸してもらうのは恥ずかしいことじゃないんだ。
I know there's no shame in asking for help. Harumi,
全部あなたが教えてくれ
you taught me that. You taught me a lot of things too, you know? I love you. I love you too. Saying each other's names made it so much harder to stay apart. Our lips moved closer to each other's. Wait. What if your mother is eavesdropping?
So-
You're right. People support each other every day. I read that in countless stories before, as if the lines was from a template. Now I had to come to finally understand what it really meant, all because of Harumi. I savored everything we'd said then and held it in my mind so I'd have the confidence to continue writing no matter what. Harumi and I promised each other on the night of our premiere that we'd reach our dreams together. We were going to create something that would captivate our audience. Life was tough with us both in our final year of college and searching for jobs on the side. I was in my home stretch working on my final barrier, my graduation thesis. We were both terribly busy, and coupled with the fact that went to different colleges, it was hard to find time to meet up. Difficult as it was, I managed to focus long enough to finally complete my thesis. We had been in contact over Ring, but it wasn't anywhere near enough, so we set up a date as soon as I was done.
見たい映画って
What was it you wanted to watch? I know it's unusual, but it's a romance that Mr. Makino directed. I heard you didn't have many showings when it initially released, but I was curious since I was growing in popularity. I took some effort, but I finally found it on DVD.
言ってくれたら父さんに聞いてみたのに
Father could have given me a copy. Not a chance. That's about it. You have to ask him for a copy so we could watch here alone. That would be so embarrassing.
それは確かに
We have a point. You haven't seen it either, right? The disc whirled faintly inside the DVD player as I pressed the button. I held my breath and watched the logos pass on after another. I couldn't sense Harumi's warmth next to me. It was nice, but I was acutely aware of how long it had been since we sat this close to each other. I felt like I could hear my heart pounding as the silent logo scrolled by. Even though I was nervous, I scooted closer. He took a deep breath. We knew exactly what I was doing, and he was waiting tensely. Until... It was rated T. Just a heads up. Some of these are rated M, but this is T. Our fingers touched, and I could feel the warmth of his hand. Huh. I can hear my pulse in my ears. The electric tension between us was broken as a movie started, a movie centered around romance. I told the story of two lovers with motions as true tumultuous as the sea. Little was oh my gosh. Little was explicitly said, but it was masterfully conveyed in the acting, expression, and environment. The color of the sky, sound of the wind, sound of the breathing, even the opening of the door. Everything was meticulously set, yet felt so organic. Therefore, every spoken line carried weight and had a well-defined meaning. Each voice was vibrant and alive. Everything came together with a beautiful purpose. The movie slowly drew to a close with a lingering sense of sorrow and remorse. That was so amazing.
俺も見とれてしまった
I couldn't look away. It was beautiful. The story was so intense, but I found the perfect balance and never became too
そう
much.
そうふっと笑える瞬間があるとか見てる人が辛くなりすぎないようにできてる
It even had a few laughs to lighten the mood. It clearly was made with the viewer in mind. The scenes where the woman bared her soul was amazing.
生の感情に触れたって思わせる演技だった
The acting was so good, it felt so natural.
引き出したのは監督やスタッフや脚本
What brought it all together was the work of the director, crew, and screenwriter. I nodded along in total agreement. I hope I can write a script as good as that one day. I want to express how it feels when someone's in love, looking at their partner with unrestrained
来る
emotion.
に決まってるあなたなら
Sure you will. You think so? I was going to add, I hope so, when...
だってあなたが今そんな顔をしているから
You already have what you need.
演
Huh?
技でなく純粋な気持ちで何かを見つ
Looking
め
at
る
something with earnest, unrestrained feeling, you already know how that person feels.
きっと表現することだってできる
I'm sure you can transform that into a script effectively, in my opinion at least. Harumi? Do you mean I was earnestly looking to fulfill my dream? Or does he mean I'm earnestly in love with him like the woman in the movie? I looked away as I lacked the courage to ask what she meant. Silent hung in the room as I tried to gain control of my emotions. I wanted to look at him, but I felt shy. The silence was broken by the buzz of a phone. My phone, on the couch next to me, was silent. It was Harumi's phone, and when I glanced over, I saw it was a message from Mr. Makino.
あ
What? Is there a
い
problem?
やそうじゃなくて
N-
父さんめ
Not really, just... His face was turning red. What did he say, Harumi?
いやなんでもない
Nothing, it's
っていうか
nothing.
あなたに見せるべきではないものなので
It's nothing you need to be concerned about. I tried to look at his phone, but he shifted his body so I couldn't see what was on the screen. Now he's making me even more suspicious. I reached out to snatch the phone, but withered away to avoid him. You don't want me to see because it's bad.
いや、まずいっていうか、困るっていうか、誤解っていうか、
Not bad, more like a
あなたに
misunderstanding.
見られるのは
I just don't want you to see it. So he said something bad
断
about
じ
me?
てそんなことでは。
Never! But you won't show it to me. You'll take it the wrong
誤解され
way. Give me some credit. I promise I won't jump to conclusions or
そうで
judge
す
you.
あなたにされたら生きていけない。
Judge! I won't be able to live if you start judging me. I won't. Now let me see. It was kind of like a game of tag. I chased him around the room and he kept himself just out of reach every time I grabbed him. Almost. I stood on my tippy toes and reached as far as I could when suddenly I slipped and fell forward. Classic. That's better. Ah. I winced but didn't hit the floor as expected. Instead, Harumi caught me. Well, not quite. Instead of being in his arms, I was laying on top of him. Oh no, I knocked him on the floor. Wait, the reason the fall wasn't so bad was he'd fallen on top of the bed. Totally speechless, we stared into each other's eyes, closer than we had ever been. I couldn't take my eyes from him. I couldn't even move. Sorry, but it's my fault for running. His phone had fallen from his grips onto the bed next to us.
それは
Well, so I'm gonna see what's going on. What Harumi totally froze, I carefully picked up the phone. I flipped it open and read the text that was sent to the screen. The nice bright screen, with the ring message clearly visible saying, "No need to return tonight. Take good care of her." The sender was Uzo Makino. Misunderstanding, huh?
いや、俺はただあなたの家に
Your
映画を
only
見に
message from your dad. I told him that I was coming over to watch a movie with you. I see. Take good care of her. No need to return tonight. Harumi's phone screen went dark as I stared.
あの
Yeah, I thought her hair was brown. It looks black here.
起き上がれない。
I can't get up with you on me like this. Oh, sorry. I must be kind of heavy.
そういうわけじゃない。
Not at all, but seeing him so flustered made me feel bad. But at the same time, I didn't want to get off of him. Touching his skin to skin set my body on fire. It's like wanting to stay under a warm, fluffy blanket on a cold morning. Then again, I shouldn't think of Harumi as a blanket. He's underneath you, so he's not a blanket. Although he was comforting, warm, gentle, and could cover me entirely, I looked at him and saw he was staring at the ceiling and in nervous anticipation. I haven't seen him this close in a long time. So very handsome, with soft, silky hair. I could feel his breath on my cheek. Come to think of it, he was my first kiss. The memory of that moment was vivid in my mind. We'd kissed many times since then, but that was my very first special, gentle kiss. He always takes the initiative to kiss me. I had never made the first move. Hey, I wonder how he'll react. Unable to hold back my curiosity and feeling a little mischievous, I tenderly kissed him. Wow. This looks like a kidnapping. I really did it. It wasn't like it was unusual for women to take the initiative, but I was more tense than I thought possible. Then again, I doubt our situation was all that common. I slowly slipped off Harumi, who was staring ahead, eyes wide. Surprised?
驚いたも何も。あなたって人は
Surprise doesn't
What
cover it. Where did
was
that come from? You don't have to be angry. I'm sorry if you didn't
そん
like
なわ
it.
けない。あなたにされて嫌なことなんて一つもない。
That's not it. I'm happy with everything you do, no matter what. Okay, then I'm sorry I caught you off guard. I didn't think you'd be so startled.
ごめんって。それは俺のセリフなんだ。
I'm sorry? That's my line. Huh?
こんなことして。ただで済むと思って。
Sounds like, oh gosh, it's reverse kidnapping now. That sounds kind of... Do you think you can get away from me now? Wait, what do you mean? Harumi reached out for me with a glint in his eyes, like I'd never seen before. Plain innocent. Wait a second. Too late. Huh? What? You're the one who set the fire, so you need to be held accountable. That's messed up. I tried to retreat, but what? Harumi grabbed my hands and we fell back into the bed. He pulled me back into the position from a moment ago with me on top of him. Then he pressed his warm, soft lips against mine. My mind blinked for a moment. It was still in my mind, struggling to comprehend what was going on. The kiss was much warmer than any we'd shared before. It was much more passionate as well. I enjoy when they show it away and there's nobody there. Accountable. That's my secret. You know, you're only piquing my interest. You're okay with me wanting to know more? She's an orphan. There's not a lot to know. She doesn't even know her father is. That's my line. I want to know more about you. My heart. I still don't know everything about Harumi or the feelings he held deep inside, but I wanted to, even if it was a night. It was a little scary. Hopefully my heart can take it. I felt dizzy from the sound of my pulse beating in my head. The movie was over, but our story would continue into the never-ending future. Hey. I want to know more about you, your voice, your mannerisms, your feelings, everything. Forever and beyond. My heart was overflowing. Me too. I don't know what my future holds, but as long as I'm with him, I'm sure my future will be filled with everlasting happiness. I got the happy end. Didn't take the photo fast enough. It's gray, whatever, it's fine. Saving. Do I have an album now? Route cleared. Pretend time skip unlocked. Pretend time skip allows you to skip pretend time that you have cleared with a bad rating or better. This will also allow you to choose the number of correct answers, which will make the replay easier. Oh. Default set to off. Pretend skip. Please set the according preference. Saving system. All right, I can look at my album finally. Photos. Is it linked? Oh, okay. Okay. Did I pick the wrong one? It really wants you to pick him because he's like your childhood best friend, which is fine. I do like this. This is 9 different photos, it says. Oh god, I did wrong. I enjoy that it does all of it, so that's cute. Okay. Got 5 out of his 34. He's got 41. That's not fair. We're missing 3. Okay. I think one might be... Oh, okay. Bad ending and okay ending, maybe? Since we're at the end. I assumed I had made a mistake at the carnival thing, because I assumed maybe if I'd picked something else, there might have been a picture, but it looks like I got all of those. Got quite a few of his accidentally. This is still the cutest thing in the world. Interesting. Oh. Okay, well that's adorable. Ending list? Does this help? Okay. I got the best ending. Okay, so he has... This is probably if you get the quizzes wrong. I'm not going to do these right now because it's been forever, but... And I also need to fix the camera because it's too far away now. Before it was too close, now it's too far. But that's exciting. So I will play through these again now that I have the happy ending, which is exciting. There is a good ending, there is a bad ending. I'm not sure which one has 2 pictures, but one of them does. Typically, the good ending is like halfway, like not great, but like okay friend level. So that means you got to get a few of them wrong. It could mean I have to have a specific one I get wrong. And then bad's typically if you just don't develop like a love affection high enough. So, and then the other ones are probably if you do the puzzles wrong, which they're all pre-saved. So that'll be nice. I'm so happy I have this now. Bad unfulfilled dreams. I'm so sorry. I got that naturally and I feel terrible about it. But interesting. I don't know. I'm assuming backstage, short stories and plays. Oh my god, grandma and me. Why? Why did you bring up my father? Mom hasn't told me anything, so I don't need to know more. We're living fine without him, just the two of us. How old are you? I'm 17. That's right. A fine young woman in high school. How time flies. Before I know it, you'll be in college and then off to find your job. What are you talking about? Are you getting listless from your long hospital stay? The doctor said you'll be out in a week since it was only a matter of fatigue. Have a hard time working with others, especially boys, right? What? That's not true. I can get along with others just fine, and I get along with Kazuma. He's a guy. Kazuma's your only friend. You do realize this about yourself, don't you? It is because of your father. Deep in your heart, you believe he turned his back on you and your mom. That's not true. There's you, Mom, Kazuma, the landlord lady, and my part-time job. All of you are so kind, and I couldn't be happier. I'm worried how you'll fare after my time comes. Don't talk like that. I'm sorry. But if I don't die, you're going to grow into an adult one day, whether you like it or not. And when that happens, you're going to look after yourself. Don't tell me you plan to do that alone, too. You want to be a screenwriter, right? If so, you'll need to learn from others' experiences, which means you need to meet people and learn about their lives. I can't deny that. That's why I'm going to leave it up to you whether you look for your father or not. You can talk about it with Kazuma or ask for help from someone else you trust. Or you can keep it a secret. I'm telling you this because you're old enough to make that decision. It won't matter whether I'm here or not. There you go again. I'm sorry. Don't ever say that again, okay? All right. You're going to live a long time, okay? Of course, dear. Then let me ask you this. Go ahead. But first, one thing I need to mention, and this goes for you and your mother. I'm truly grateful you were born. I love you. I'll always be with you. Don't say it like that. I know how you feel. Oh. Well, do you enjoy the little chibi guys? Okay. Profile. Oh. Oh, this is cute. Okay. Oh. Happy ending. Oh, this could be the bad ending. Okay.
Makino Harumi, 21歳 Makino Harumi.
Interesting. Okay. Wait, do I have some of his filled out then? Because nope, not really. Hobbies: reading and watching anime. Skills: memorization. Favorite food: rice balls, sticky toffee pudding. Least favorite food: mashed potato. We're not gonna be together anymore. Favorite music genre: classic and anime songs. Daily routine: reading classic Japanese literature. Dream destination: private place. Oh, that's cute. It's interesting that it doesn't unlock until you go through once, but I accept. Okay. Okay. I did it. I finished all of Harumi's story. I got the good ending. So I'll probably start the next gameplay trying to get his good ending and his bad endings. So we'll see how that goes. And then, like always, I upload all of my VODs onto YouTube. So if you want to see the older ones, you can visit my YouTube channel. Or if you're on YouTube, you can visit my Twitch if you want to see my newer stuff. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.